Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Street.
And just like a red, white, and blue phoenix rising from the ashes of political bipartisanship, we are back to Salt of the Streets podcast.
This is Saturday, October 23rd, 1:28 p.m., episode 116.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Salt of the Streets podcast, your one and only source for social and political commentary on all the weekly news, pop culture, and sports you can handle. The best part about the whole deal is all built from the ground up for people like you and me, the everyday normal person. So come down and join us as we discuss life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and continue our endless endeavor to bridge the gap between people and information. As always, we are your hosts. I am Colin.
And I am Donovan.
And coming up on this week's show, we got an epic grab bag for you guys today. We're going to be getting into everything from the reconciliation bill, the Build Back Better agenda, whatever the hell we're calling it these days, because it seems to shift every day. We're going to be talking about the strikes, the labor shortages, the shipping delays and backups. We're going to be talking about... Help me out here. There's so much. I'm like, I want to hit the main ones. Loudoun County.
Loudoun County, COVID updates as per usual, which sounds like a lot, but most of these things are all very connected. So
Yeah.
they'll kind of run in circles.
It's a circle. Kind of like last,
a circle.
yeah, kind of like last episode. Everything was circular and it all tied back in together.
Yes.
So yeah, everybody buckle up because we're going black pilly again. I'm very sure. We also, both of us, recently watched an appearance by Michael Malice on the Glenn Beck podcast, which is available for free on YouTube. Highly recommend it. We both watched that, so I'm sure we'll bring that up at some point. And yeah, we got all sorts of magic happening in this episode. I want to first start off by, as has become the usual.
There it is.
We're gonna go ahead and do a little shot skis. Whoa, Doctor.
Easy, Colin.
There we go. Brown sugar bourbon.
That imitation BSB.
Yeah, look at the label there. There we go. Yeah, BSB of the organic or the
This one's from
generic variety.
Yeah, from St. Louis.
St. Louis. I feel like they got a more OG claim to the brown sugar bourbon than we do, anyways. But I wanted to start off the podcast today with something I think we had. Maybe we just talked about it when we were talking with John Sadek earlier this week or afterwards. But all these billionaires, millionaires, whatever the hell you want it, that have been going up into what I like to call fake space ever
Yes.
since, Blue Origin and Virgin and SpaceX did their whole deal. And the latest round of people included none other than the great and powerful William Shatner from the original Star Trek, and then Mr. Sulu. I forget
George Takei.
He got a little upset about it, but I wanted to
Why
ask
did
you.
he get upset?
Oh, because it's
That
it's
he
the one
went,
percenters
or-
doing the shit,
Oh,
And so I go, okay. We had a little conversation about this because there's a lot of different takes on these people going up there.
yeah.
And now I have a particular take on it that I'll share after you share yours.
Okay.
So how do you feel about all these rich people and the occasional, rando lottery winner, if you enter some contest or whatever, getting a ticket to go up into fake space and come down? Where you at on that?
I mean, I don't particularly care, because I just don't who gives a shit. It seems like an immense.
On the
Very
whole, it's
objective,
a big thing,
but
right?
It seems like an immense waste of money and resources to be doing it, especially when you're doing it not SpaceX style and you're wasting shit. It seems like just a bad way to go.
Yeah, 'cause
It
the
seems like a
only-
waste of money. Do
Do
I don't
something
know.
else. And I wonder what the ticket prices are, because the people that are going up now are paying to go up.
Yeah.
Except, like I said, for the lottery winner of each little
Commercial
crew.
space flights.
Yeah. And so it is interesting, though, that the one company that can do it without essentially waste, SpaceX, isn't doing it.
Yeah.
It's fucking James Bond villain extraordinaire Jeff Bezos and his little phallic rocket
dick
taking
rocket.
people up. Yeah.
Yeah. Also make your rocket look different because it looks like a dick.
I do like the fact that the capsule parachutes down, which is, I guess, kind of cool.
Yeah.
But I mean, let's be realistic here. We're not going into real space. We're not. We're in low Earth orbit or whatever that where you could be weightless, and then they spend like 10, 15 minutes in it or something like that, and then come back down. But there's been a lot of negativity towards doing this. It, like you said, it's a big waste of money. Mind you, it's not taxpayer money necessarily, so
and that's why I don't
I'm
care.
okay.
I just don't care.
Yeah.
Like it seems like a waste, but I also just don't give a shit. Like I got other shit going on to be fucking upset about rich motherfuckers going to space.
Yeah. So the big
fuck Jeff Bezos. That's what I think about it.
There you go. Yes, fuck Jeff Bezos. But there's a lot of people, they're pushing back on that kind of the same grounds. Like, we don't care. This is stupid. Why are you guys doing this? You're wasting money. And Noah Rothman from Commentary Magazine podcast fame, he essentially has a similar take to the big screen TV debate or argument that came out. This stuff is really only available, this commercial spaceflight in its most bullshit form, is only available to the ultra wealthy right now.
Yeah.
Every single major technological advancement has only ever been available to the 1% of people first. And what happens is people buy into that system, it becomes more popular, the demand goes up, they find cheaper ways of doing it. They have more cost-effective ways to do it, so that ultimately over, say, a decade, the cost of that will go down significantly enough that a massive amount of people, compared to how many can go today, can afford to do it later.
Yeah, 60-inch TV is like $500 now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's super cheap.
And it didn't used to be like that. It was like, I just use big screen TV because that's always the go-to.
That's a good example, though, I think. Yeah, because when we were kids, a traditional big screen TV that took like 4 people to carry was thousands of dollars. And now, like I said, a 65-inch flat screen TV is like $500.
Yeah.
Like a smart TV is like $500. Like it's not very much money.
It's come down to the point where people are going to Walmart and then very, very precariously like strapping that shit to the hood of their Honda Civic to bring home. They obviously they're not that concerned about it.
Yeah.
And where they could do that. And I think given the implications of what standardizing commercial space travel, the dividends that's going to pay in 50 years is going to be astronomical compared to this is just we're dipping our toes in the water. We're not getting a good look at where this is going to be in even 20 years from now.
Yeah.
But you start to get that trip factor kind of on point, and then instead of Tesla or SpaceX launching satellites and stuff like this, it's going to be bringing people up to be hanging out on space stations that are going to go be mining fucking asteroids or meteors or whatever, harvesting
minerals
space for the resources. And I mean, I can just only see this thing massively advancing the human race as a whole.
Terraforming
So I am
Mars.
super down with it. I love the fact that, the original Captain Kirk went up into fake space. I kind of love that, especially since William Shatner is kind of this old, overweight, unhealthy individual, and it's like, fuck it, let's just send him up. Let's
Anyone
do this. He's
can go to
willing to pay,
space.
baby. You don't have to be the epitome of the perfect human being anymore just to be an astronaut. So
You can die from COVID, you can go to space.
yes.
That's the moral of that story.
But yeah, we had talked about that this week, so I wanted to open up the show with that.
No, I think that's legit. Yeah, I know. It's just not something that's been on my radar. I think it's funny when people are upset about it because it just doesn't.
Why do you
It
care?
doesn't matter. Yeah, this
Just let it
doesn't
go,
matter
bro.
to you. Of course, there are different things they could be doing with their money. Of course.
It's also their money.
Jeff Bezos could buy a house for every homeless person on the planet right now, or certainly in America right now.
Right now.
Is he going to do it? No. And so why are we talking about the things he could be doing with his rocket ship money? That's stupid. That's a waste of our time, to be upset about that.
You
Jeff Bezos,
don't need that taking up the brain space.
No. While he's done a lot of things, and at the end of his life, you could probably plus or minus and might end up on the positive side. Jeff Bezos is kind of a piece of shit.
Yeah.
We all know that. So why are we, spending time wasting our lives pontificating on what all the other things he could be doing with his money? Yeah, no shit. He also bought a fucking newspaper to suck his own dick. So what are we talking about? Like, it's just crazy.
It obviously, actually, just on that note, what would make somebody like Jeff Bezos, who has done nothing but, be a cutthroat businessman his entire life, what makes him waste his money in a sinking ship like a fucking newspaper like the Washington Post? There is no bright financial future for that institution.
Not in that institution, but there is for his other companies, and is to try and influence the public in favor of the policies that favor his corporations. And that's why you can find articles on the Washington Post about, why raising taxes for the rich isn't really going to be that good for you. That's exactly why you can find articles like that on there. It's because he's using that in a very oh no, I would never do anything to unobjectify the news. That would be crazy for me to do anything like that.
How dare you?
Like I said, they're also sucking the dick of the rich on an everyday basis. So
that's true.
In my opinion,
so
that's
it's kind
why
of
you buy the Washington Post.
So it's kind of like let's sink some money to this thing so we can get what we can out of it while it's still around.
Amazon's making way more money than the Washington Post ever could.
Oh, God,
ever
yeah.
could. So why not take a little bit of a loss in the Washington Post? We'll keep it afloat. We'll do what we can to at least keep it neutral, not as far as objectivity as far as cost goes, that we're not losing money all of the time.
Towards his interests, especially.
And then it will help boost the profits to Amazon. So even if I'm losing a little bit of money on the Washington Post, I'm gaining more than that in profits on Amazon.
I want to see if I go to Amazon real quick. Is there any... Or no, I want to go to WashingtonPost.com. Washington Post. I want to see if there's like an Amazon ad.
Probably not. Oh, well, there might be.
Actually, I don't know. I might
like
get paywalled right from the beginning.
Powered by Amazon logo in the corner.
Oh my God, that would be so nice.
The little arrow and everything.
We got Google ads. Okay, they're really pushing the Pixel 6. Apparently, that's some shit going on there.
Have you even seen all the Pfizer ads on all the different news networks?
No, thank God.
Joe Rogan posted like a compilation of just all these different news companies that are like, this segment brought to you by Pfizer. That's like...
I feel like I heard that segment. I didn't watch it.
What the fuck is going on right now?
So bad. That's been...
they just got billions of our tax dollars.
Dude.
And now it's just not good,
Liability free, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something actually that...
It's dark.
It's been going on this week, ever since Sanjay Gupta, the CNN the lead medical correspondent or whatever his job title is, ever since he came on Rogan, the fallout from that has been extensive.
Yeah.
And and then the doubling down, then CNN just tripled down on their shit the other day. Well, that'll be real interesting to see what happens there.
Joe Rogan probably put it best when he was talking to Michael Mouse the other day, and he was talking about the thing that happened with Don Lemon and Sanjay Gupta, and Joe Rogan was like, you just proved my point. Like, my audience is bigger than yours, and you tried to defend a lie that I exposed on this show. You just proved my fucking point, you idiot. Like, what are you doing, It just further illuminates, like, I was actually white-pilled a little bit this week by Michael Mouse, right? I was actually provided hope, and it made me really kind of reevaluate the way that I've been looking at things, right? So when Michael Mouse was talking about these different organizations, corporate media, and he was talking to Glenn Beck, and he said, I'm so sure that we're going to win, it's not even funny.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's so interesting, like I just don't, like, that's so wild, like how can you be so positive about it, And
because he is the creator of the white pill, black pill kind of deal. After picking up off the red pill, blue pill, and ever since the beginning he has been 100% white pilled.
Yes.
And it's interesting to see why.
And he says these people are so incredibly unimpressive. He said, can you imagine looking at Don Lemon and saying, I can't defeat him, he's too powerful. And it was like that I was like, no, that's crazy. It's crazy for me to be so pessimistic about it, because I agree. We sit on this show every other week tearing these terrible fucking takes apart in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
It takes us zero effort, very minimal effort, to destroy the arguments coming off of corporate media. Why would I be threatened by this? It is only the influence you actively have over social media that keeps us from actively defeating you right now. What am I afraid of? It is only a matter of time until you are losing your place there. And people have to realize the more things like this happen with Joe Rogan, and you literally CNN is trying to cover up a lie that they told. There's no denying it. There's video of the whole thing of the original interaction, Sanjay Gupta trying to cover it up and having to admit that they're lying, and then being forced by Don Lemon in a very backwards way to then try and back up that lie, right? There's video of every single interaction. There's no denying that it's a lie.
Oh, yeah.
The more, like, there's no... This is one of the few cases where there is zero other way to interpret this. If you are spinning this, you are wrong. You are lying. If you are not taking this for face value, you are lying. And you can only do that for so long until even your most ardent supporters turn on you because you're lying to them. You're actively lying because even though I hate Joe Rogan, I saw Sanjay Gupta on there because I love Sanjay Gupta, and I saw the interaction that they had there. You're not telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's the white pill part of me. That's like you can't, even if you are brainwashed, if you are being boldly lied to all of the time in an undefendable manner, if you have any morals at all, you can only withstand that for so long. And at that point, we're talking about whether or not someone has morals. If you don't have morals, then there's no saving you anyway, because you're going to just lick whatever boot is in front of you. But anybody who has morals can only stand for that for so long until you take just a slight turn, you know, especially as you see people like with the reporter from ESPN that is now on the Daily Wire, right? People being called out from their standard
what's her name?
left-leaning news companies. Allison Wilson. Excuse me. The more that happens, and actual regular reasonable people who were not divisive before they were stripped from their position go to conservative and independent
Allison
media,
Wilson's. Yep.
the more
Williams.
that happens, you're going to have people who like those individuals that get pulled over there. And that is going to allow them, open the door for those individuals to realize, independent media isn't the devil.
Yeah.
There's actually good here because
actually
these
the
people,
right way to
they're
do it.
being objective.
Yeah.
This reporter that I love, Glenn Greenwald, that I love, who started The Intercept, now had to leave because this corporate media structure has destroyed what was once a great company.
Yep.
Now he's on his own on Substack.
Yeah,
Right?
and that's the important part. Like, we've seen this a lot this week with Barry Weiss. Being after she was
Sunday Special.
Yep.
She was
she was on CNN with the
Brian Stelter.
the beautiful blob that is Brian Stelter. And she just, she lays it out there. And what did the audience of Brian Stelter have in kind of return fire? Fat shaming Barry Weiss, which was like, okay, good job, guys.
pregnant, right? Did she just have her baby?
I don't know. I'm not that plugged into her life
right
but
now, or she just had a baby. In which case, you're a piece of shit.
Exactly.
For fat shaming her.
Not to mention, and for fat shaming to be so in the left's court. You know, if that's one of their cards they play all the time, then you know, but they don't have any problem playing their own cards with things that they're morally against anyways. But, you know, her Substack is so powerful now because she has all these fantastic writers like Matt Taibbi and stuff that contribute under her Substack, Glenn Greenwald on the Substack. It's the legitimate, and actually in the true sense of the word, platforms that are being created and made available to people that are being run out of the corporate press and the corporate media, and are being able to be supported online just in a platform way. I know with Substack there's some contracts and some money flowing around for these popular people, and that's fine. As long as they're not censoring people, I don't really care what kind of deals people are making. You know what I mean? I don't care that Joe Rogan gets hundreds of millions of dollars to go into Spotify. That's what they want to do, go for it. And as long as their individual ability to continue to upload their own content is maintained and not censored, down for it, whatever. Yeah. There is a lot of money in this, especially as we go further and further down the timeline to this thing, and the corporate press gets more and more desperate. They start to get more and more biased. They start to shed more and more people that actually have legitimate things to say that don't align. You know, these people don't align on the right. They don't align to the center right most of the time even. Center left voices, and even some left voices are being pushed out there now. They're being cast away from these corporate press institutions, and they're finding new homes on places like Substack and YouTube and Rumble, and, you know, all these various other platforms.
Whatever Donald Trump is about to make.
Oh, yeah. What is it? Truth or whatever it's called. So we got a comment here. You don't have the freedom to give my grandma COVID. I'm here to mandate you. I'll be back at sundown, from Gregory Wright. I'm fairly sure that's a nice little, what do you call that? Sarcasm. There we go.
Yeah.
I know sarcasm. I'm being real hesitant now with people being too literal on after
never
Laren
know,
rickrolled
you
me with
know?
his veganism.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, and like I said, I told you I had like that family member that came at me twisted and started to, about when I posted a video that was made by an airline pilot who was talking about his freedom to choose being taken away from him, and the response from one of my family members was to invoke my son's name and question, how I would feel if he died because I brought home COVID. After I said, I'm not going to talk to you about this on social media. Somebody who has my phone number, who could call me at any given time, chose to do this in direct messages on the internet, and then try and rehash it, and then defend it among other family members. It's dark.
It is dark.
Saying? So it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell.
It is hard to
how
tell these
people are-
days.
Yeah.
Especially an older cat like me, man. I'm not part of the younger generation.
Which doesn't mean don't be sarcastic with us, because we do love that.
I do
Just
love
don't
it.
be a piece of shit. Speaking of which, social media, we're trying to grow our own platform. So if you want to
That's
help
right.
us grow our own platform, obviously, you're watching us on YouTube here at Salty Streets.
Welcome to the salt of the streets.
We have our Instagram at Salty Streets. We have our YouTube at Salty Streets. Our Facebook, fuck Facebook at Salty Streets.
Yee.
Patreon.com/saltofthestreets, Discord, Salt of the Streets, all this information, saltofthestreets.com. We have our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. If you need a haircut and you're in the local area, go to Swell Blended. If you need a skateboard, go down to Location Skate Shop. If you need a cake, leggings and aprons on Twitter. And if you want to watch some Twitch streams, go to Lexi Kayo on Twitch. The next 2 episodes after this will be in November. We will be in a full-fledged Movember push. I will be. Colin is going to be donating on my behalf. So if you want to help us, you're going to help me in Movember. It's a great foundation that goes for men's health, for prostate cancer, testicular cancer, things like that. It's a great, great foundation. If you want to help me donate to them, that would be great. We'll be posting the link in November. I'll be here with a full-on solo stash. It will be great. I believe
I'm so excited, because especially considering your extra masculinity now, pushing that fucking push broom out real quick.
Yeah.
By the end of November, bro, you're going to be full-on Tom Selleck style.
Yes.
I'm so excited about it.
So I believe that is it as far as the socials go.
Where do we want to start?
I wanted to read this piece from John Adams, and then we can go into COVID, because I think
Beautiful.
they will relate to each other a little bit, right?
Fantastic.
So, it's a
So
small-
funny how we can reach back into the founding times and find so much that perfectly aligns with shit we're dealing with today.
Yes.
It's really interesting.
So this is from, the first public political essay that John Adams published, and it is called A Dissertation on the Canon and the Feudal Law.
And this is from the John Adams book by
David
McCullough.
McCullough. Yes, that is what this is from, and so this is a piece from that piece. So I will start here. Be it remembered, he wrote in the dissertation, that liberty must at all hazards be supported. We have a right to it, derived from our Maker, but if we have not, our fathers have earned and bought it for us at the expense of their ease, their estates, their pleasure, and their blood. And liberty cannot be preserved without a general knowledge among the people, who have a right from the frame of their nature to acknowledge, as their great Creator, who does nothing in vain, has given them understandings and a desire to know. But besides this, they have a right, an indisputable, unalienable, indefeasible, divine right to the most dreaded and envied kind of knowledge. I mean of the characters and conduct of their rulers. At this point, John Adams is calling for the people reading for independence of thought. I am begging you to think independently. I am begging you to educate yourself. That is what he's asking, right?
That meant a lot. Meant a lot more back then than it does today.
Yes.
You know, it's easier for somebody to say that now because it's so much easier to educate yourself. But back then, those are big words. Real big words.
Yes. Continuing here, government is a plain, simple, intelligent thing, founded in nature and reason, quite comprehensible by common sense. The true source of our suffering has been our timidity. We have been afraid to think. Let us dare to read, think, speak, and write. Let it be known that British liberties are not the grants of princes or parliaments, that many of our rights are inherent and essential, agreed on as maxims and established as preliminaries even before Parliament existed. Let us read and recollect and impress upon our souls the views and the ends of our more immediate forefathers in exchanging their native country for a dreary, inhospitable wilderness. Recollect their amazing fortitude, their bitter sufferings, the hunger, the nakedness, the cold which they patiently endured, the severe labors of clearing their grounds, building their houses, raising their provisions amidst dangers from the wild beasts and savage men before they had time or money or materials for commerce. Recollect the civil and religious principles and hopes and expectations which constantly supported and carried them through all hardships with patience and resignation. Let us recollect it was liberty, the hope of liberty, for themselves and us and ours, which conquered all discouragements, dangers, and trials.
William Wallace says, "Preach on, Brother Don. Preach on." Thank you, John Adams.
Yes.
Yeah, that's... And you think about the, hundreds of years ago at this point, over... I don't know, remember when that was, if there was a date on it, but probably at the very latest 1800s, early, but this is probably before.
To the Stamp Act. And so this is going to be...
So this is
March of
pre-independence.
1770. Yeah.
Ooh, and they are so familiar with the dangers of centralized government control, and the government being the one that that gives you your liberties and your freedoms, right?
Yeah.
He's so intimately familiar with that concept, and he's so vehemently against it. How did we lose that? It didn't take that long before it was gone.
Timidity. The fear of independence of thought. And I think that's what this particular passage says to me, is that he is, again, like he said in the very beginning, not only asking you to be aware of who your leaders are, know who they are in their soul so you can know whether or not they're good people, right? But also, it's important for you to not only remember how strong we are as a people, right? To remember everything difficult that our forefathers went through, to use that as inspiration and a reason to educate yourself, to understand what is happening. We all have a right and a duty to educate ourselves,
yes,
to be independently educated of what is going on. And I think that's really what he's asking for, is independence of thought. And that's why I think this speaks so much to me right now, is because especially during COVID, people have been so, in the times before, but especially during COVID, so unwilling to think independently and for themselves to decide what is right. They're much happier and much safer, in their opinion, to just take whatever the government says and move with that, instead of do their own research and find out what's right for them.
Gregory Wright is probably my new favorite person in the YouTube chat, by the way. He says, quote, "All your weapons against me shall not prosper," end quote. Jesus was asked, Jesus, when asked why he did not pass through the vaccine passport checkpoint. Huge fan. Oh my God, that is so great. Yeah, hard maybe. I'm gonna have to check my brain
it's
again.
A hard maybe. That's
oh
okay.
my
We're happy
God.
to have you. Thank you for joining us either
so
way.
Great.
Yeah, so that's just something I wanted to share with everybody. Obviously, it hit very close to home.
Yeah.
So something I've been appreciating. COVID updates. A lot of things going on in the
lot
last
of things.
few weeks.
I have something I don't even know if you know about too. I pulled up a local story that we might get to.
Jesus Christ.
Oh fuck, man.
Well, let's start.
Dark.
Let's start with the obvious.
Yes.
The statewide vaccine mandates hit this week.
Yes, they did.
Washington State had our own version of statewide vaccine mandates for any state workers, teachers, healthcare workers, except for there was an odd cutout for healthcare workers that work in people's homes.
Yeah.
And
that's coming in
it's
November.
Seems to make sense, but in the article that I read, there seemed to be some question of the influence that the union of those home healthcare workers had over Jay Inslee's decision. I don't know. I have no idea.
Do you think the unions are running the political policy? Do you think?
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, but I don't know enough about that union or its influence
Too
to
many
decide.
fucking unions.
But I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. If this is not a perfect example of why our current landscape of unions is so fucking dangerous, if you think unions exist to protect workers' rights now, you're fucking wrong. And it's all over the place. You could see it. They've been fighting for their own interests and the interests of their political, their political politicians and people that are running and stuff like that, so they get the policies they want. It's pretty blatantly obvious at this point, especially when we get into like Loudoun County stuff today.
Yeah.
100%.
So just within our own state, there was, and I think we'll talk about this after I talk about the numbers, but approximately 6% of Seattle PD that is going to be fired because of the vaccine mandates. 70 plus state patrol officers were fired, troopers, lieutenants or sergeants and captains, one captain, I believe. And as far as Seattle police officers goes, they've lost 350 officers since Chaz Chop.
Yeah.
And so that's the 6% on top of
Yes.
the 300 police officers they've already lost in that time. Seattle, for those, I don't know, for those who don't know, it's a fucking city. Terrible things happen there. It's a city.
Yeah.
It's a metropolitan area. There's a lot of drugs there. There's a lot of crime. And so it's very interesting.
Especially with the epic amount of homeless people, too, that we have now. Massive
Yes.
camps everywhere.
The homeless issue is not as bad as it is in California, but it's terrible. It's really, really bad.
It's enough to make people that don't live here hesitant to go to Seattle, which I experienced recently, because it didn't used to be that way a couple years ago. I mean, it was always, the homeless has always been bad in Seattle.
Always.
We've talked about it since we started the
city.
show.
It's a big metropolitan city. That's how it's going to be to a certain extent.
But the fact that now, you know, my in-laws coming to town a couple weeks ago, and they are nervous about going to Seattle after dark because of how bad the homeless problem is now. And I fully understand where that's coming from. They left early when they left because they didn't want to get to Seattle in the dark. I said, that's very understandable. It definitely makes sense now.
It gets sketchy after dark.
It
Seattle
certainly does.
In many places gets, especially in the downtown where the ferries come over and things like that. Like, that's a sketchy part of Seattle, you know? Underneath the overpasses, over on Rainier Avenue, all that shit. There's a bunch of
the
bad
overpasses
shit that
are getting
happens.
really few and far between now. There's only like a
Yes.
couple of them left standing, little sections that they haven't torn down yet.
Yeah.
Because of that Alaska Way Viaduct project that's been going on for, what, a decade now? It's been a long time.
There have been jurisdictions around the country, this is something that I wrote down, mostly cities are saying that some police calls during the time, some police calls are going to be limited, right? They're not going to be able to respond to some police calls. I know that during, like, the State Patrol, they said, like, we're pretty much not going to be able to respond to most of the accidents that people aren't injured at. Like, we're just not going to show up anymore. Which is neither here nor there. I don't know whether or not you need a police officer. I don't know. But there
when it comes to like insurance claims and needing a police report filed, you're not gonna have a cop there to do it for you. You're gonna have to like go do that on your own. Go down to a police department or something like that, fill out the accident report, and then file it so that so the insurance companies can handle their shit.
But this is happening in a time in which many jurisdictions, cities largely, are seeing an immense uptick in crime.
Yeah.
Especially theft, right? We've seen a lot of cities, jurisdictions around the country that are putting out kind of new regulations around theft that we're not going to prosecute if it's under $1,000, under $900. And so you've seen, whether or not the two things are correlated or not, there are more videos being circulated lately, whether or not they're coming out lately, of just huge, not rings of theft, but big groups of people going into stores and stealing a whole bunch of shit and then leaving.
Yeah.
And no one doing anything.
Keep it under $900 a piece.
So, neither here nor there whether or not I think that you should intervene in that for $15 an hour if you're a security guard. It doesn't matter, right? We definitely shouldn't be incentivizing theft of under $1,000. Maybe not incentivizing because we're not incentivizing it, but we should not be.
If you remove a deterrent, you're incentivizing.
So.
To some degree, I guess.
In an attempt to be as objective as possible. I don't want to use the term incentivize because they aren't actively incentivizing, but I agree with you. To remove the deterrent does...
It's an anti-deterrent.
Yes, it's an anti-deterrent. Thank you. That's probably the most objective way to put it.
There you go.
It's an anti-deterrent, right? When you have... I think one of the most famous videos is of a security guard standing in a Walgreens watching somebody stuff shit into a black trash bag, and as they ride out on the bicycle, they slap the bag, and that's about it, right? Again, I don't know what you're supposed to do about that. I'm not saying fucking shoot the guy to get the shit, you know? Mm-hmm. But I don't think just letting people steal $1,000 worth of stuff that they can go and sell on the streets is the right way to be handling crime. Mm-hmm. You know? I don't think that's the right way to be going about it. Maybe... I don't know. There's a whole discussion there to be had whether or not it's up to the Walgreens to hire more security, or it's up to the police or the city to be hiring more police officers. I don't know. That's a policy, and it's a policy discussion to be had between politicians and people who live in that area. What you think is the right thing to be doing. You know, if you don't think a police presence is right, then Walgreens is going to have to take it upon themselves to hire more private security
or close their stores,
which
is unfortunate because the pharmacy, the corner pharmacy is such a, especially when you live in a city, it's a very convenience-oriented place. It's where you go get your first aid type of deals. It's where you go fill your prescriptions.
Right.
You run in there when you need a gallon of milk in the middle of the night. It's like they're very, very convenient to have, and you start pulling those things.
The same way it was a policy decision to influence the city councils in many left-leaning cities and states to pull funding from their police departments, it is now a policy decision for you as a community, to rally your city councils to either decide an ongoing policy about this or to increase the police budget again so they can bring more police officers back. Something has got to be done. But just like it was a policy decision then, it's a policy decision now. You know, and that's really my point, is that it's up to you as a community to be active about this if this is the problem that you're seeing and if you don't want to see it. You know, the same way you had mobs of activists come into cities and demand that police budgets be racked down. You know, in Seattle, we saw it immediately inadvertently affect the minority population because they had just hired a whole shitload of minorities into the police department. But because the way their collective bargaining agreement was constructed, they had to fire the first in. The most recent people that were hired, which were largely minorities. So they removed a huge amount of diversity from the Seattle Police Department right before a bunch of them walked off the job.
That is such a Seattle thing to do, dude.
Yes.
God, I love
Carmen
it.
Best was like, I'm fucking out of here. Carmen Best said, I'm not going to do this because this is ridiculous. You're asking me to fire minorities for racism.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? to try and better racism, to try and fight racism, you want me to fire minority police officers. What the fuck are you talking about? In a time where crime is going up, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. And it's not like Carmen Best with this bastion of freedom or, you know, anything like that. But, I mean, she was, for all intents and purposes, one of, like, the establishment Seattle individuals, you know, that runs the city in a manner.
She was the first black female to be the chief of police in Seattle.
And
she quit.
Gone.
She fucking quit. Not because people were discriminatory against her, not because people were terrible to her, but because the state handcuffed her and wouldn't allow her to do her job and then demanded that she fire minorities to fight racism.
You can't make this shit up. So I want to bring up this comment again from Gregory Wright, and I don't want to address it right now because I think throughout the show we will find a good place to put this in.
Okay.
And he just says, Ron DeSantis for president. Donald Trump needs to step down. And because I feel like we could really talk about that throughout this podcast at some point. I just don't know if right now is the right time, but I'm going to hold on to that because I got a lot of thoughts there.
Ron
a
DeSantis
lot of thoughts
for
there.
President?
Yeah, because, you know, much like Michael Malice says, Ron DeSantis isn't going to save this country.
Yeah.
But Donald Trump being waffling and not getting out of the way is not helping the situation anymore. He's helping as much as he helped out the Republicans in Georgia.
Yes.
Imagine having a home where a flock of birds gather in your own backyard. These birds are fun to feed here, though. Okay, well, feed the birds, bro. Just don't leave the podcast. That was Greg.
What did he say?
He said, imagine having a home where a flock of birds gather in your own backyard. These birds are fun to feed here, though. So it sounds to me like he's talking about getting out of the city, essentially, and having a backyard where a flock of birds can congregate. I got a murder of crows that hangs out in my front yard. Luckily, the power lines are not directly in my yard because they all sit up on there and they shit everywhere and it gets nasty.
Yeah.
But, man, once that entire murder starts cawing and crowing and shit, there's hundreds of them. It is deafeningly loud.
So something I want to talk about when we're talking about the rates of people being fired, right?
Yes.
A big...
I have numbers, by the way, for the state employees.
Yes, the state employees. That's another one. So let's hear that.
Okay, so we have, to date, 1,887 state employees have been terminated out of the totality of around 63,000.
And is that those have been terminated?
Already.
Right? Okay.
Yes, at this point in time. There are still 2,887 that are, quote-unquote, pending action, which, as it turns out, means that their exemptions are still being considered. They may or may not have said they're going to get the shot and have yet to, like, carry through with that. And then we have 1,927 employees that have currently received accommodations of some kind, so religious or medical exemptions.
So
we actually have more of those than that have been currently terminated, but we still have another almost 3,000 that are pending. So we will find out.
So let's talk about that for a second, right? Because one of the things we've been seeing a lot in the state is police officers and firefighters who are having their exemptions not accepted but not accommodated.
Yeah.
And it's because they are interacting with the public.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And we have a couple of different people that were fired also, like
thoughts about the American dream.
The head coach
from
Wazoo was also fired because he refused to get vaccinated. His is like a religious
I think his wasn't
right, and so
yeah.
that's which is also we have to talk about that because that's a very interesting
Is very
part of it, right? And so Jay Inslee has been very clear that even if you are granted an exemption, we are not required to accommodate you. And they're obviously taking advantage of that, especially in regards to police officers and firefighters.
Yeah.
They're being denied their exemptions. There is a gray area there for exemptions, right? Especially religious ones, where you don't really have any large religious groups that have come out and said that they aren't accepting of the vaccine. And this is where it starts to get a little bit gray for me, but also very important, right? And this is why the reporting, some of the most recent reporting from Project Veritas is so important, right? Because the reporting they did on Pfizer that claims to show that there was testing and possibly fetal DNA involved in the production of the vaccine, that is kind of the key that's missing for people to be getting a religious exemption, right? If there is fetal DNA involved in the production of this vaccine somehow that is being hidden, you then have the open door to a religious exemption, because right now it doesn't really exist. Like I said, the Pope has come out and said that he's fine with the vaccine. So you don't really... I agree with them. I don't think you should be being mandated to get it. But as far as the technicalities of religious exemptions go, you don't really have large religions that have come out and said, we don't agree with this, therefore it's against our religion. So there aren't many people who have a valid, quote-unquote, in terms of governmental view, religious exemption claim for this vaccine.
Yeah.
And that's why I think those pieces from Project Veritas are so important.
Yes.
Because if that's true, you are not only trying to subvert people's religious choices by putting this vaccine out and not talking about it, right? Not talking about the way that it was produced, but also by not allowing people to properly and fully try and claim their religious exemptions. You know, so I would imagine most of the exemptions now are medical exemptions. If there's a medical reason, your doctor has told you probably shouldn't get the vaccine because of X, Y, and Z. The one guy that we were on the fishing with, Jim, his doctor told him not to get it.
Yep.
I don't remember what he had. Whatever was in his past, they said there's no studies yet on what your syndrome, disease, whatever is going to do to counteract with this vaccine. Don't get it.
Yeah.
Right? So I'd imagine that's what most of those exemptions are. And because most state workers don't work actively with the public, especially right now. Right now, state workers are at all, Zoom and virtual meetings and shit like that. So even
to this day,
even if you work in an office, you're not really seeing people unless you have to.
Yeah. They're still pajama warriors.
Yes.
Now,
Thoughts?
The religious exemption or the lack thereof is really concerning to me.
Yes.
Because at a certain point, the state is telling you, no matter what you're claiming, we do not validate your religious beliefs. And I mean, I'm going to probably go back to this a lot today, but my rights are not up for debate.
Right.
They are what they are, and they are absolute, and you can go fuck yourself. Right. Thank you very much, county, city, state, federal government.
Yeah.
They're not up for debate. For you to even think you have the ability to question my religious beliefs when I tell you what they are, you do not have the right or even the ability to tell me I'm wrong, because you don't know what my religious beliefs are. You don't know what they are just because they're not some bona fide 501c3 religion or tax exempt status, whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. That's not how this works at all. And I understand the debate about, people faking it or whatever it is. Well, I'm just going to put in for a religious exemption because they can't,
We
come
know
against
people
my.
who have said that.
Exactly. But that's not up for debate.
Right.
Period. Full stop. And they are wrong to the fact that there's an exemption that they get to consider the accommodation of is bullshit. That is not right. That's not how any of this is supposed to work. And the longer people accept that, because they're too married to their fucking job and their security in this job that they have, and they're going to lose everything. But grow a pair and stand up for your own fucking rights, because this is not okay. That's where I land on it, anyways.
Yeah. No, and I think that you're right.
The religious exemption is BS. I'm not going to argue it's not for a lot of people.
Right, and I agree. But it's a dangerous game to be playing. You know what I'm saying?
Zeke, this is the link to the Pfizer defrauding the government for $2.3 billion in 2009. Yee.
Thank you, Zeke. So it's a dangerous game to be playing. I completely understand the argument, like you said, of, well, people are going to lie. That's very unfortunate. I wish that there were less people on the planet that lied consistently.
Yeah.
I don't know how to instill stronger morals in people. That's a parent's job. I don't know. I can't fix that, you know? All I can say is I wouldn't do that because I think that's wrong. I don't know what to tell you, you know? Like, there's nothing, and I'm not to you, obviously, but to anybody making that argument, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to assume that everybody's lying. That doesn't seem like a healthy way to be living my life.
Yep.
I'm not going to assume everybody is lying about what they're saying.
It's none of my business.
And like you said, the deepest point of it boils down to rights not being up for debate, you know? And it's
But in today's day and age, they are, apparently.
I want to say that it's understandable for people to be thinking the counter, but I don't think that. I want to understand why you... not understand, because I understand. I want to sympathize with why you don't believe that, with why you don't believe that rights are not up for debate, but I don't. I don't sympathize with you because you're wrong.
Yeah.
And it's dangerous to your own safety that you're propagating that ideology. You know, you are lucky enough, blessed enough to live in a country that people from all over the globe want to come to. Actively, they want to come here. You know, this isn't
more so than ever.
To Michael Malice's credit, this is not by any means the best that we could do, but this is the greatest country to exist on the planet thus far.
Yep, still on top.
There's a reason that people want to
The
come
bar overall has lowered, but we're still on top.
There's a reason that people want to come here, right? And one of those reasons is because when you are here, we at
Recognize
one point in
your
time
rights.
recognized as a society that you have these rights that no one can infringe upon.
Yep.
I don't know exactly at what point that shifted. What Glenn Beck argued at like 1830 or whatever, you know, it was out the door. When John Adams was president, they were debating free speech already. It was that soon. He was the second president of the United States. It was that soon, you know? So I don't know. I choose to... Choose doesn't even feel right because this is the truth to me. I choose to believe, and I think that everyone should understand and believe that your rights are inherent, that no one can tell you what they are. And when you embrace that, you have so much more freedom to choose. And it's so... I hate to continue to use the word dangerous, but I don't know what other synonym to use for that. It's personally dangerous. You are endangering yourself by not accepting that as the truth. You're limiting yourself. You're limiting yourself and your potential and what this country could be by not accepting and moving forth your entire life that your rights are inherent. The government doesn't get to decide. They don't get to dictate. They don't get to debate on what they are. Even that document, the Constitution that Michael Mouse argued was an initial,
Centralization
yeah,
of
move
power.
to centralization, right, is there to help enshrine these are your rights. The government cannot infringe upon them. You have to stick to that. You have to use that as the starting point, or else we are fucked. And those things being up for debate is a dangerous, dangerous game to be playing. And it scares me that more people don't see that. You know? And I think that it harkens back to what we were talking about a few episodes ago. I don't remember how the discussion came up, but reaching like kind of a real tipping point in the country. If we need to decide what our morals are going to be and whether or not we can operate as one cohesive country anymore. Because if we can't agree upon even the Bill of Rights, then we're fucked. We're in a bad, bad spot.
Yep.
It's okay. It's okay because as someone who believes in inherent rights, I believe it's your right to not agree with that, right? It's okay if you don't. But if you don't, then we have to have a very serious discussion about the future of the country because we can't operate not agreeing on those things. We can't operate on the basis of a country by not agreeing on those things. If you don't agree that I have at least these rights, then we are going to have a really hard time discussing monetary policy afterwards. If you don't even believe that these are my actual rights.
Yeah, and it's an interesting conversation because individuals can believe or not believe in the inherent value of a human being's rights in the United States of America. But to build institutions or give institutionalized governments the power to infringe on other people's rights, even if you don't individually hold that sacred, that's where we have a problem. I don't care if my neighbor doesn't believe in free speech because he's got no power to tell me I can't fulfill that right. I can't play that out. I can't practice it.
Right.
He's got no real power. the real problem lies in the giving of power to an institution like the government who has a monopoly on lethal force. That's where we have a problem there. When they become the arbiters of what is and is not allowed, like you said, there's no other word, but it's dangerous.
Right.
It's dangerous. It's Russian roulette.
Right.
We can do this for so long, and I don't know how many chambers there are in this gun,
Right.
but we can do it for so long, and one day the bullet's going to come.
And that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah,
Right? And when I was
we're
talking
playing
to-
that game.
When I was talking to Brian yesterday, he was talking. His girlfriend lives in the Philippines, and so he was talking about his girlfriend will tell him, like, I don't understand why you Americans are so hard-headed. Like why you're not able to think about. You're saying that in Philippines, people are just thinking way more of collectively. They're thinking about way more of as a collective society instead of individual rights. And I said, I think that's totally valid. There are very cultural differences that are going to dictate how people think about that type of stuff. And I said, and it's extremely hard to impress upon somebody who doesn't understand or want to understand or hasn't put in the historical research to understand what the potential overreaching effects of these policies could be, right? I said, and that's what so many of people like me, like you, freedom advocates are talking about, right? I said, it's not about a mask. So it's very much not about a small piece of fabric that I have to put on my face. It's very much not about that because it's relatively a very small deal, right?
Yeah.
I said, it is about the chipping away of. I said, and as soon as you start to say this, people are like, "Oh, you're being fucking ridiculous." I said, which I think is the most dangerous part of all, right? I said, but it's extremely hard to impress upon somebody who doesn't want to understand that this is the first step down a path that we have seen already leads to the death of millions of people.
Yep.
And it's not that wearing a mask will lead us to death camps. But these type of decisions and policies have led us down this path before. And
Yeah.
I think even stepping down that path is the wrong choice.
Yeah.
And it's extremely hard to impress upon people who that idea that don't understand it, that don't live in a place where individual freedoms are held so sincere.
Yeah.
It's extremely difficult to get people to understand that.
Yep.
But
Shout out to Larry. Larry's in the chat now. What's up, Larry Dixon?
There we go.
And I think you're going to like this one. It's a couple from our good buddy Gregory Wright here.
All right,
He says, sticking me is not up for debate. Everyone go to work with guns. Everyone go to church with guns. You don't have a right to anything if you don't draw a red line and stand behind it. And
Thank you.
I think that is absolutely right. Your rights are for you to protect.
Yes.
Period. It is up to the individual to stand up for their own rights. Otherwise, the government's going to walk all over them. And I think we have the proofs in the pudding. You can see right now, everywhere around this country, your rights are being infringed upon because people are not willing to stand up behind their own rights. And Ian on the IRL podcast tries to have this discussion a lot. And, he's not it's not really his ballpark. He's not really used to having that kind of thing. But your rights are, like we said, are there for you to protect and uphold. If you do not do that, they will be taken from you.
Right. And I appreciate what Greg said, have a go with you all the time. That's because we've talked in the past, and I say to people very frequently now because I really try and impress this upon people. Freedom is inherently not safe. It's not safe. You have to accept that. That's okay. That's not me telling you every terrible thing in the world is going to happen to you if we choose freedom.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying.
No.
What I'm saying is that freedom is inherently not safe. And within the bounds of your freedom, you do everything you can to mitigate that risk.
Yep.
That's how...
Or anything that you want to mitigate that risk.
That's what I'm saying. Anything you can, anything you want to, within the bounds of your individual rights to mitigate that risk.
Oh, yeah.
That's how this is supposed to go.
Yeah.
And
I decided last weekend to, on a vertical slope that was like that, decided that once we ran into a rock face and it was either go the long way around through some nasty shitty stuff or try to climb it, I decided to take the calculated risk to climb that thing. And then ultimately got to a point where I decided, you know what, I'm not comfortable with this level of risk anymore. It has exponentially increased. Let's get the fuck off this mountain.
Yeah.
Because we're going to die. But that is something, and it's a small anecdotal decision, right? But like that form of decision should run through your mind when the government tells you to do something or not do something. You say, it's not your job to tell me this because the seatbelt law is a good thing.
Right.
That's hard to get around because the legal consequences are pretty extreme, and obviously there's safety concerns and stuff like that. But I don't necessarily have a problem with anybody not wearing their seatbelt. I mean, in my car, yeah, I don't want that ticket, bro. I'll go ahead and bend the knee to that one, I guess. But
if you want to be in your own car and not wear a seatbelt, then
I don't give a fuck.
Potentially die if you get into a car accident.
Yeah, or kill somebody in your car because you're not strapped in and they are. People move around and shit. It happens all the time. But
yeah, and I it's the same deal as earlier. I'm hesitant to say I understand, but I do understand, but I don't sympathize with an ideology in the counter because I think that it's dangerous. We've seen more danger come from that than the counter. We've seen more danger come from giving up freedom for security than maintaining freedom.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, look around.
And again, I understand. I don't expect everybody in 2021 to be willing, able, and capable of taking life in defense of their own. I would hope that you would, because your life is extremely important and it should be pretty much the most important thing to you.
Yeah.
But with the way that people's sensibilities are, the way they're raised, the diversity of everything on the planet, I don't expect everybody I meet to have the capability to deal with taking a life in their own self-defense, right? And that's why I'm accepting of the presence of police, the accepting of those things, because people have to mitigate safety in their own way. You know what I'm saying? So it's a difficult line to walk.
It is.
I think that it's up to you to take it upon yourself. But if you and a bunch of other individuals decide for the collective that you want to have police officers instead, then that's fine. But you also have to accept that with that mitigation, there's response times, there's delays, there are things that the cops aren't going to be there for. There are going to be times where you still have to take your own safety into your own hands.
Yeah.
Because you're not taking it on yourself, you're asking somebody else to do it for you.
Yeah. And even then, I mean, you can enter the world of like private security and stuff like that, but everybody knows there's no guarantee of safety, period. They talked about that on that podcast too.
Yeah.
It's like, even if the state and the government didn't run the police, there would still be the relatively same issues that we deal with now, except I think there'd probably be more accountability on the back end, which would be a nice change. But
right.
The problem you're talking about still exists, and it will still persist regardless of how you do that, without taking that onus of personal security on your own self. You can't control it.
Yeah.
And that's why I think there's been, especially since the lockdowns began and all that, there's been such a boom in gun ownership and the embracing and even initial learning of what the Second Amendment means for a lot of people around the country. I think it's very healthy to understand that, because it is the term has been overused and it's been used wrong, but like the fact that a firearm is kind of the great equalizer between two individuals, because you can have a fat out of shape fuck that can't run 3 meters to save his life that has a gun on him, and the most fit MMA fighter who's coming at you with a knife is not really going to have a chance necessarily, as long as there's the right situation.
And I don't remember who said this originally, but I'm sure you could Google it, and maybe it says unknown, but there's a quote from a very long time ago that God made man, Samuel Colt made them equal.
Yeah, I've heard that.
That's it, and I think that's very true. It's tongue in cheek, but it's very true.
Yeah.
Anybody can outshoot anybody else. There's nothing. You see fucking 9-year-old girls on the internet who shoot better than I do.
Oh yeah.
There's nothing to stop you from doing that, and it's not. I just want to be clear, right? Just to. Not that we look like we're hoity-toity, but just to ensure that anybody is not thinking that we're speaking from some type of fucking ivory tower or anything. We don't have private security. We are regular people that work regular everyday jobs.
Yep.
To mitigate my own risk of safety, I carry a firearm every day. Unless there is something, physical infrastructure to hinder me from doing so, I'm carrying a firearm.
Yeah.
At all times. I don't care if we're coming here, if I'm going to fucking Aaron and Michael's house, if I'm going to my mom's house, my grandma's apartment that's in a retirement community, I'm gonna carry a firearm, because that's the way that I can operate within my own bounds, with my own freedoms, to mitigate my own risk. So I just want to be clear that we're not advocating for embracing a view like this and then not working on the back end, because it's the same reason that we advocate for people to own body armor. It's the same reason that we own body armor. It's the same reason that we advocate for people to have medical skills, to be building medical kits, to be training regularly. You know what I'm saying? I just want to be clear that we're not do this and then
it's
a counter on the back end.
Yeah, it's more of a philosophical question than anything else.
We talk about these things all the time.
Before you do, I just want to before we jump into this, I want to leave it with this. This is a great one from our buddy Gregory again.
Let's hear it, Greg.
I'm not worried about the enemy's tanks. We can capture the armored vehicles on foggy mornings. hard yes we can. I
And
love it.
We've talked about that many times. I don't remember who brought it up to you originally, but I think it was actually on Twitter the first time you made that point, but it was you're forgetting the only force that's ever defeated the American military.
Yeah.
Guerrilla forces, every time.
Every time.
In Afghanistan, we just left after 20 years of fighting guerrilla forces that we couldn't fucking defeat, and now they have all of our equipment that we left there.
Yeah, actually, we have a pretty good chance considering our track record as a nation.
Do you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, anybody who's tried to make the argument of like, oh, you think that, AR-15s are going to defeat the United States
you're going to
military?
need F-22s and nuclear missiles,
Exactly.
according
Yeah.
to our great leader.
Yeah, no, I think mass numbers and me having a 30 times the experience in this area, in my home area, than from some fuckboy from Texas, I think that's what works best in my favor. You know?
Fuck boy.
You're going to, yeah, it's not like they're, if this is such hypotheticals, but should there be some type of civil war between the United States government and regular individuals, it's not like they're going to only send people from Washington to go fight in Washington. They're going to send regular platoons that they have and regular battalions to wherever the fuck they're needed. You're going to have guys from fucking Guam and shit that are living in a different area that have no idea how to live in the snow, and they're going to have to fight in the fucking snow.
Yep.
It's going to be a bad time.
It's going to be a bad
If you're
time.
from Iowa and a dude from Florida is fighting there, he's going to have a bad time. So, like, there's... You know what I'm saying? You're going to have a bad time.
Yep. If you pizza when you're supposed to French fry, you're going to have a bad time.
If you're on the very tippy tip of Texas and you got to come and fight in the fucking rainforest of Washington, you're going to have a bad time.
Yep.
It sucks here. You're going to have a bad time. You know?
A lot of underbrush, bro. A lot
Yeah,
of
and
underbrush.
that's
It's not great.
and
It's good
that's
for
the type of
concealment.
shit do you know what I'm saying?
And that's why, that's the stuff we talk about on our social media, right?
These are the things we talk about on our social media. That's exactly correct. Obviously, thank you for watching us on our YouTube at Salt of the Streets. We have our Instagram at Salt of the Streets. Our Facebook, fuck Facebook at Salt of the Streets. SaltofTheStreets.com for all this information, including our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets, and our Discord at Salt of the Streets. We have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. I don't know if I already said that or not. Swell Blended if you need a haircut in the local area. Location Skate Shop if you need a skateboard. Leggings and Aprons on Instagram for cakes. Lexi Kyle on Twitch for some Twitch streaming. We have Movember that's going to be happening next month. The following 2 episodes. I just want to keep hitting that so people know that it's coming.
Hit it.
But yeah, Movember will be the following 2 episodes, the 6th and the 20 whateverth. And so we'll be taking donations then straight to the Movember Foundation through their website. No cash in hand. I'm not scraping anything off the top. Go straight to the foundation. It's going to be great. So believe that is it.
Word. So let's get back into COVID because we got a little derailed by freedom.
Derailed to a certain extent, but
It all goes hand in hand.
The reason we're talking about this is because I think that it highlights and this is a very overused term, but the slippery slope that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
the danger.
we were playing a dangerous game when we started. When we told you couldn't go to work because you weren't an essential worker. At what point, and we asked this then, at what point the government decided who was and wasn't essential, whose job wasn't and wasn't essential to them?
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know when that power became under the executive authority. As far as I'm concerned, it still doesn't. But
Yeah.
we're living in an extremely partisan state in which the Supreme Courts here, the state Supreme Courts, have ruled 30-0 that Jay Inslee has every power that he thinks that he has under the executive, even though we have a state constitution and all of these things.
Yep.
So
So they're good at writing legislation that gives them more power than they should have.
So
And then
we
when
were-
they utilize it,
right.
they have something to back up on.
We were questioning it then. We were telling you then it was a slippery slope, right? This is a dangerous game to be playing. I don't know if this is the right decision to be doing. There's a lot of power to be ceding. This is, like I said, a dangerous game. We have only walked further down that path now, in which we are literally taking people's jobs away and saying it's your fault because you chose not to get the shot. That's crazy. The false choice that's being presented is directly counter and acts directly against your individual rights to choose, right? We've talked on this show about abortion, and we have actively spoken about people's individual rights to choose then, just as we have done now. So again, just to highlight the consistency on the issue that seems to be missing largely on the left there, of bodily autonomy in pretty much every fashion, right?
Yep.
We saw this. I saw it outside of fucking Keyport Base this week. People
Yeah.
there, a small group of people there that lost their jobs or likely are going to lose their jobs, never received an email from those people for who doesn't know, or so who knows. I tried to walk down there. and asked them some questions. Keyboard is based in our local area, right outside the town that I live in, and there were people, workers from that base there, outside protesting on the 18th with signs that say, bodily autonomy, medical freedom, blah, 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 so on and so on and so on. So I passed them. I tried to go down there. I talked to them. The woman who seemed to be organizing the event said that they weren't going to take any questions, but she took one of our cards and said that she would get it to somebody who was going to get in contact with us. That was on Tuesday. I have not heard anything from anybody since then. So, just so everyone knows, we're doing our due diligence. I don't
calls.
know if it's a union thing. I don't know if it's I made very clear to them, I'm in support of what you're doing. I'm a big fan of it. I just want to ask some questions, see if we can help get the message out there. So it's not even like it's a question of, well, maybe he's going to grill us on being pieces of shit. I made it very clear, like, I'm in support of what you're doing. So I don't know what the deal is.
Now, it's one thing when even civilian employees on a military base are outside protesting because they can't go to work. How do you feel about state lawmakers not being allowed to enter the Capitol because of the COVID mandates? How do you feel about that? Because that's a current situation we have right now. I pulled up this article from King 5, one of the local Seattle stations. I think it's an NBC affiliate. Said some Washington state lawmakers said they cannot access certain buildings at the Capitol after House leadership passed a rule requiring members and staff to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 before they enter. He says, quote, I can't do work from the Capitol as a legislator in this state. This is unusual. This is Representative Jim Walsh, Republican from Aberdeen. And he said that on a Facebook video post on Thursday.
Just so everybody knows, Aberdeen is not in Western Washington, or not in Eastern Washington.
No.
Right? It's a Western state. That's where Kurt Cobain is from fucking Aberdeen.
Yeah.
Right? So
it's a Seattle suburb, essentially, right?
That's where Hesco Armor is from. Actually,
Hot dog!
Aberdeen, yeah. So it's not like it's a conservative bastion in Aberdeen. You know what I'm saying? Like it's still in Western Washington. This is still in what is largely considered the left-leaning part of the state. You know what I'm saying? It's Republican because they're fucking moderates there. People who aren't far leftists because they don't live in a metropolitan city. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the city government might be controlled by Democrats, but it doesn't mean that overall on the district level, it's going to have,
My take on this, at the risk of being, and do you have more to read? I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
I was just going to point out that the only thing I don't really like about this article is it brings up a couple anecdotal cases of people, lawmakers that can't go to the Capitol. They can get access to their separate office buildings, but there's no actual number in this article how many legislators are not vaccinated at this point, which is kind of upsetting because we've fallen into, and this is going to be a thing as we go through, talk about more of these. All the articles and all the statements from all the officials are all in percentages. It's like, well, currently we have 96% fully vaccinated.
Yes.
I want to know how many people aren't there. I want to know how many people over the last year have quit or been fired because of this. That's what I want to know. This bullshit percentage game is a way for you to cover up the impact and fallout of what you're doing.
And I meant to hit on this earlier because it's been very interesting to see the left largely downplay, and not downplay is not the right, minimize the amount of people losing their jobs. Where's your shot glass at?
Oh, hot dog.
Losing their jobs because of COVID, right? They're like, oh, well, it's not a huge amount of people. It's only 6% of Seattle police officers. Okay, whatever number that is, you're still talking about people losing their jobs because their freedoms are being infringed on, because they're not making the right choice with their body, making the responsible choice with their body, right? I don't care if it's 6%. Are you taking someone's job or not? You are, right?
Right.
So you just took a fucking person's job because they didn't do what you told them to do. As a public employee, what are we talking about right now?
Yeah, it's really strange to see these supposed lines drawn from a certain side of the political aisle where
not that many. So
where
it's okay,
the people that have fought for a living wage and all this stuff are totally okay with people being fired and put out on the street because they won't do what you tell them to. The authoritarianism running throughout the left right now is really visible for anybody to see that's willing to actually open their eyes and see it.
Even one person, I remember, God, I wish I had the quote, man, but I remember when the law was being passed in like Georgia or Arkansas where they were making it for abortion where you had to have admitting privileges, right?
Oh, yeah. We talked about that with, oh shit, help me out with her name.
Was it when Haley was here?
I think it was when Haley was here.
So even if, one person is denied an abortion, it's too many. So, but it's not too many if even one person's job is taken from them because they don't accept the false choice that you've given them. That's
Not
ludicrous,
if you consider them
you know?
to be a lesser human
Yes.
being,
Yes.
which is also very fucking dangerous.
So on to that point, right there, I struggle so much because I'm not trying to be radical's not the right.
Embrace the
term.
radicalism, bro.
I'm not trying to be like exaggerated, you know, but I'm at this point I'm laying out for you the way that I'm reading the situation, right? So this is no longer objectivity. I mean, it's objective as I can possibly be. This is my personal take on this, right? They're taking everything they can from you.
Yeah.
They're taking their job from you, and now they're taking your effective representation from the Capitol. You can work in your office. You can do what you want. Don't you fucking show up in the Capitol building. Don't you fucking show up to try and debate here and try and pass legislation because you are unclean. You are not making the right fucking choice.
Yep.
Even though you have been duly elected by the people of this state to do a fucking job, we're not going to let you do it to the fullest extent because you're not making the right choice. They are taking everything they can from you.
Yep.
I don't know how else to read this. This Dangerous no longer covers this. This is a bad fucking idea.
Yes, it
this
is.
This is a bad fucking idea. This is going to lead... People are going to get hurt. This is going to radicalize people. This is
already
radicalizing
is.
people. You're taking
Yep.
people's jobs. You're taking their livelihood. To remove a man's livelihood is to do the same thing as killing him.
Yeah. Yep.
You cannot do this. You cannot do this. And I don't care how bad you want to minimize it, how little you want to make it sound. 6% SBD is going to be gone.
Oh yeah.
Are you okay with that? Is that fine? Because if it is, we've got a whole nother discussion. Like you said, you are seeing yourself separate from these people. They're not as good of you. They don't deserve a job because they won't get a vaccine. We don't want to talk about natural immunity. We don't want to talk about religious exemptions. We don't talk about personal exemptions. You work in the public. Make the right choice or get the fuck out.
Yep. And I'll leave with another wonderful quote from Mr. Greg here.
Greg's just out here, man.
He's firing, dude.
We're happy to have you, Greg.
Once you take the vaccine, you're good. You won't care about other people's freedoms anymore. And if we haven't seen that, fucking John Podhoran's on the commentary. That dude has been a shill for his freedoms for so long now. He's willing to do, and he admits it on the podcast the other day. He said, I am fully admitting that I am for everybody going out to get the vaccine because I want my freedoms back. Do you not see the fundamental problem with you saying that, especially as a quote-unquote conservative? Mind you, he's a neocon, so he's a big government conservative anyways. But I think on that note, because we can recognize that, we should take another shot of BSB.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I'll put the camera on you this time.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, sir. There you go.
This stuff is so tasty.
To your point, Colin,
Indeed.
when I got hit up by that family member,
Mm-hmm.
I decided to invoke my son's name. She started
What
by...
the fuck, by the way? What the fuck?
She started by, I'm so sick of hearing about everybody's rights. What about my rights? What about my rights to not be sick? And went through this whole diatribe of anecdotal instances of people she knew that were vaccinated being contaminated, by people who were unvaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
And again, my first response is, I'm not going to talk to you about this on social media, especially if you're going to question my parenting. And then the immediate response is, I'm not questioning your parenting. I'm asking you how you would feel if your son died because you brought COVID into your house. And then in more paragraphs about all these different... This person I know got sick from unvaccinated. This person was healthy, and then they're in the hospital. I have many, many instances of this. Okay, well, when the outbreak happened in my office, it was started by a vaccinated person who gave it to another vaccinated person who then spread it to 7 people, half of which were vaccinated. Do we want to talk about anecdotal fucking stories right now? Because that's not... And again, that's an anecdote. I'm not using that as evidence for other people. I'm not telling you because 4 people in my office were vaccinated and got sick, you just shouldn't get the vaccine. I'm not saying that. I've never told anybody that. Yeah. I've never said that to anybody.
I don't think we've ever advocated for not getting the vaccine at all once
Never
on this show.
Once. I have laid out my concerns numerous times and told people why I'm not going to do it, and maybe it's not a good choice. Maybe. I don't know. I can't make that decision for you. For a lot of people, it is the right choice. If mitigating your risk, if you are more concerned about the negative side effects of COVID-19 than you are about the potential negative side effects of the vaccine, then mitigate your risk and get the vaccine. I personally am on the other side. I don't blame anybody for being any other way. Call me conspiracy theorist. I've seen enough FDA-approved medical technology fuck people up on the back end, I would rather not take the risk. Especially now that I've had fucking COVID.
Watch
you
the
know?
corporate press. You'll see the commercials every day.
It's
The vaginal mesh is always my favorite.
yeah,
That one
exactly.
is always the best.
So the anecdotal stories that come with it, as evidence as to why you're making the wrong choice, is crazy. And then, like you're talking about, it was Greg that said it, that like as soon as you get the shot, you're not worried about people's rights. You're worried about your rights.
Yep.
You want to go out to eat again. You know what I'm saying?
It's all of a sudden, you got the shot and you discovered your rights. Holy shit!
She talked about, well, my daughter, has the right to go to school and not get sick by unvaccinated people. Okay, what if you give your daughter the shot and she loses her reproductive abilities? What if you give her the shot and 20 years from now she gets cancer?
Yeah.
Are we still talking about how I'm going to feel if my son got COVID? Like, was that really what we're talking about now? Again, it's a mitigation of risk, and I'm not going to be shamed by another parent for making a different choice than them.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous when you don't know. You know?
Yeah. It's like the videos of because at this point, I think we've definitionally, I think it was on the last episode, we found out that we are definitionally anti-vaxxers because we're against the mandation
Right.
of something like this. But those videos that have been circulating around about the anti-COVID-19 vax parents, and they're yelling at their parents for putting masks on their kids and shit like that, you're just as bad as the parent that's pushing it the other way. You are just as bad. Let these fucking people do whatever it is that they deem is right for them and their family. You do the same, and if we don't fucking worry about it, we don't talk about it, we're all gonna get along. But this making every individual person, making your neighbor, making you and your neighbor informants to the state by putting them in a position where they're going to be so triggered that, after being programmed by the corporate media that they have to go do this because your neighbor is killing your grandma or they're going to kill your child, even though we've had studies on the vectors of transmission that children are since all of this started, because there was the closing of schools, the big topic and conversation around whether or not to close schools and so on and so forth. How many children have died of COVID-19, even reportedly, without getting into like what the statistics actually mean, blah, blah, blah.
500, and the vast majority of which had pre-existing conditions.
Exactly. What are we talking about here? This is madness. Let a parent make the decision and go for it. If you want to mandate it on the school level for administering it into public schools, that's a little different,
It's
because
a policy
there
discussion.
is
It's a policy discussion at that point.
Yes, it's not a moral discussion, and the
Right.
fact that we can't get out of the moral discussion portion of it allows the government to continue to strip as many more freedoms as they can get away with between
Yes.
when they started and whenever the hell this is going to stop, if it's going to stop at this point, because I don't have a whole lot of faith that it's going to stop.
Well, so let's keep hammering on this, right? Because one of the things that I wrote down here is that this, I'm trying to impress upon people, a lot of people asking, when does this end? Like as the general public, like I was talking about earlier, comes to a further and further consensus that this has gone too far, regardless of what that level is for them, the threshold. I'm trying to impress on more people. This isn't ending because this isn't about the vaccine. This isn't about COVID. This is about power. Now that it started, it's about power, right? And one of the things that I have here to underline that is that there have been more and more news stories, you could probably pull one up pretty easy, of medical workers being denied unemployment insurance because they've been fired for not getting the vaccine.
Yeah.
Okay, this is not about the vaccine. This is about fucking power.
Yes.
Not only can you not have your job, you can't even have the money from unemployment that you paid into while you had that job, because you aren't making the right choice.
That's right.
This isn't about the vaccine. This is about fucking power.
Yep. It's about the power that is, whether, the state, essentially at this point, through their corporate influence, mandating things that aren't legal, because it wouldn't be legal if it was coming down from the federal government. Just like all,
Right.
the threat of the OSHA regulation and all this stuff, which we've yet to see.
And that's why they're executive orders.
Yes.
That's why all this Janesley shit, that's why it's all executive orders. It's
Yes.
not laws passed through the state Congress.
And on the state level, the executive doing things like that on the government or on the governor level, it's the same thing as if the gubernatorial level. It's the same deal as if Joe Biden was doing it. But
Yeah.
all he has to do is get up on television and say something, or whoever's running his Twitter can post something. 'Cause we know it ain't Joe Biden running Twitter. He can't make it through a
Not
single
like
sentence.
it was Donald Trump on his own Twitter.
Oh my God!
And people
I know.
tweeted for him sometimes for sure.
Oh, you
But-
could tell the difference too.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's much more dangerous because all they have to do is put the bug in somebody's ear. The state governors are going to run with that, do their own executive orders, which have different legal powers depending on which state you're in. But at the end of the day, it is all about power. There's the science has nothing to do with anything here. We're talking about like the healthcare workers that have been working at these hospitals since day one are going to have the greatest amount of natural immunity than I think anybody else in the world at this point.
Yeah.
And now you're saying that doesn't count for shit. You're not vaccinated, so you're fired.
Yeah.
But we also have a massive understaffing of medical workers and emergency response people because we're not recognizing that we fired them all.
Well, and we have even Sanjay Gupta when he was on Joe Rogan admitting openly that people who have COVID-19 have a more robust immunity, who have had COVID-19 and recovered, have a more robust and comprehensive immunity to COVID-19 than if you already get the vaccine, because the vaccine is just based off of the spike protein. So you have immunity to more sections of the virus if you have a natural immunity.
Yeah,
than
what
if
is it? Your T cells and your B D
something
cells
else,
or
yeah,
something like
it's
that.
a bunch
It's
of
a
other
whole
shit.
combo
Yeah.
of shit
it's
that
not
you get.
just the spike protein.
Yeah.
And so while there's still technically for YouTube, for everybody-
Heroes to zero. Yep, that's where
Wow.
we went.
Yes. And while there's still technically for YouTube questions about, the what they call the durability of the natural immunity, even though also side note, there's still question about the durability of the vaccine, right?
Oh, yeah, a lot.
That's why we're getting fucking boosters, right?
Look at Israel.
There is no argument that it is more comprehensive for at least the time that you have it.
Yep.
So if for it to, again, for natural immunity to not even be a discussion, leans more to me that this is about power. This is about control. This isn't about choice or keeping people safe, you know, because
You could have
I had
convinced me,
COVID.
man.
I
you could have
COVID.
convinced me when it was 2 weeks to flatten the curve so we don't overload the
15
medical.
days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could have convinced me then. And the minute that 15 days
Not
was
now.
before the 15 days was up, we already had an extension.
Yeah.
You lost me. I'm done.
So-
We said it at the beginning of this thing and said this could be dangerous, and it has. What are we 20 some months into this deal now? That's where we're at. And now I wanted to bring something up here that Greg brought up real quick. And he
See here,
says,
Greg.
Once you take it, you're part of the club.
yes.
Now, I have known a great many people now that have, for one reason or another, given into the vaccine.
Right.
And it's generally for personal reasons. I got to go to my daughter's wedding, or, I got to do this, I got to do that. I'm going to get it
I
because
wanna
I'm
go out
around
to
my
eat.
grandparents, whatever it is. Like, you do that. I just want to make sure that at this point, we don't alienate those people if they are at this point in time actually looking at the writing on the wall and going, I did this, but I can recognize now that it's wrong. I've heard a lot of people say, I wish I hadn't gotten the vaccine at this point. Don't care. Don't care.
Right.
I mean, you can feel that way. Good for you. But if you are on our side now of this thing about the anti-authority boot on your neck, if that's your position now, welcome to the club. I want to embrace you.
Right.
Come on over. And I just think that the people involved in our, on our side, I guess, if you say, we got to make sure this tent is real fucking big. And if it includes the people that have been vaccinated, have bent the knee in some fashion or another, that recognize now that it was a bad deal, it was a bad bargain that they did, I still want to make sure they're included in the pushback because we need them. The numbers are not on our side here.
Right.
But it's more important than numbers. It's not a numbers game, which is nice.
Certainly.
Especially because of things like this, right?
Yeah.
We could be two guys pushing this thing out that might affect thousands of people or hundreds. Joe Rogan, tens of millions of people. I mean, it's bigger than a numbers game.
Right.
And yeah, so semi on board, especially with those people that get the vaccine and then now all of a sudden they're concerned about their rights and not yours. They can go take a long walk off of a short dock.
Right.
But I just want to make sure, we don't push away all those people just
No.
because they got vaccinated. If
And
they're on our side,
yeah.
they're on our side, and we need to bring them in.
And a very good example, I think, is Larry, right? Larry told us last episode
Yep.
that he ended up getting the vaccine after months and months and months of us talking about not wanting to get it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Larry didn't get it because he's a fucking shill, right?
No.
Larry got it because
He's the anti-shield.
Larry got it because he's been in the Army for 10 years and he has to be in for another year, and he felt like he wasn't being a good soldier. So he felt like he wasn't being a good leader. He wasn't being true to himself. He wasn't being true to his values.
So he mitigated his risk.
he
and he
admitted
decided
on the
to take
show,
that.
and we didn't shit on him. We
No.
haven't mentioned it to him again because it's none of my business,
Yep.
and I'm not going to shit on Larry for doing something that at the time was the right decision for him. You know, that's ridiculous. And if we're drawing battle lines based off of timelines, you and I might be on the wrong side. In the beginning, while we have always been hesitant and questionable of the government, we still, like I said, we're even telling the chiropractor who we know now was right. In the
Weird.
beginning, we shat all over her.
Hard, yeah.
We shat all over her.
Yep.
So if we're drawing battle lines based off timelines, we could very well be on the wrong side, which is not the right choice. It's
not the right choice.
Not the right choice.
Nope.
So I 1,000% agree with you. And what's important now is
Not that I got
people's-
that from his conversation.
No,
but
no.
It inspired me to
No,
to make
certainly.
that.
But it's extremely important now, just as it was in the beginning, to try and give people grace. Right? I'm
Yep.
trying to give you grace to make the right decision because I understand the difficult place that you're in. You know, I'm trying to give you grace with realizing where we're at, because if you aren't tapped in on a constant basis, it may have taken you 20 months to realize this is fucked.
Yeah.
This is really not good. You know,
Yep.
if you were struggling for the first 12, 10, 16 months of the pandemic, it's really hard for you to focus on everything else that's going on because you're trying to find a job. You're trying to pay your bills. You're trying to keep your fucking house.
Yeah.
Right? I agree. I don't care. You know, we're at the point now where it's important for us to
You got to build the ranks.
be forming a coalition.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, no, I agree with you 100%. When you were talking about the
This is a
powers
good
of the
episode.
executive, right? This is a good episode. There was a question to Jen Psaki on the 19th
Oh, God.
where she was asked about the independence of the Justice Department, the Department of Justice, because the
yeah.
reporter referenced numerous times in which Joe Biden said, I have instructed the Department of Justice to do this, right? And the Department of Justice then puts out a statement that we are going to start looking at this, you know? And so the reporter says, where is the line for independence if Joe Biden is consistently instructing the Department of Justice to be doing things, right? And Jen Psaki says, investigations. Investigations is the point in which they are independent, which is a crazy answer to begin with. The only part in which you're independent is investigations. That's it.
Yeah.
In every other realm, the federal government or the executive should have some influence on what you're doing, right? Even though you ran on having an independent Justice Department. And as soon as she said that,
Which is a lie and a joke from the beginning, because the DOJ is not part of the judiciary branch of
executive
government.
branch.
It's an executive branch.
yeah, it's ridiculous. But she then immediately pivots to, we need, we're committed to an independent Department of Justice, unlike the last 4 years, right? Turning on Donald Trump and all these different things. We talked about
Bill Barr.
even in peril last week, at the times that Bill Barr said, I'm not fucking doing that. I'm not investigating these people because you think that's what I should do. I'm not fucking doing that. So because of what you said, right, the Department of Justice is an executive body. We're not talking about the independence of that body. We're talking about essentially the character of the individual that you've placed at the head of that department, right?
Yeah.
If they're willing to be independent and say, I'm not doing that because that's the wrong legal choice to make, then we have an independent Department of Justice. If you have chosen somebody who is licking the boot of the executive before they're even in office, and I'm not claiming that's what Merrick Garland is doing, just as I don't know. I'm just saying I'm not claiming that, right? That's not my claim. My claim at this point is just if you pick somebody who's doing that already, then of course it's not going to be independent, and it's not even going to have the optic of independence. It's going to look like it's doing whatever the executive is asking it to do, And that's what we have in this state. We have the Supreme Court that, even though it's supposed to be objective, is obviously all left-leaning because they're willing to just let Janesley do whatever he wants.
Yep.
They're willing to rule 30+0. Do whatever you want. That's fine,
Yeah.
Forget about the Constitution. It's an emergency power. Just go ahead and handle it.
Just take care of that, man.
It's the wrong choice. It's the
Yeah.
wrong choice to be centralizing power like that. It begins and furthers to remove the ability of the individual to stand up for themselves when one person is in control of so many other things because they're the checks and balances that existed originally as far as state representatives, state senators, regular representatives, regular senators doesn't exist. When the executive of the state and the federal government has the say to do everything essentially that they want, the checks and balances no longer exist.
Yeah.
The republic, as you've been saying on Twitter this whole week, regardless of what Jason likes to say to you, the republic is dead.
The republic is dead.
When representation no longer matters, the little that it did in the beginning, the republic is dead, because that's what holds us there.
Yep.
You have a Caesar now, and you are on the decline of Rome. When the Caesars are no longer willing to cede power back to the senators because they're corrupt, because they're whatever, right? You no longer have a republic. You have a dictatorship, and it's only
it's a weird deal.
And it's only because we vote every 2 years, every 4 years, that we're even able to feign that we still have a democracy. A democratic republic.
Yeah.
So,
I would call it at this point, we have a democratic dictatorship, because the powers of the executive branch, both on the state and federal level, are so extreme that it's
sweeping.
And you could see it now when we talk about the Build Back Better agenda and the reconciliation bill and all this stuff. And it's been like this for decades. It's not a Joe Biden thing. It's been going on for so long now that I can't even begin to tell you where it started. But when the political parties are the only thing that matter, and who the political party puts up as head dictator for the next 4 to 8 years, the republic is dead. It becomes a democracy. We are much more now a democracy than we are a republic. The republic is dead. I think anybody with 2 eyes can see that.
Except for Jason. It's not dead. It's just dormant.
It's just dormant.
I about pissed my pants when I saw it, because that is not the fucking point, you dumb bitch. That is not the point. This is not a time for argument. The republic is dead. That's the point that you're drawing. It's a mic drop moment. This isn't a point for discussion. This is not a point for you to debate whether or not the republic is dead. Obviously, it's not fucking dead. We're not in gulags, you dumb asshole. Obviously. Oh God, I couldn't believe it.
I love Jason so much.
Always something.
And it is always something.
Always something.
That is a problem.
Yeah.
If you are willing to give the state any form of grace at this point, if you're giving the state grace, you're doing it wrong.
You're bootlicking.
You're bootlicking at this point, because there is no way you convince me that we have a functioning republic anymore. Because we like to say we elect our democratic representatives and then they go to Washington on our behalf. Bullshit.
Yeah.
The Senates don't even have control of the states anymore.
They don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah, and what do we want to do at this point? We want to get in the voting rights bill that I got into with somebody on Twitter this week. And ultimately I decided not even to to try to argue it out, because Twitter's no place to have an argument. And this person had all their ducks in a row. They're giving me all these, legal precedents and all this. And I just, at the end of the day, I just said, we have a fundamental disagreement on what the scope and power of the federal government should be. Full stop.
Yes.
You've bought into this system that we currently find ourselves in now. There is no way you can convince me otherwise. I don't like to work and have conversation and arguments in a world that is not supposed to be here. Everything that we have today, the massive security state that we have built, the executive state that we have built, is not... I'm not willing to have discussions about its validity, because it by nature is invalid and does not, it should not exist. I'm not going to argue about how much power they should have at this point. They should have none.
Right.
None at all at this point. So that was healthy. I was very proud of myself, because I didn't engage with this person other than the fact that says, we're on 2 different wavelengths here. Peace out. And unfortunately, I didn't get any response back. I was hoping they might chime in with some kind of smart ass remark, but they didn't. But yeah, Merrick Garland. How you feeling about Merrick Garland these days?
I'm
being the head of the DOJ and yeah.
I'm trying to send a video. I have 2 videos this week that I edited that really the only thing that they highlight is that the government doesn't give a fuck about you.
Yeah.
And so that's why I wanted to make sure I sent them now. Merrick Garland.
Dictators love to build back better. Yes, they do. I'll give you 2 guesses who that came from.
Oh, I like this guy.
Yeah, he's my favorite now.
It's not good, right? No.
Are they coming through via Signal?
One of them is coming through Dropbox. One of them is coming through Signal. Okay. The one through Signal is probably already there. No, it's coming right now. So, Merrick Garland. agree with the decision on parents at PTSA meetings. And we even have that group wrote another letter this week that's like, we fucked up. We should never have sent that letter. Did you see that?
I did.
Yeah, we fucked up. We never should have sent that. That came through a lack of oversight, through the process. Whenever, like, a lot of the verbiage that we used was not good.
This was coming from one of the largest teachers unions in the country.
Yes.
Or school board unions, whatever you call. I don't know if the school boards are members of the teachers union. I would imagine they have to be at this point.
Comparing parent protest to domestic terrorism. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. I don't agree, obviously, with some of the actions that are being taken on firearms. I think that the investigation or the implementation, even of the framework of a red flag law, is very dangerous. It's not good.
Not good.
I don't love it.
I got nothing coming through yet.
This one's still coming.
Okay.
They're a few minutes long, so they'll take a little bit to come through.
Oh, yeah.
Right. The one through Dropbox will take longer because Dropbox takes a long time. But
Well, as kind of an aside in between now and then, Instagram fucked with me this week.
oh god,
Man, so I had, because we've been doing the Salty Shorts Monday through Thursday every week, which if you're not doing it, go over to the Salty Streets YouTube, be watching them Salty Shorts. They're pretty great. The editing is getting more and more, what's the right word? Intense? Or
It's on fleek.
It's on, there's more and more shit in there. They're more fun cuts. They're not just direct cut to cut. But with that, yeah, like we do the cross post, we post on YouTube, post on Instagram,
Patreon.
Discord, Patreon. It's all out there. It's all on everywhere you can get it. It's there.
all that's on the streets.
And this week, I pulled up the Instagram, and usually I go to our profile page, and then I go over, I click the IGTV button, and then there's a little button there that says upload. That was gone. Just disappeared. So I was like, oh fuck, how did I do this? So I've been funneling all of the clips through Dropbox, and then I download them on my phone, and then I post through the phone, and then just through fucking around with it, I decided, because the only way you can upload on the PC now is just like your standard post upload, right? And the resolution's different and all this stuff. So I said, fuck it, I'm just going to try it and see what happens. And once you get into like stage 2, there's a little button you can click to set the aspect ratio. And it's like, oh, for fuck's sakes, I've been doing this wrong the whole time.
Yeah. So
I need an update, bro. When you push out a user interface update, let me know. I was on our Salted Streets email looking to see if there was some Instagrams. Nope. So for a minute, I thought I just got in trouble, but no, we good now.
No, as Colin said, we've been putting out their shorts all the time. Well, Colin's been doing most of them lately. You can see them on our Instagram at Salted Streets, our YouTube as you're watching us here on Salted Streets. Not Facebook, fuck Facebook at Salted Streets, but on the Patreon at Salted Streets, Discord Salted Streets. SaltedStreets.com has all that stuff. We have our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Find all this at saltedstreets.com. I already said that, but if you need a haircut in a local area, Swell Blended, set your appointment now. If you need a skateboard, go to Location Skate Shop. They have clothes, they have hats, they have all kinds of stuff there now. Leggings and aprons for cakes on Instagram. Lexi Kayo on Twitch for some streaming. And the next 2 episodes are going to be during Movember. So if you want to go to Movember.com/Donovan Phillips or search for Donovan Phillips, you can donate there starting next month. It's a really great cause. Movember, men's health is very important. I'd hate to go on a diatribe of like, I think it's important. One day I will. But just the amount of shit that is not dedicated to men anymore because masculinity is terrible. It's
the
toxic.
patriarchy is evil.
Yeah, I think that it's extremely important, and it makes me happy that there are some things that are still focused on dudes because dudes aren't all fucking terrible, you know? And there's still some things that only men can have, testicular cancer, prostate cancer, things like that. If you're trans, fucking whatever. I'm not going to debate that shit with you. But, so it's important, I think, to have some things that still focus on men and men's health and preserving the life of men. And that's what this is, and it's a really easy thing for me to do, and it's a really easy thing for anybody else to do. So if you have $5, $10, $1, and if you want to throw it in there and help us make a big pot, that would be great. I think one year I did like $600. It's a good time. So let's just get up as much as we can and
let's see how much money you can raise for us,
like
hairy,
I said,
beastly boys.
Like I said, I'll be doing between $25 and $50 every single week. So at the end, we'll have at least $100 at the very, very minimum. It's right on the cusp. It's right on the cusp. It's coming through.
I was worried something wrong.
No, like it's just a couple minutes long. So it's just one of them is like 4.5 minutes. The other one's like 5.5 because it's a series. It's an exchange. The first one is between Peter Ducci, and so it's a couple of questions between him, and it's actually the Deputy Press Secretary Karine
Oh, yeah.
Jean-Pierre, and then the last one is a reporter. I don't know what her name is, but she asked a couple of different questions. They're both regarding shipping backups, inflation, and like I said, these things just for me really outline that these people don't give a fuck about you. You know, we've talked in the past couple episodes, the quote from The Pillow that Tim Dillon gave to Bridget Fetisi, every major institution hates you and wants you to die. And so I want everyone who's watching this to pay very particular attention to how she doesn't answer the question and how everything that she says completely belittles any struggle you might be having if you are a regular person who, has to buy groceries every week, has to pay their mortgage, has to, I don't know, maybe try and fight to keep their job because of a vaccine mandate. So the one from Signal came in, and I would imagine by the time that the one from Signal is done, the one from the Dropbox will be there. But we can watch them a couple minutes apart just so we're not watching 10 minutes of video.
10-4. So just remember we won't have mics on probably for this
no,
one. All right, let's do it.
Here's the first clip.
Karine, follow up on inflation and the supply chain. You mentioned at the top that unemployment's down, wages are up, and that's a testament to the progress that President Biden has made on the economy. But there's no mention of inflation in that, and while wages are up almost 4.5%, inflation is up 5%, so any bump in pay that people are seeing in their paycheck is getting wiped out when they're going to the store and paying more for everything. So what do you say to people who are looking at their budget and they're saying, this doesn't feel like progress under President Biden, it feels like a pay cut?
So let me first say this, and I said this earlier, the president, he knows how even a small price increase really can squeeze too many families. Like, that is something that he's aware of. And so we're working on a wide variety of economic programs to help, right? Which is why the Build Back Better plan to work on our supply chain issues is incredibly important. We're using every tool at our disposal to lower prices for working people and bring economic relief, right? If you think about the human infrastructure, the Build Back Better plan, we're talking about prescription drugs, we're talking about paid leave, sick leave, medical leave, we're talking about community college, we're talking about things that's really going to give that economic relief, that middle class tax cut for everyday people. So we're going to continue to do that work. The American Rescue Plan actually helped the American public a lot. It put checks in people's pockets. I talked about the child tax credit. I talked about the child care components in it. There was a lot there that gave some relief, to Americans here. And so the Build Back Better plan is just an extension of that, if you will. It's to invest, that long-term investment, to make sure that people feel that relief. Look, we were in a very different place a year ago. Not to say that some people are not still feeling the squeeze. Totally understand that. But a year ago, people were getting sick. They were losing their jobs. Women were leaving the workforce. And so we've been able to turn things around, start the economy back up again. 600,000 jobs a month, nearly 5 million jobs in the first 8 months. That matters. Now we just have to continue doing the work. It's going to take time. We're not done.
Quickly on the supply chain, there's a lot of talk about Christmas presents not arriving on time, but the issue is more severe and critical than that. I mean, it's affecting small businesses. Auto body shops can't get parts to fix cars, so they can't make money. 90% of school nutrition programs say they're worried about continued supply chain issues. According to a School Nutrition Association survey, some schools are making last-minute grocery store trips just to feed their students. So if this is an issue that the White House has been working on and aware of since February, why does it seem like this is a problem that is getting worse, not better?
I would say this, when it comes to the supply chain, there are complexities there. When you think about, when we learn about the global supply chain as well, right? That's one thing that you kind of have to put it in the bigger picture. So, but it is a complex system that requires private sector collaboration and coordination to improve efficiency and get through the backlog. And that's what we're seeing currently as we're talking about the supply chain. These are just some of the players in the game. There are port directors, terminal operators, ocean carriers, railroad truckers, warehouses, and retailers. And let's not forget consumers who have a record level of demand as we have made a historic economic recovery. Because we have the forecasters, economic forecasters did not think we would be where we are today. We have surpassed that. So we have had some historic economic recovery. Do we have more work to do? Absolutely. That's why we're trying to get this Build Back Better plan. But the Biden administration, as it comes to the supply chain, continues to serve as an honest broker. I mentioned this before, making sure that we find areas of collaboration to ensure we can move goods movement supply chain toward a 24/7 model. But again, the president understands. He understands the squeeze that people are feeling, everyday Americans are feeling. That's why he's working every day to make sure that we pass his economic policies. No, all right, thanks.
So out of all the things that are wrong with that, my first initial takeaway is there has been, thanks to Joe Biden, there has been a massive economic boom and recovery.
Yes.
And all the supply chain issues are because of how good the economy is doing now and how great we've been able to recover.
And lack of private sector involvement.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
Because
yeah.
we need to get the private sector involved. That's what she's saying.
Yeah.
So, and she started this press conference by toting that, what was it? We've created nearly 5 million new jobs this year. I'm sorry, didn't we talk about 2 weeks ago that over 4 million people quit their jobs last month?
Yeah.
So what type of net gain of 600,000 on average per month are we fucking talking about when 4 million people quit their job last month? We've talked. I'm not even.
Man.
We've talked a million times before. The federal government doesn't create jobs. They've not
Yes.
created any jobs. They have slowly repealed the policies that forced small businesses and medium and large businesses to close from the beginning. Right? Those are the jobs that are being created, quote unquote. It's jobs that existed already that are coming back. But not only is that bullshit, 4 million people quit their job last fucking month alone.
It doesn't
What are
make
you
any
talking
sense.
about? We created 5 million jobs this month. That's insanity. The dog needs you, Colin. Don't be ridiculous. On top of that, not only do they not give a fuck about you, you're stupid. Because as soon as they start to talk about the question about inflation, you're telling me that everyone is fine because we have, on average, 4.5% wage increases. This reporter just told you there's 5% inflation.
5.
In what world is this any type of tax break for me? Because then she starts to talk about, Corinne Jean-Pierre starts to talk about the tax cuts that are going to come in this next plan. There's no tax cuts in here for the middle class.
I haven't
You're
seen
talking
any.
about increasing taxes on the top 1% earners. That's all you're talking about. There are no tax cuts here. That's bullshit. There is not one tax cut to come from this. You are talking about adding to the taxes of the 1%, not cutting middle class taxes. That's bullshit.
Yeah, there's not a single tax cut that I can find in that that Build Back Better bullshit that they've
The
been
only
building.
thing that they have said is that we are adamant. Our red line is that we are not going to raise taxes on anybody who makes less than $400,000 a year, right? And Jen Psaki was asked the day before this about whether or not she could promise, the White House could promise, that there would not be a single cent increase or paid from anybody who makes less than $400,000 a year. She said, absolutely, because there won't be. There won't be. First of all, you can't guarantee that. Not only because this is still being negotiated, but also because 2 years from now, when you lose the fucking midterms, anybody who comes in here can repeal whatever the fuck they want from whatever you just put there.
Yep.
Nothing you're doing stops them from taking these away 2 years from now.
Yeah, just like they did with the ACA.
You cannot in any world promise that no one under $400,000 will pay a cent of extra money because this is completely paid for. That's bullshit. You're telling us how much it costs on a near daily basis. You're talking about the top line cost. I don't care how much of this you are saying is going to be paid for through corporate tax increases. One of the people that you're also saying is the linchpin in whether or not this passes or not is telling you, I am not going to accept corporate tax increases. Kirsten Sinema is sitting this whole time saying, well, I'm not going to raise taxes on corporations. I'm not raising taxes on anybody. I'm not raising any taxes at all.
Nope.
In what fucking world, when you have written off half of the Senate, just under half of the House of Representatives, and you're working with a majority of 2, right, or not even a majority of 2, a margin of 2, In what world can you promise anybody that they're not going to say that they're not going to see a tax increase? That's ridiculous. They're lying to you. They're
make
lying to
any
you,
sense at
and
all.
they don't expect you to even track the 5-minute answer to see that they're lying to you. They think that you're fucking stupid. It came up in a stupid-ass ratio on my phone. I don't know why the fuck it did that. That's the only way that I don't know. I don't know what it was. I tried to fuck with it, but the video doesn't really matter.
The audio
It's
is
more
what's
about the
important.
audio. This is the one with Peter Ducci, and so it will outline a little bit better. When we're talking about 5 million jobs and stuff like that, this will outline this a little bit better.
Okay, we'll jump into that
Yeah,
real
we'll
quick.
go Peter Ducci.
The dude.
Also, let me say this real quick, right? When they're her first response to inflation, what we're going to do about this is, we're looking at different programs, right? Not fixes. We're looking at different economic programs. We're looking at different economic relief that we can get figured out for people who are still struggling with inflation, right? So we don't want to fix
you
the
mean
back end
everybody.
problems. We want to dole out more government money. We want to keep handing out more government money. Not going to fix the problems. We're going to dole it out to you.
I know the one fix that will fix all of this.
Again, I'm getting the child tax credit. I'm not saying the government should be doling money out to people. That's not what I'm saying. Whether or not I agree with it, that's not my argument right now. My argument is the same thing. Harkens back to the power. This is about power.
Yep.
They want to make you dependent on the government so that you have no choice. You don't have a job anymore. You need the government money.
It's
You
going
need
to be the
cheese.
largest growth in the welfare state that we've seen since Reagan. Probably.
You need it. But you have too much money, right? Because that's why this inflation thing is happening. That's why the supply chain thing is happening, because you have more money, right?
Oh yeah,
Does
we're doing so
anybody-
much better.
Are you in a better position now than you were at 1 year ago, right? She's saying we're in such a different position than we were last winter, right?
Mm-hmm.
People were losing their jobs. 6%, 70 plus, 350 plus. What was that about people losing their jobs?
yeah.
That's right. People are being fired right now because they won't get the fucking vaccine.
Yep.
We're in such a different place now than we were in last year.
Yep.
Right.
Never had more available jobs ever in the history of our country.
Inflation's 5% up since last year. We're in a different place than we were last year.
And it's important to remember, too, that 5% number they keep touting about inflation is an average of all the different aspects of inflation.
All of them.
Some of the inflation is 20%. Some of it's 2%. Some of it's
Right.
0.5%.
We
Some of it's
talked-
10%.
We talked, I think, in between the shows about breaking points when they were trying to do their victory lap on inflation, because they were saying in January, just like everybody else was, it's transitory. It's only going to be a little while. It's just for right now. It's just because of whatever.
That fucking
the
corporate
inflation-
shill saga.
The inflation has continued to rise since then, and their victory lap is not, we were wrong. It's, we were right, because it's really only things that people aren't really buying every day. So even though it's not transitory, it's not really that big of a deal.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
And the only reason now they're coming out in some small fashion worrying that it might not be transitory is because it's gotten so bad that they can't say that anymore directly to people. Even their most ardent cult supporters, they can't convince them, because those members of the cult are still going to the grocery store. They're still filling up their gas. They're still buying things at the store that are more expensive today than they were a year ago.
My own wife.
Yep.
She go grocery every Friday. She's going grocery shopping. She said to me, she said, everything is more expensive. She said,
yeah.
She said, your energy drinks are $1 more expensive. She said, these cans of soup are 50 cents more expensive than they were last year. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And it's not like, 50 fucking cents. You're talking, but that's an amalgamation of millions and billions of people in this country.
Yeah.
Right?
And there was one point I wanted to hit before we go to the next one, too, that she touched on real quick. The complexity of the supply chain.
Too complex. You understand.
It's so complex that I think that you should probably have your government fucking hands out of it, because you can't figure out how to get people money.
Right.
When you put in laws in place and you shut the entire economy down, you can't figure out how to get people money. Why do you think we should allow you and your buddy Pete Buttigieg to go on paternity leave, and while this whole thing is crumbling around us? Why is it that you think you are capable of fixing this problem?
Right.
How about you take a page out of Joe Biden's way, say, if you're not going to help, get out of our way.
Yes.
The private sector will fix this if you allow them to, but you're not allowing them to, and you're making it worse for everybody.
We're talking about
Whether
shipping
that's
now.
on with shipping
Just
and
so everyone knows,
anything that has to do with the supply chain crumbling, the lack of truckers and their pushback against it. I mean, everything that goes in, because it is infinitely complex, which is why the government doesn't have their fucking hands in it that much. They have regulations here and there. They have involvement, as much involvement as they have been able to get away with to this point. But if we allow them to take more control over this, it's only going to get worse. It's not going to get better unless, like I said, they take a page out of Joe Biden's book and get the hell out of the way. And we will fix this for you, you fucking ignorant pieces of shit.
To your point on the spending, right? Two really great examples are, if everyone remembers the vaccine lotteries that happened, right? Those were with excess COVID relief money that was not distributed, right? Another example, in the end of August, beginning of September, when not mortgages, but people getting kicked out of their houses. You know what I'm saying?
Eviction moratorium.
Yes, the eviction moratorium, when that was still coming up. The response from the federal government for 2 weeks was, the money is there at the states, but it needs to be handed out. The money is there, the money is there, the money is there. They don't know what they're doing. There are millions and billions of dollars, literally billions of dollars, left to be allocated to people who are waiting for landlords, mortgage owners, renters, people there waiting for funds that have already been allocated by the federal government that have just not been distributed by the states. And while that's happening, they're still talking about extending moratoriums, and we're hearing things. I've heard multiple stories on NPR about how this eviction moratorium disproportionately affects renters over people who own houses that are renting them out. That doesn't make any sense. How the landowners and the landlords don't really need the relief because they, usually have funds to tap into, and there are other things they can go to, but the renters don't have any other sources but these things right here. They don't know what they're doing.
I mean, everybody knows all landlords are fat cat shills for the corporate, right? They're all one percenters, every single one of them. Even the ones that only own one duplex somewhere and they're providing a living for two people landlords can only do so much when it comes to costs of rent and everything, but and I know it's exorbitantly expensive. It really is. We could have a whole podcast on how to potentially look at that situation, but fundamentally it's all there for anybody to see. And luckily, thanks to the shit show that is the Biden administration, a lot of people are starting to be able to see right through the bullshit they're being sold. It's a bad bill of goods. It's not doing what they say it is, and they're continuing to gaslight you and to lie to you this entire time.
So we're going to listen to this, Pete Ducci, and then when we come back, we're going to talk about more about the shipping crisis and the shipping backups and things that are happening. We're going to outline a lot of the different problems because there are many different facets from international to national. There's issues in China. There's issues on the water. There's issues here. So we're going to talk about all that stuff when we get back because this kind of leads into that just like the last clip did. So here's Pete Ducci.
Something that you just said. You guys say that President Biden does not want to raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. But there's a new Fox poll that finds 83% of registered voters are noticing bills for groceries and everyday items increasing. So how is that any different than a new tax?
Well, look, and when you say, can you give me a little bit more? Like, what's the...
Well, the supply chain is all backed up. There are bottlenecks, empty shelves, prices going up. People are paying more. And so how is that any different than a new tax?
So I would say this, we're dealing with a historic and evolving pandemic that is impacting our economy, right? We have seen it for the past year and a half. That's what people have been dealing with. And it is having an outsized impact on our global supply chain. And the president understands how much a squeeze it is when families see their prices rise. And so he understands that, and that's why we've been using every tool in our tool belt to make sure that we deal with that in a real way so that people understand that the president is doing everything that he can to deal with those issues. So there's a couple of things. So we got to think about the progress that we've made on how far we've come for the mess that we inherited from the previous president. We've already averaged 600,000 jobs, which I mentioned at the top. Those are jobs per month, compared to just 60,000 before we came in. That's almost 5 million total in 8 months. We've increased economic growth projection for 2021 and more than have new unemployment claims. So we're in a different place than where we were before the president came into office. office. And so we're going to continue building on basically the American Rescue Plan. This is why we're trying to pass the president's domestic economic policies.
And to that point, the minority leader in the House, Kevin McCarthy, wrote a letter to the president. He says we must address the global supply chain and ports crisis before Congress even considers additional social spending and taxation legislation. Is that something that you would consider?
So here's the thing. Jen responded to, this is the letter from McCarthy, is that what we're talking about? Okay, yeah, wonderful letter. So she responded to this earlier, and let me just add to this a little bit. I've already kind of talked about this, but there's a little bit more that I want to lean into. So under the Trump-McCarthy economy, this time last year, fewer Americans were working, which is what I was just saying. Job growth was flattening, and families were facing down a dark winter with less economic security than ever before and a pandemic raging out of control. That was the holiday season under the McCarthy-Trump holiday season. So that's something to remember. This was a different time a year ago. And so fast forward a year from then, nearly 80% adults are vaccinated. We've created 5 million jobs. Americans have money in their pockets and they're spending it, resulting in record volume of goods through our ports and our roads and rails. Kevin McCarthy and his caucus voted against that bill that made that happen. They did not do anything to help the American public when we needed them, when the American public needed it. And I'm talking about the American Rescue Plan, to be clear, which has helped turn on the economy, which has helped, as I said, make sure that people are getting vaccinated to protect their lives and go back to work.
Last one. Are you saying that as you compare holiday season this year to holiday season last year, are you saying that if Christmas gifts don't get delivered this year because the supply chain is backed up because of bottlenecks, that people are going to blame Donald Trump, or are they going to blame Joe Biden?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we're in a different place than we were a year ago. And the reason why is because the president took action. The reason why is Democrats came together and they passed the American Rescue Plan, put checks into pockets, made sure that we were dealing with the issues that pushed women out of the workforce, which is the child tax credit, child care, all of those things that really benefited everyday people who were being left behind. Now what we're doing is we're making sure that we continue the investment, right? The Build Back Better agenda, BIF, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which 19 Republican senators voted for. Those two pieces of legislation, that is the president's plan on how do we actually build back better and not leave anyone behind and do that economic growth for the middle class. And so that's what we're talking about, and that's what we'll continue to do. For the supply chain, the president is doing everything that he can. He is bringing in the private sector. He's brought in the labor. When we talk about the meeting that he did last week for the ports, right? We're talking about Long Beach and the Los Angeles ports, and that's one of the things that we can do as a government is do it in good faith, bring everybody together, and figure out how to fix the short-term problem that we're having. So that, and we've been working on this since the president walked into the White House.
Mics. Okay,
Hot
so
mics.
every single time somebody's fucking phone goes off. I'm so glad that these people are our moral betters and
So professional.
Yeah, so professional. But my phone's on silent. Is your phone on silent? The only time it goes off is when we have our ad read every
I think
37
it dinged
minutes.
a couple times, but it's on silent now. So.
Oh, where to begin on that one?
I forgot to mention on the last clip because she did the same thing here.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Republicans' fault. It's all the Republicans' fault. And don't you remember
Always.
how terrible it was last year? Everything was last year was so much worse and so much better now. Even
So
though
much
there's
better
more
now.
jobs available than ever before because people are quitting at record numbers or being fired. You know, it's insanity. It just doesn't make any sense. And that's why I'm
No.
talking about this highlights, like, they think you're stupid. They think you're dumb because
Yeah.
they're just immediately spinning to something else that doesn't correlate to inflation. It doesn't correlate to what's going on at the ports, right? Now it does a little bit. Now we're bringing in the private sector, you know, that's fine. You're still talking about largely government-created issues in these bottlenecks, the shipping bottlenecks, right? What are we talking about right now? It's It's dark, and I think that the length of the answers plays into that. They don't expect you to listen for 6 minutes and be able to coherently carry together everything that she's saying. She's giving around. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about this. We're taking care of you. Everything is fine.
The only
Isn't it
real
better than it
emphasis was
last
on
year?
like, well, we inherited this problem.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I guess to some extent, because of, I don't care who the president or which administration were involved, the entire government apparatus was, they were coming into everybody's private lives and shutting everything down. Point made, that was bad. You doing more of that now doesn't make it any less bad.
Right.
And to try to make that equivalency is not only disingenuous, but like the reasoning you're doing it is
Right.
just so you could gaslight us. You're lying to us and then blaming everything on Orange Man because Orange Man bad. And of course, every answer that ends in Orange Man bad is the right way to look at things.
Anecdotally, right, in my personal experience, last year at this time, I wasn't sure how long we were going to keep working because shit was so bare. We were making the face shields at this time and they were being donated. We only had enough work in my department for one person to be working all day.
Yeah.
It was dark. It was dark times. Now I don't know whether or not my boss is going to have to eventually put out a fucking vaccine mandate and whether or not I'm going to have to quit my job. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's...
Or they fight against it and ultimately lose in court after spending tons of money, and then you don't have a job.
Yeah.
Either way, it ends with you not having a gig.
Well, and it also... The inflation part of it is a huge factor. Like I said, even if we're making more money, I'm not afraid to say that I got a raise this year. Even with that, shit still cost me more money.
Yep.
Gas is almost $1 more expensive here than it was last year.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy. I have a truck. I know that's what I got. I bought this before the fucking pandemic.
Yep. It was a good time to buy a rig back then.
When Wuhan was still a funny joke, that's when I bought this truck, and now it's not anymore, and I don't know what to do. So like it is what it is. So it's. It just doesn't.
And to think for 1 second,
Doesn't
more government involvement with this Build Back Better agenda they have coming on is going to fix the problem. You're going to have to really try to sell me on that because you've proven time and time and time again, you're just going to make things worse. You're going to make things better for a very select few people that are going to keep you in power, and then everybody else from in that, other than those people, it's going to be way worse off. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, so let's talk about the shipping a little bit. Right?
Yeah.
So there's been shipping backups all over the country for a long time. It's been, I don't know, probably 3 or 4 weeks that it's been like real big news stories,
yeah.
And so there are like a lot of different factors that play into this. So I think it's easier to probably just talk about it in a big circle and just run through
just
it,
vamp
right?
them.
So there were shuts down at ports in China.
Yep.
Right? One person catches Wuhan, everything closes down. They close down the whole port.
Yep.
China
style.
China obviously makes a lot of shit. And so when one
Most
port
of what we use.
when one port closes down, they have immense backups of materials that need to be shipped out. Any of their empty containers, because containers become a huge factor in this whole thing, which
Yes.
is like something I think a regular person wouldn't even consider. You know, if you don't have a job involving shipping or logistics, you probably don't even consider. I didn't once consider empty containers, full containers, what to do with them. You have to take an empty container back to somewhere for it to be filled up. If you're not going to send something back there, didn't even consider it. Right.
And to just so we can operate off of an assumption of knowledge at this point, the most base way to understand it, right? Two different ports, right? One in China, one in LA, let's just say. All the containers full of shit that are going to pay for not only the hauling of the container, but then make that company a healthy product as well. Not to mention
fuel,
all the delivery
the
things,
containers,
all the things that go into it.
The sellers are the people on the ship.
Yep. And then it gets to LA, they offload it, eventually the company makes money. Filled containers go back on the ship to be hauled back over, and the process continues. The minute you are shipping back an empty container, 100% loss at that point. You're not for everybody on both sides of that transaction. So with that basis of understanding, that's where we're at right now.
Yes. So during the time, because I know you could probably argue a million times, but it's easier to say the start of it was in China. And I'm not trying to blame the Chinese. I just mean they had a port shut down, and then they have an immense backup of goods that needs to be shipped out, and so they're less willing to take full containers because all they need is empty containers. They have goods that need to be shipped out, so they don't buy hardly anything from us anyway, so the little stuff that comes in, they want empty containers.
That was we talked about that during the trade war type stuff with China back in the day, and our, what do you call that, trade deficit with China.
And on the domestic side, right, we've had all kinds of shutdowns here. So for largely the same reason, COVID shutdowns, limitations on working, limitations on hours, for various different reasons. And because China is shipping so much stuff here, we have a huge backlog of things to be taken away. So all these ports are full of materials and goods that need to be distributed. Excuse me. So,
which is where the truckers come into play.
Yeah, exactly. Further in down the line, you have truckers there during COVID. One of the things that feed into this, a bunch of the trucking schools were shut down for COVID. You couldn't go to school because COVID. It was dangerous, right?
Oh, yeah.
So now you have
wicked dangerous.
You have a hiccup in the inflow of truckers that are desperately necessary in the United States because so many of the goods that people consume here come by truck.
Yep.
Really only if you live on the coast does it come by boat. And if you live anywhere inside of that, someone on a truck takes it to where you are, or on a train maybe, but mostly trucks.
Yeah. Because air travel and air freight is very limited in capacity due to the weight limits and things like that. So most everything comes on the back of a truck or on a train.
Yeah.
And fairly sure, I'd be interested in actually find this out, but I'm fairly sure that most trains mostly carry commodity goods like
bulk
oil.
goods.
Yeah. Like the big
Coal.
industrial type of deals. That's not being hauled in a truck.
No.
Versus the TV that you're getting at the Walmart is coming directly from China, overseas, loaded into a port, and then distributed nationwide.
Right. The thing that would be being transported on a train would be a shipping container, which is the same deal would be bulk goods. You would have bulk amounts of individual goods, maybe going to Amazon or some shit like that. That's going to go there. They're going to take the container, unload it, take it back, right? But yeah, most of the time, if you're not seeing a shipping container, then you have oil containers, you have coal containers, a mass, large, good, fucking enormous
livestock.
Livestock, fucking tanks or trucks or things like that get shipped on trains.
Yep.
So. Yeah, that type of stuff is happening all the time. So, again, there's another hiccup in the system of truckers, right? And so...
so even if the longshoremen are working at full capacity and we're unloading things at full capacity, another bottleneck occurs when you don't have enough truckers to haul it to where those containers need to go.
And that wasn't happening, like I said, because of COVID. A lot of hours are limited, and staffing is limited. People are quitting, people are sick, people are whatever. So the ports are everywhere... has staffing shortages. So I'm not even going to mention that again. That underlines everything here.
Yep.
Everybody needs more workers. Everyone needs more workers everywhere.
And more workers, too, not forgetting the fact that due to current federal regulations, truckers are only allowed to drive X amount of hours a day anyways.
Yes.
So that limits the amount of productivity a single truck driver can do because you're capped at a certain amount of time before you got to pull over until the next day. Adding more individual truckers at that point can help alleviate that, but possibly looking at opening up the available hours for other truckers to drive is also something that you might want to consider too, because that is an instantaneous, things are moving faster. On my way back from Cle Elum last weekend, right, it's probably 8 o'clock at night, right, and I drive by a truck stop, just going by. Trucks lined up on the side of the road for miles, not going anywhere because they're not allowed to go anywhere anymore. They've driven the full amount that they're able to do that day, and they can't cheat it anymore because everything's electronically tracked and all this stuff. So you hit your time, you got to get to the nearest place and pull over and hang out overnight until tomorrow morning because, like pilots are only allowed to fly X amount of hours at a time.
10 hours in between flights, I think it was what it is.
Yeah, and so you have all these arbitrary regulations set in place to already hinder the growth speed, if you will, of the economy at large anyways. And then you add in massive backlogs and China opening things up when we're still really shut down everywhere, you're going to have these problems.
Right.
And there's Joe Biden doing everything he can possibly do first of all, it's a blatant lie because he could absolutely, through the Department of Transportation and our lovely Mayor Buttigieg, You could repeal all these things, even temporarily, if they wanted to put a fucking Band-Aid on it. But they don't even want to do that.
Right.
They just say, well, we need more truckers. The ports can now work 24 hours.
Right. That's all,
sure.
Those things are only starting now. And government red tape is going to be a very consistent theme throughout this whole thing, something that we talk about very consistently on our social media. Obviously, thank you for watching us here on our YouTube at Salted Streets. We have our Instagram at Salted Streets, our Facebook, fuck Facebook at Salted Streets. SaltedStreets.com for all this information. We also have our Patreon at Salt of the Streets. If you want to become a patron, you want to help us make more, better content. We also have our Discord. If you want to go in there, join the chats, talk to us more. We post a lot of articles and stuff like that in there. You can find all this information at saltedstreets.com. We also have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both those things. Swell button if you need a haircut in the local area. If you need a skateboard, go down to Location Skate Shop. If you need a cake, go to Leggings and Aprons on Instagram. If you want to watch some Twitch streaming, go to Lexi Kayo on Twitch. Movember is going to be happening during the month of November. So if you want to donate to my Movember fund, go to Movember.com, search for my name, Donovan Phillips. Look at some old pictures of me, some new pictures of me, and give us whatever money you can to help fight diseases that affect only men, because men are the shit.
I love being a part of the patriarchy.
That's
it's
right.
pretty dope.
I think sorry, go ahead.
One thing I just wanted to add on
Yes.
the Patreon note, it is getting close to the end of the month, and if you are a tier 3 subscriber, tier 2 subscriber, I can't remember, you'd have to check the tiers, but we have our first Salt of the Streets newsletter-y type thing coming out at the end of this month for those people that want to get in on that. Make sure you get it over to Patreon over in the, by the end of the month, and watch out for that and see what how our speaking, the language that we speak, contrasts to the language of our written word.
There you go.
I don't know. That's a weird way to put that, but
Little-
we write
little-
shit
little
too. Is
clunky.
basically what I say. So on that note, truckers, shortages, shipping
Yes,
bottlenecks,
red lines.
everything's terrible.
Yeah, so the red tape is going to be a very consistent theme throughout this whole thing. There's a couple of different facets for truckers, right? We're talking about the schools, limitations on hours. There's also, yes, I would love one. Delivery points. There is a limitation on delivery points when you're talking about stores, locations that can take goods. A lot of stores are not open 24 hours, obviously. A lot of things close. Targets, a bunch of Walmarts and Safeways and shit like that, malls, any place you would take that. So there are, for certain products, certain containers, certain truckers, window of hours in the middle of the night in which even if they were able to pick up a container, they wouldn't have anywhere to take it. And so there are truckers that are switching contracts, not taking contracts, doing other things because they aren't able to make that money at that time. There is another issue relating to containers that I was just hearing about this morning. There are a lot of truckers showing up to ports with empty containers and not empty trucks. And so certain places aren't taking empty containers because they have too many containers as it is, because China is sending back containers and not really. So there is an influx of empty containers. So there are a lot of truckers, like I said, that can't even pick up a new load because they have to find somewhere to drop off their empty container first.
Yep.
And so there's another.
And when the warehouses
hiccup
are
there.
full,
When the warehouses are full, and another place where this red tape comes in is there are a lot of truck lots and container lots in ports that have limitations on how high the stacks of containers can go. And so that's one thing that I was reading about this morning, is that a bunch of ports in LA and Long Beach specifically, where lots have limits of 2 containers high. That's as high as you can stack them, but even in the next lot over, they have 4, 5, 6 containers stacked high. And so they have to turn away truckers for dropping off empty containers simply because of red tape.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one of the things that I guess Joe Biden is either looking at doing or doing actively, is temporarily waiving those limitations so that certain ports can, or certain lots can take in more containers so the trucks can pick up containers and get out of there.
for a guy that loves to play micromanagement and strategy games on computer and stuff like that, this is something.
You, not Joe Biden.
Me.
Right.
This is something that is so fixable, it's not even funny.
Yeah.
All you really need to do if you're Joe Biden is, like I said before, is just get out of the way, let the private sector remove some of their regulations so that they can best practice and find an innovative way around this, and they will do that because ultimately it is in their financial benefit to find a solution that works. If you want, I mean, I don't know if it's safety regulations or if it's, stacking 2 containers seems already pretty high, because what's a container is probably 9-10 feet tall.
Probably.
And then you
Definitely
you
taller
stick
than
another
me.
one on there. I mean, the logistics of having a crane or something like that at your facility to act, to be able to safely stack those things is probably pretty hard to do, and not every single lot's going to have those type of deals. So
I
maybe
think they're called chassis.
chassis.
The things that pick up the containers.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
move
Like
them around.
because they always have they ride on railroad tracks basically back and forth, and
Yeah, I think they're
Yeah.
called chassis.
and so I mean, there's a real easy solution for the federal government at this point, and Joe Biden's his best way to deal with this should just be to all right, you guys tell me what you need, I'll make sure to get out of the way, and you guys do the deal, and we're back and caught up in a matter of probably, I don't know how long it's going to take to work through this backlog of goods, because half those goods, I guarantee you, are some kind of perishable deal that
Well,
ain't
they're already
going to
talking
last.
about Christmas. They're already
Yeah.
saying Christmas is going to be fucked, And that's Jordan was all upset earlier because she's like, that's not what Christmas is about. Like, if you guys weren't such corporatist fucks, this wouldn't be such a problem. It was pretty funny to hear.
So
about.
materialistic.
Yeah. I was trying to talk to her about the
Everybody
government-
wants that PS5, bro.
Like the government doesn't care about you, and she's like, why does everyone care so much about fucking goods? It was really funny.
And I'm on Jordan's tilt too, but
No,
I'm also a realist.
Yeah, and
I like
I
shit.
agree. I agree, but I also accept that Christmas is an enormous time for our capitalist country. And
Oh,
we make a lot of
yeah.
money during that time. So, it's
It's way better than Thanksgiving as far
Right.
as capitalist goes, because you don't get presents.
Right.
But even,
So-
you got Hanukkah, you got Christmas, all the major ones, there's some kind of gift involved at that point, and there is money
So
to be
I'd like-
made.
I'd like, everyone to just take a second to realize, maybe you don't have to acknowledge, we don't need your praise, that it just, in 10 minutes, we've gone over more details than the federal government did in this one briefing about why what is happening is happening.
Yes.
The real answer is, we're doing so good, you have more money to buy more stuff. And that's why this is happening. Not, there have been, over time, really arbitrary designations made in some cases as to why things can and can't be done a certain way.
Yep.
We're taking a look at all these things, and we're going to try and cut as much red tape as possible to move this process through, because for a myriad of reasons, we are having a lot of different bottlenecks going on. The one person I was reading earlier talking about the chassis and stuff like that, his theory was to overwhelm the bottlenecks. I don't know whether or not that's the right way to go. I don't know, right?
Overwhelm the bottle, as in
To just keep ramming shit through, and eventually, I think similar to what you're talking about, that they would have to figure something out. Is to just overwhelm it, and then eventually it will have to open up.
as long as the government's not the one doing it.
Yeah. So
Because if the government's in charge of that, that just means breadlines. That's where that ends up.
yeah, and
And
I
as
struggle.
reported in, was it New York Times? It's like an opinion piece in one of the major publications. There was that article talking about breadlines and how essentially we Americans just need to lower our expectations.
Yeah.
And I was like,
We've been
"Bitch, you
spoiled
got me
up until
sideways."
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we built this because that's what we did and that's what we do.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of our way. Don't tell me what I should expect and shouldn't expect.
And I struggle to see when I try and just, I guess, run through a big picture of it. I struggle to see how it wouldn't be an issue with government, because if these ports are essentially privately owned, or at least contracted out to private people, right? That means that they're private companies, and their incentive would be to make more money.
Yeah.
So I don't see a world in which they're like, no, I don't want to make as much money as possible. So the issue for me, just as a simple logic thing, has to be some type of government red tape or oversight that's hindering these things from opening up. I don't know what else the issue would be.
It's a combination.
If we're supposed to believe that, corporations are a piece of shit and all they want to do is just make as much money as possible, they don't care about safety, they don't care about your rights, they don't care about anything. That's why we need unions. That's why we need government oversight. If that's what we're supposed to believe,
That gives me a good
then
question.
what's the fucking problem? It has to be government oversight. It has to be, maybe not oversight, but government red tape, right? Because I'm not saying just turn a blind eye and let them do whatever the fuck they want, but that has to be where the hiccup is in government red tape. Some type of bureaucratic bullshit that's stopping the process.
And I know, I'm just trying to do a quick little check real quick, but the Longshoremen and Harbor Workers Compensation Act, because my immediate,
that's another thing.
my
The ports are
immediate
gonna be open
go-to.
24 hours a day, 7
Yeah.
days a week, so that everything's. But that doesn't solve the trucking problem.
no,
right?
it doesn't solve the trucking problem.
The
but
DMV is pushing out licenses fast. I'm not trying to interrupt
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
I'm just as I think of them. Yeah, so the DMV is pushing out licenses faster for truckers than they were before. I don't know,
Which
up
is
fucking
nice.
7 whatever percent since
Man.
fucking last year.
I want to be a trucker, bro. That's all I'm saying. I want to be a trucker at this point because, you know, I'm not going to listen to Andrew Yang and think fucking Elon Musk's, you know, AI trucks are going to be on every corner for, you know, they're not going to be replacing the good old-fashioned diesel, you know, Peterbilt.
Especially not in these days, man.
No, man.
Not if
that's
you
not
can't get
gonna
any
happen.
microprocessors. You're definitely not getting AI
Amen.
trucks out there.
Dude. But one of the aspects of this that I think is getting really overlooked is the longshoremen unions, right, that run the ports. Because the ports are generally owned by cities, states, federal governments.
What the fucking
right?
unions?
And then they are run by union workers. Now, I don't know if, say, the longshoremen union and stuff like that, I don't know if they're a public sector union, but if they're unionized, they're definitely collectively bargaining with the government at some level to hours, salaries, the whole 9 yards, safety regulations, what they can and can't do.
They're going to have to amend the collective bargaining agreements if it's going to do anything other than that. They're going to have to, and if not amend it, then at least agree cooperatively to, you know, fuck with it for now.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe my initial concept of letting the private sector handle it isn't even really in the cards because it may not be a private sector issue.
They
the
said they're bringing in the
corporations,
private sector. It's got to be at least partially. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Like
It
if
has to
they're-
be partially.
If there's and if even if it isn't now, and they're saying we're bringing in the private sector, that means that up until now it's been a government issue. It means you are fucking it up, and that's why you're bringing in the private sector is because that's necessary for this issue to be solved.
Yep.
And that's I'm not trying to be the guy that's just like the government is the source of all the problems. It seems
I'll
to me,
be that guy.
It seems to me like they're telling you that they're the reason that it's fucked up.
Yeah.
And that they're doing everything they can to talk about it as little as possible and outline as little as possible. And that's why Jen Psaki is just saying, well, you know, Joe Biden has already instructed the DMV to push out as many licenses as possible. We're fucking it up. We're trying to do what we can. And that's not, I'm sure that the speed of license issuance is a fairly arbitrary designation. I'm not saying that's the reason this is happening.
It's definitely a
But
factor.
But they're talking about those things instead of the active problems that are happening. That's a non-issue. That's something you can do to help solve the problem.
Yeah.
That's not the problem. What's the fucking problem? How are you going to fix that, right? Because the DMV thing, the license, that's a, like you said, that's a Band-Aid. That's only going to help so much because the regulations still exist for timing, for all these different things. And if the ports are not fixed, if the container issue is not solved, then more truckers is only going to do so much, you know? So I struggle to see how it isn't the fault of the government that this is happening the way that it's happening. And they just don't, they really don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
You know?
Because it is 100% their fault, and there is only so much they could do to fix the problems that they have created. And throwing Band-Aids on it is the only thing they're good at.
I will objectively say staffing could be, is likely not a government issue unless it's correlated to mandates. You know, if there are people
Yeah.
that are being fired or quitting because of mandates, if there's COVID regulations or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what
that's
the
true.
staffing relations are, but if it's anything. Again, we talked about earlier, everywhere is having staffing issues. Everywhere. Every business that I walk into has a sign that says that they're hiring.
I mean, and it's
People-
not even close, dude. Everywhere.
And it's not even just like what we talked about last time, like shitty jobs. You know, not even just like fast food or like things like that. One of our closest friend, the one that we share together, disclosed to me last week that they're hiring for more dollars than I make right now. Full benefits, retirement, medical, everything. Can't find someone to fill the job. More dollars than I make right now. And I'm supporting my entire family. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing okay. More money than I make right now. Can't find someone to fill the job.
That's insane.
That's insanity.
That is insane. Is it like a high-skilled job?
It's Jake.
Oh, word.
He can't find someone to fill that job.
I've been looking for people for over a year.
Yeah. So
And I recently I mean, we're talking within a month, found the right people, and I have exponentially grown my business over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But fuck me if I couldn't find anybody for over a year.
More dollars than I make right now. And I told Jordan, I said, it's like if I wasn't in such a good position in this company, I would consider fucking quitting to go in and working for him, right? Like, but not only have they treated me extremely well for 7 years, they're in such a fucked position right now for staff. I would have to be such a piece of shit to leave just for more money that there's no way I could live with myself for that. Not only are we down,
You got more ethics than that.
down someone because someone fucking died 3 weeks ago,
Ugh,
but also the stack is literally the biggest I've ever seen it in my 7 years there. I've never seen more orders in the stack.
Man.
Never.
If I had more time, dude, I'd offer just to do some take-home work or something.
That's what I'm saying. So for me to leave now because I could get a job for more money would be an insane dick move.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I almost wish I didn't do so many things.
That's the amount of training and shit that goes into working there in that department is extremely difficult. So I couldn't.
It's a very technically skilled
I
job.
would be a real fucking asshole, especially with this. Not to my home, but it's good I am at that job, and the amount of production that they get out of me there. For me to leave for more money would be a real dick move.
I'm having a real difficult time right now
With the
with
cat?
all my animals.
She's
The
just
dog's going in and out. Yeah, the cat's
Splayed
up
out
now,
right
splayed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hand you the water bottle because the little squirt bottle because you're in the best position. She don't like that. Yeah, get out of here, cat. Little squirt to the face and she'll learn her lesson. And she looks back like, what the hell just happened?
She's not happy. She's not
Oh man, yeah, I don't know what it has been today, but all these animals are just pressing all the boundaries today,
Yeah.
man. I think it's because mom's not here. That's what the deal is.
Yeah. So the staffing issue underlines everything, right?
Yep.
And I talked about myself and other things because everywhere is looking for more staff.
Yep.
Everywhere is looking for more employees.
Man, the gas station prices, bro. To be a gas station attendant right now, you want to make 16, 17,
That's what I'm
18 bucks
saying.
an hour.
Gas station.
Full benefits, baby.
Yes.
I see
At
that shit
night,
all the
too.
time. Yep.
If you can be a nighttime attendant, you're going to get more money for just working late hours.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I
So
know. I don't.
strategically hit your spots,
I
to
don't
make sure you're in a
understand.
low crime neighborhood.
It was a different time. I graduated high school 2013, so it's been almost 10 years. But even then, minimum wage was $10.50.
10.50.
$10.50.
Damn.
Minimum wage now I think is like 13 something. So they're paying $3 more than minimum wage. My first job was minimum wage. It was $10.50, and then my second job I was like $11 an hour. Give me that fucking cheddar, bitch. I was happy to leave for $11 an hour.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers coming out here starting at 16 for fucking Burger King, my G.
Bro.
Like that's we talked about my first job at the call center, $10.50.
Yep.
I definitely deserve more than $10.50 to work at the call center, but that's what I got was $10.50. So that's
I had an employee we had run over to the Edmonds area a couple weeks ago just to take care of some delivery stuff. And on his way back, he swung by Dick's Drive-In, which is a very prolific burger chain in like Seattle area. And big sign of the thing, starting $20 an hour, full benefits.
Holy shit!
$20 an hour to flip burgers at Dick's Drive-In with full benefits, which is by the
it's
time
a hustling job because it's very big.
it is.
It's a hustling job.
It definitely is. I mean, you're going in there and you're working your fucking ass off for that $20 an
Especially
hour.
as a cook.
Hard,
Absolutely.
yeah. But realistically,
Damn.
when you add in the cost of, say, full medical, if you're doing dental, vision,
Well, and in Washington State, it's only 30 hours a week, and you're considered full time as far
That's
as
right.
medical benefits go.
that's right. So you do that, $20 an hour really looks more like 36, 38
Fuck.
because you're not having to pay for that. If you got to pay for that shit on the private market, you're paying anywhere between like $600 to $1,200 a month for that medical shit. And that doesn't include all your paid time off and all that. all of that.
Sick time in this
Problem.
state, you're now required to get 1 hour of sick time every 40 hours that you work in a week.
Yep.
Or every 40 hours that you work. So,
Yep. I start my guys off at more than that, so that's good.
yeah, that's just the state mandate. And that's
Yeah.
like, we get, like, at work, we get vacation time that they already doled out to us. And then we have the sick time now that comes from the state that we can
Yeah.
also use. So we didn't have sick time before. It was just general time off that
Yeah.
we used. But
But yeah, the real problem when you're talking about the the supply chain, the shipping bottlenecks, the delivery bottlenecks, all tied to inflation, is not even factoring in the amount of part of the reason inflation is so high. Because inflation, by definition, is basically too much money chasing after too few goods, right? Everything becomes more expensive because we all flush with cash, which is not really the case right now. Even though the press secretary and the deputy press secretary are saying, well, everybody's got more money in their pockets because we gave them money.
Yeah.
Yeah, after you made it so they couldn't work for fucking 20 months, yeah, they got they got some crumbs. They got their little crumblies, right? That's not money. You're not flush with cash at that point.
Right.
But what has really driven inflation is the amount of overspending that the government's doing, devaluing our dollar, combined with purchasing our own debt, which is a great idea.
Our own debt from the Fed actively right now.
Yes, and you take all that and combine it with all the supply problems and all this stuff. That's when you have this crazy runaway inflation that is we're right on the cusp of. I'm not an economist. I'm not diving into all the numbers like that. But if you don't feel it, I worry. If you're not in some place in the back of your mind, if you're not, she's trying to be a lapdog right now.
Just love me.
If you're not trying to look into the future and maybe take a couple preventative steps, you can't say prepping anymore because that'll make you a domestic terrorist. But if you are not trying to take steps to soften the fall when shit really hits the fan, I feel like you're putting a lot of trust into places that it should not be.
I've been telling Jordan, I'm like, just buy a little bit of extra stuff every time we go to the store.
Yep.
Just a little bit extra
some
stuff.
dry goods,
just
some
buy
rice,
yeah,
some beans.
Buy a couple more cans of soup or like a little bit more ramen. Just something that
just
will
a couple extra.
Will sit on the shelf that will be fine.
Yep. Because that has no. The intrinsic value of those things is relatively small until somebody needs them, and then they are priceless at that point.
Yeah.
If you need food, that one can of soup that you might have lost a lot of value on that, but if you need food, it is priceless to you. It doesn't matter whether or not the investment was good.
One can of Progresso soup for a meal.
Yes.
It would be okay.
Exactly.
We would not
be
love
better than
ourselves,
nothing,
but we would be okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got.
Not that that's where I'm not predicting that that's where we're at. That families of 3 will have to be sharing one can of soup for a meal. I don't predict that.
What was I listening to the other day?
I'm just
Must
not
have
trying
been
to freak
yesterday.
anybody out, is all I'm saying.
I kind of am though.
I'm-
because I think it's smart
I
to
am and
be
I'm not.
objectively concerned.
Concerned is better than freaking people out.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm not trying to tell you
Empty the shelves.
Right.
Buy all
I'm
the
not
toilet
trying to say
paper.
like that. But I'm trying to say that the same thing you're saying. Just be aware of what's going on and don't ignore it.
I'm building food buckets. I found a great place, and call me a shill, whatever it is. I'm trying to find the cheapest price for the dry goods that I want to build up my shit. So if I'm buying stuff, no, I should be going there. Yeah, even Costco, something like that.
A bag of rice at fucking.
Oh yeah, I got a couple of them. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm not ordering that shit. It's like bags of legumes and lentils and beans and the stuff that's got some protein in it. Bulk freeze-dried vegetables is pretty cool, because they last forever. You got to kind of put them in an airtight container or something like that to last. But dehydrated, man. I spent a lot of time out in the woods, bro, eating a lot of dehydrated food, and it's pretty goddamn good if you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
I like the security of knowing that we're supposed to have a big storm this weekend. Big storm coming in on Sunday night. Probably going to lose power because especially out here, bro, you look at a power pole the wrong way, the whole neighborhood goes out like that. It's never a bad idea to have shit like that for if stuff pops off.
Yeah.
It's always a nice idea to have a backup like that. I'm probably down to only about a week of dry food since I've been working through it, but it's great to have because you can stockpile it. You can keep a small amount of it for years and years and years and years. And the worst thing that can happen is it gets eaten. That's about it. What's the problem there?
Yeah.
But what else we want? I mean, anything else on like the shipping? Yeah, right. I don't want to be fear mongers, but it just seems prudent. Just seems prudent to be smart. Be prepared.
Strikes. We're talking about this, right? Because that's another factor of the shipping thing. There have been strikes all over the place, and so there's been a lot of like the Kellogg factory and things like that, places where you would be shipping goods.
Yeah.
things are being missed there. So there are strikes there. Some of them related to COVID mandates. A lot of them, it seems like unions and collective working groups are just taking the opportunity to stand up to their companies and request better working environments, you know? So, I mean, we're definitely not going to... I feel like a lot of conservative outlets have been like, this is all about fucking vaccine mandates, you know? And I'm like, no.
All of it.
A lot of people are just get treated like shit because they work for big-ass companies and they just want better jobs. So that's like at Kellogg's, they're talking about they're open 7 days a week. People just work 7 days a week. And they don't have a foreseeable day scheduled off, and they have to request time off, and it's not paid time off, and it's a whole deal.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that about?
Back when I used to actually religiously listen and watch Breaking Point stuff, they did a really good job on, I think it was like a Frito-Lay's factory or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was like people were having fucking heart attacks. They were being forced to work so much.
Crazy.
It's wild. And I, for a small period of time, because I looked at what it was, like, I ain't going to be a part of this, worked for a manufacturing company that essentially kind of did the same thing. Most of their workers came from temp agencies, and there
Was it the fishing pole place?
This was Fishing Pole Place.
I remember this.
And, you know, you have 2 shifts, and essentially there's only 2 hours a day where there's any downtime because of cleaning and stuff like that. But other than that, it's full bore 24/7. And if you're not... Where's that spray bottle at? Let's get her. Get off my bookshelf, kitty cat.
So shit.
I didn't even have to spray, bro. I didn't even have to spray. I love it. She's learning. She goes, oh shit, I'm not supposed to be up here. But there's people in my shift that are at different stations and stuff like that, that even after I'm done putting in my time, I've got all my work caught up. I've got started on the next shift's work a little bit. You know, they're still backlogged because it takes longer for them to do their work, and they're there until their portion of the job is done.
Yeah.
If they cross over where AM and PM shifts kind of get over, they kind of double up the work for a minute and everything kind of slowly catches back up. But that's no way to run a workforce, man.
Right.
That is no way to run a workforce. As a business owner, I can attest it's one thing when you got a bunch of temp workers because there's always going to be more temp workers. But it's still fucked up that you're doing that.
Right.
It's still not okay. You know, for me to be one of the very, 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 I say 50 people, I was like one of maybe 3, 4 full-time actual direct hires.
Right.
That's a weird deal. That's a weird place to be. And
And
so
when-
I'm very sympathetic to certain, we'll just say certain unions standing up against their
Certainly.
their major companies like that, because I understand that I don't want to say runaway capitalism or, you know, corrupt capitalism or whatever it is. It has its downsides if things are not kept in check, right? And when there is no accountability on their end, they just see people as numbers and they recycle them through the system, and there's always going to be more, so who gives a fuck how we treat them?
Right. And
So I'm sympathetic to that, and I get mixed emotions because it's unions and collective
I know how you
bargaining
feel
and
about it.
things like that. Like, I got a problem. Yeah. She is a...
2 seconds up here and fuck you.
Exactly. It's because she loves you.
Yeah.
Yeah, bullshit.
You little bitch.
Crazy ass cat.
Well, hopefully no one saw me throw the cat.
Nope. But you just threw yourself
Right.
under the bus.
No, and I think you're right. I think that's why diversity of choice as far as employment is so important.
Yeah.
And why one thing I would agree with Breaking Points on so often, they're talking about areas where you live where you only have really 1 or 2 options for employment. You know, everything else is closed down. A lot of small business closed down. So the biggest thing in the area, if you want a decent job, is to work in the Amazon plant. If you want a decent job, is to work at the fucking, what did I just say? The General Mills plant. You know what I'm saying? And it's a dangerous game to be playing. And that's when you have places like DuPont. You know what I'm saying? All the towns like DuPont all over the country are named that because there were DuPont plants and towns popped up around them. That's a dangerous game to play. It's the same things all these other things we talked about. This is the theme for the day. Dangerous game.
Dangerous game.
The most dangerous game.
We're playing dangerous games.
It's a dangerous game to play.
Title
And
of the episode.
Yeah, there you go. Title of the episode. Dangerous game. So
And we might have to start doing that just for funsies.
people may not know this. You may not know this.
Ooh.
I have been titling the episodes on the website
Oh, nice.
for the last maybe 20 episodes or so. And so if
Fantastic.
you go back there, they do have titles.
Talking about
only on the
throwing myself
website.
underneath the
No,
bus.
no, don't. It's only the website.
Yeah.
Nowhere else has a title. No SoundCloud.
Speaking of the
no
website,
nothing. There you go. Go to it right now. Go to look
do
at
it.
the post. 'Cause that's-
Saltytrees.com.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's the only thing That's the only place they have titles. They're all pretty good though. If I do,
You want to toot the old horn a little bit?
exactly. Diversity of choice, right? And it is unhealthy.
Oh, fuck yeah. This is good.
Yes.
If you want to be a cog, go do cog things.
Exactly. They all have names.
Oh, bro, you the man.
Yeah.
Love it.
It's unhealthy and counter to freedom for people to not have a true and honest choice of places that they live, and it does people a disservice. It ends you up in places like this. And this is where, when we've talked about unions before, so I've got a lot of problems with unions, but I know deep down there are places where they still have their place.
Yeah.
And it's reasons like this, because you shouldn't.
When we talk about Amazon, you
Yeah.
know, I actually begrudgingly was like, the warehouse workers probably should be unionized, man.
You shouldn't be subjected to piss in a bottle because you're not allowed to take bathroom breaks.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be subjected to not having any time off because we just got to crank out cereal fucking 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. That's insanity.
Yeah.
We live in America. You shouldn't, while we are a capitalist nation, and I embrace that to its fullest, we shouldn't be existing in a world or in a country at the very least in which people don't have the opportunity to spend time with their children.
Yeah.
I spend 50 plus hours a week at work every single week.
Yep.
I get 4 hours a day with my kid during the week. That time, every moment of it is extremely precious.
Yep.
To be denying that of people is gross. You know what I'm saying? I work that much to support my family so my wife can stay at home so that we can live the life that we want to live. You know what I'm saying? But it's
It's a tough one.
feels objectively wrong to me that we are subjecting people to those type of circumstances.
The difference being is you are making that conscious choice.
You fucking dick.
Oh, God, we got to get the cat out of here. Fucker. Open the door up so the dogs can leave. But you are making that objective choice, right? You're making the decision to
Now.
yeah. Oh man.
Dick.
Yeah, get out of here, cat. You're being angry. I'm not a fan.
I love her.
She's a dick. All cats are assholes. We know that.
She's got attitude.
But yeah, I have some sympathy for those people, right? Because yeah, you grow up in a shithole town. Not saying your town's a shithole, but economically, it's kind of
Shithole
it's tough.
countries.
You only got two choices. You're gonna go work at mine, or you're gonna go work for this big box store. Something like that. More sympathy for those folks, right? But in a perfect world, in my utopian world, every single one of those workers that is feeling undervalued and literally being taken advantage of should fucking walk away, and that company should collapse overnight.
Certainly.
Unfortunately,
In a perfect world.
that is not ever going to happen, right? Because these people
right.
can't just go somewhere else because of financial problems and this and that and the other thing, which is unfortunately, again, by our societal design at this point. We've built the system that makes it so that if you're in a spot that has the only good gig in town is to go work at the chicken factory or the Amazon warehouse, you're going to go work at the Amazon warehouse or the chicken factory, because what
Right.
you're going to go work at the gas station,
Right.
No. And so I'm very sympathetic to that, but I'm kind of not willing to have a foundational conversation accepting that fact to be the only path, if that makes sense.
Certainly.
Because
And
if we continue to only talk about the problems of which Band-Aids to use, we're always going to be throwing Band-Aids on. You know what I mean? And so, like I said, I'm sympathetic towards these people, and I don't know what you do. It's tough. But at some point, and it would be really nice for like all en masse to not go on strike, but the entire union that is working at, like the Unified Automotive Workers, I think the UAW is like the GM people, stuff like that. If they all didn't strike, but they quit their fucking job, and then the next day they all applied to another factory somewhere else. Like, I don't care if it's across the globe or whatever it is, you're putting the applications online, whatever it is. The signal that would say, they do.
just like they did the
They
General
do.
Mills plan, or
Yep.
whatever cereal plan it is that we're talking
Yeah.
about, because I keep going back and forth. But they scabbed out. They
Yep.
waited until
Kellogg's,
those
I think.
people. Kellogg's. They
Yeah.
waited until those people struck. I don't. Struck,
Went on
I don't-
strike.
Yeah, went on strike. There you go.
They stroked out.
And the moment that they all stood out front and waited for the factory to open, their buses rolled in with scabs with a whole new fleet of employees. Company said, "Fuck you," and that's why
It's tough.
That's why I try to boil
You
it
got
down
so
to
much
diversity
power.
of choice.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that it's important to just incentivize small businesses, incentivize an economy that not incentivize it, but have an economy that incentivizes small businesses. You know, we have one. Now we've talked about the upward distribution of wealth or the upward movement of wealth over the last year, and a lot of that went from small businesses to large corporations. When
Right on
small
up.
businesses couldn't stay open, but big businesses could.
Yep. Walmart, Amazon, Home Depot, Lowe's.
Yes, the money
All
went
those.
up. It went from
Grocery
small
stores.
businesses to large corporations.
Yep.
That's wrong. That doesn't provide people with choice. That
Mm-hmm.
puts us in a point where the people who are already stressed at these big companies, these big corporations, are now fighting for a share of what they had because there are more employees now because all the small businesses are closed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough one because if you don't let a company get that big, it's not as hard to fight.
Right, and I'm not arguing for regulation. Right?
Yeah.
I'm definitely not arguing for regulation.
And neither am
government
I.
regulation.
I'm just saying, like on a general societal level,
Yeah.
right? If people see this company coming up and they're absorbing all the jobs and all this stuff, and you go, let's not go work there. Let's find something else to do.
Right.
Mind you, it takes a different mindset.
Morals.
It takes
It's a different set of morals.
It's a different set of morals and a different set of work ethic, which is a moral.
Right.
Without that societal basis,
Yeah.
inevitably you will only be left with a false choice because
decent-
you miss the point of no return.
A decent example would be this area and the shipyard.
Yeah.
Right? It's not a perfect example, but it's decent because
It is the number one employer.
there are other jobs you can get, right?
Mm-hmm.
But also, when you start at the shipyard, I think you start at like $17 an hour, and you get a raise every year, every 2 years until you hit a certain threshold, and then you're capped out there. But at that end, you're still making $40 an hour. You know, so you can, getting out of high school, if you don't go to college, this is for our area. This is just a good example for our area, right? The PSNS, the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard, is the federal government is the biggest employer in this area. We've talked about it before. Talked about it all the time on our social media, right? Obviously, you're watching us here. YouTube, Salty Streets. Instagram, Salty Streets. Facebook, fuck Facebook, it's Salty Streets. SaltyStreets.com for all this information. We have our own personal social media. I'm at Salty Street on Twitter. At Alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Collins at Big Bird Alfie on both those things. Patreon.com/Salty Streets. Discord, Salty Streets. Swell Blended if you need a haircut. Location Skate Shop for a skateboard. Leggings and aprons on Instagram for cakes. Lexi Kayo on Twitch for Twitch streaming. Movember is going to be the next 2 episodes. I'm going to be here with a solo stash. If you want to help donate to Movember, help Men's Health, go ahead and go there. Patreon.com, I already said it, but if you want to become a patron and help us make more, better content, go there. Subscribe to us. Like Colin said, at the end of the month, we have our first Salty newsletter coming out. It's going to be a little bit like an essay from Colin and from I, and we'll probably tag an article or two on there that we've been watching that maybe we didn't get to or something.
Yeah. Because believe it or not, we may sit here for 4 hours and talk about all this stuff, but we never get to everything we could get to. Ever. We could sit here 24 hours a day and run out of shit to talk about.
Yes. So I think that's everything as far as that. What were we talking about before that?
Unions working, false choices.
Diversity of choice. Oh, the shipyard. right?
Shipyard.
So when you get out of high school here, you can go to college, join the military. That's also very, very common here is to join the Navy because one of the few options is the shipyard, right?
Yep. Shipyard, and we have a nuclear sub base.
Yes.
We got Joint Base Lewis McChord down the road. We got a base up in Indian Island.
Yes.
We're pretty stacked.
So there's also a bunch of small businesses because there are towns, but they're small businesses. So there are also Safeways, grocery stores, things like that. This greatly limits your options to, like I said, starting at the shipyard are generally about $17 an hour starting for a random ass job in a random ass shop, nothing specific, no degrees, no anything, just a guy who's going to clean up until they give you a better job. About $17 an hour. You continue to get raises till you get up to 19, 21, 23, 24, 25.
Full benefits package
That's
the whole way.
Full benefits the entire time, matching 6% of your pay, I think, into your IRA. So they're also matching more than even like my company does or other really good small businesses, other good small jobs would give you, matching generally more than that. So it's
I think minimum's 3% match.
you have choices. I had many friends I have a friend who's younger than me, bought a house before I did. I have several friends who work in the shipyard, bought houses before I did because they chose a path I didn't want to because I didn't want to work for the government. I don't want to work for the federal government.
Still
I felt
don't.
that way from the very beginning. I could quit my job right now, probably go make the same, if not more money in the shipyard just because I've had the same job for 7 years doing a small technical thing. Jordan's stepdad works or Jordan's dad works in the shipyard. I could talk my way into a job there.
Easy.
No problem, right? Trenton's dad works there. Trenton works there. 5 fucking minutes, I have my job at a shipyard,
Yeah.
right?
If you
I
were
don't want to work for the
vaccinated.
federal government. If I'm vaccinated, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
That's a whole nother
I don't
added
want
on
to work for the
top.
federal government.
Yep.
There's all kinds of shit that Trenton can't do that I can do. There's all kinds of shit that a bunch of my friends who work for the government can't do that I can do. If I want to do cocaine tomorrow, I can do cocaine tomorrow. Nothing's going to happen. Tim and Dan are not going to piss test me on Monday to find out whether I did coke. They don't care. They don't want to talk about it. They definitely don't want me to talk about it.
Yep.
They don't care.
Don't bring it up.
They don't care. Smoke weed every day. I smoke weed on this show every day. Mm-hmm. Trenton can get fired at any moment if he's smoking weed.
Yep.
Archie, Trenton's dad, who's worked there for 20 years, can get fired at any moment if he's smoking weed.
Yep.
Works for the federal government. It's legal in this state. Get fired from his job for smoking weed.
Yep.
I don't want to work for the federal government. You know what I'm saying?
Hard fucking no.
And it's a choice like that here it's a little bit easier to make, but it took time also, because it took me time, years, working for a small business to make the same amount of money that my friends did working in the shipyard.
Yeah.
Years.
Right off the bat too, probably.
It's a hard thing to eat. When you see people graduating after you, going to work there, making more money than you, it's a struggle. Do I want to stick with this? Does this mean that much to me to not work for the government, or do I want to make more money? Do I want to go and buy a house? Do I want to do these things? It's very difficult.
Oh, yeah.
People are faced with those decisions with different companies, probably with less pay and shittier benefits all the time.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think you should be subjected to that choice. And especially because most of them are private companies with less regulation on what they can and can't do to you than the federal government.
Yep.
You know, the federal government, as terrible as it is, has decent standards of how they have to treat you because of civil rights and all kinds of shit, of the amount of oversight that federal jobs see.
Yeah, there's a reason it's so popular to go work for the federal government.
Exactly. Whereas if you work in a private industry, you might see an OSHA person once or twice a year. Maybe. You know? Maybe. Because they're doing other shit.
Yep.
You know, they got 90 million fucking shipyards in the United States to go and visit all the time to make sure that people wearing their correct color hard hats and glasses and shit.
Yep.
You know?
And if you're not working for the federal government, odds are you're going to have a greatly diminished chance of running into those people, because as far as, you know, OSHA's concerned, they would rather focus on covering their asses on their own facilities versus going out in the private sector and really pushing those boundaries. Because can you imagine if OSHA employees, inspectors and shit like that were as ubiquitous as like cops? How many cops you see in a day driving around? I see
one.
I see a dozen every day.
Yeah, I only drive 8 minutes to work and back
Yeah.
most days. I still always see at least one every day.
Well, yeah, especially in that spot.
Yeah.
You know, between that little stretch you got it's a good point for them to be hanging out if they want to collect some extra taxes for the state.
Right at the bottom of that hill.
Yep, yeah, exactly.
Those
You
fucking
know
assholes.
exactly what I'm talking
That's why
about.
They sit in that dog park all the time, man.
Oh yeah, and
Assholes.
I like to play like a mind game or a mind experiment.
They used to buy weed in the Home Depot parking lot all the time too. Lots of drugs in Silverdale. That's
It's a good place to do it, right in that little spot.
Shitload
But
of
now
people there.
you got 3 dispensaries within 5 minutes of that parking lot.
That was back in the day. Even after I turned 21, I could still get better deals on the street than I could in a store.
Yeah, right at
And
the beginning, right?
Right at the beginning. So
I saw an article just screwing around today on, they must have been like King 5 or something like that. Some kid got killed in a drug deal where he was trying to buy a pound of weed and got killed for whatever reason. I was like, bro, really?
yeah.
What are you doing? Are you trying to start a business? Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're trying to do? Just be, bro, because nobody needs to be dying for weed in the state
No.
anymore, man. Come on
No.
now. There are so many shops all over the place. But it's sad when you see that kind of shit still.
Right. Especially because now it's easy to find deals in the store that are comparable, if not better, to what I used to get on the street.
Yep.
So that's
The free market's a bitch, ain't it? Now, can you imagine for a second what this county alone would look like if we didn't have sub base and didn't have the shipyard?
I don't even know.
The entire economy of the entire county
would collapse.
for decades and decades and decades has relied on that single point of income from the federal government to build our entire county.
Yes. Yeah, the Bremerton City Hall is a quarter mile from PSNS.
Yeah. And it's the nicest building in Bremerton.
The Nordex building?
Yeah.
Yes.
What is the nicest building in Paulsbo? Oh, wait. City Hall?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh,
What about Port Orchard? Oh,
City Hall. Imagine that shit.
City Hall in the courthouse.
Yeah. Where's your taxpayer going? To the nice big government building. It's all bright and shiny. It's a problem, man. It's a problem.
Ignore the homeless people in the back. Don't worry about any of that.
Don't worry about that. So yeah, obviously government involvement is a big issue, especially to tie it all back to where we started,
Right.
with the supply chain issues and the strikes that are going on. I don't know, like it's hard to tell in the strikes right now because a lot of unions are striking. A lot of the,
Yes.
it's mostly union workers that are getting out and they're striking.
So Hollywood was working on it,
Oh,
So
yeah.
there's a bunch of that's what I'm saying. So it's not just the government. That's why I think it's important we talk about it because there's obviously the private sector is fucking people over. They're treating people terribly.
Yeah,
You know?
and notoriously, they kind of always have been,
Right.
which is why we still have unions today. But
And for a myriad of reasons, I would say the lack of diversity of choice, but also I hate to come down on anybody too hard, but the lack of strong morals that people are unwilling and unable to walk away from a job in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
Where, like you said, in a perfect world, those people would quit. They would
Yep.
say, "Fuck you."
And
We're all
Ford
gonna go
collapses
find-"
overnight.
Exactly, and that plant has to close because they can't find other people. Not only because
But then the trickle down of that is,
Right.
cars are expensive,
Right.
everything,
So
nobody
it's-
can buy shit. It's terrible.
because you also have to depend on if 400 people quit overnight. You have to depend on the next wave of 400 people to have the same morals that say, I don't want to go and accept that job because these people just quit because it was so terrible.
Yeah.
And I don't agree with that.
And it's a scab problem.
And that's even harder to find than the first group of people to actually quit.
Yeah. To have the morals to actually quit and walk out, and then to have the next rank of
Turn it
people
down.
not there on the
Exactly.
line ready to steal up that job.
Exactly.
Which just, I think, probably speaks to the general economic desperation.
It's easy to find
of our
someone more
entire
desperate than
country.
you are. Yes.
Every one of these why is anybody working for Purdue? The chicken people. Why are they doing that shit? Why are they working for any of these big ass places? Because they feel in some way that's the only gig they can get. Or it's, I don't know if it's the
Motherfuckers
easiest
need
thing,
chicken.
I don't know. And yeah, chicken's getting hard to find.
Motherfuckers
Get you
need
some
chicken.
chickens. I wish my fucking HOA, bro. My HOA. I can't have chickens. I can't have chickens in my backyard.
What?
That's how fucked up this place is.
Not even one?
Dude, I get a single chicken, it makes a sound, motherfucker's knocking on my door.
Oh my
Hey, about that sound I heard the other day. Don't mind the fucking pheasant that rolls between people's neighborhoods, squawking at all hours of the goddamn morning. I can't go out there and kill that fucking thing, even though it's a game animal and I should take it, but because it's too beloved by the people. But I can't have a fucking chicken so I can have fresh eggs. Assholes.
Just blast.
You call this liberty? It's not liberty.
This isn't freedom.
It's not
bullshit.
freedom. It's bullshit. Oh my god, we have a party tonight. I totally forgot about that for a minute.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, Zach in the house. What up, Steelhead? It's my buddy Zach.
Oh, what's up, G?
Yeah, he's the homie.
Happy to have you here.
I mean, what is that emoji? Is that cash emoji? I can't quite see what's up. That's right. Join the Patreon, bro. Get my newsletter.
That's
Also, elk hunt next week. Will you be hunting elk out, bro? That's what I want to know. He sent me some pictures of a buddy of his the other day. Got a monster. Super jelly.
There you go.
Yeah, I love hunting, bro.
So let's talk
Oh!
about
Sorry, go ahead.
Nope.
Is it a good segue point?
I was just going to ask you if you had anything else about strikes. So,
The biggest point I have on the strikes right now is I think there's more to come. And I think this is at the very early developing stage of what we're going to see with this. So I'm going to be watching a lot of these strikes very carefully because this is not the time economically. This is not the most opportune time to be cutting back on production in
No.
places. And if these unions are striking real hard, I'm going to be very, very interested in to see what kind of deals they're getting on the back end to go back to work.
yeah, because
So
we
I
don't
think
make
as it
shit in
develops-
America. So the things that we do make here, we got to keep making that shit.
Yes. Yeah, we got to keep what we're doing. But
Because a lot of it's food. A lot of it's food.
It's
We make
food.
a lot of processed food and meat processing and
Yeah.
shit like that. That's here. Well, they're right. People eat processed food every day, you know, so it's vital to people's
staple.
lifestyles. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, I wanted to talk about last weekend. I have a hunting story for you.
Yes.
So my brother and I just spent one weekend. We, got there Friday night. We went out Saturday and Sunday, trying to get ourselves a mule deer because I was unable to go to our high buck season, and that whole thing devolved. This whole deal.
It was a whole deal.
It was a whole deal. Couldn't do that. So we're trying to get ourselves a deer. So we go up last weekend, and I have never, obviously, there's no pictures floating around our Instagram of a dead deer. So obviously that tells the story. I did not get a deer last weekend. But I have never felt so good about being skunked on a hunting trip before, right? Because generally speaking, you go out there, you get skunked, you don't see anything. We had a good time out in the woods, right? And it was fine. But in this particular case, I saw deer every single day. It was so nice. We got into deer every day we were out there, multiple deer, multiple spots. Nothing was legal. So even though, oh man, the very end of the night, Sunday night, we're 20 minutes from the end of shooting light when it's legal to shoot, right? And the sun's going down, and also I'm on one, so we're in this valley, right? There's a big draw that comes down like that, big gully, and it's an old burnout area that had a forest fire about 2 years ago there. And so we're just hanging out on the edges, strategically placed. I'm on one side of the draw, my brother's on the other side, and we got crossfire going on. Well, 20 minutes before shooting light ends, my brother just kind of, I see him across the way, just kind of hunked down behind this log or the stump. And he texts me real quick because we're just texting back and forth about what we're hearing and shit.
Cell service,
He's like, dude, yeah, just enough. Like, we couldn't use signal, which was weird. Didn't have enough, but
signal goes through like LTE.
Yeah, but we were able to get text messages across, so that was nice. And he's like, oh shit, I hear something. And so by the time I get that, I look up, and he's all hunked down behind this stump. And I think it was like 2 or 3 does come out from the north side of the ridge and pass within fucking 15 feet of him, right? And eventually they kind of, what we say in the hunting world, he gets busted. They smell him, and they kind of bound
Being that
off.
close is only going to be a matter of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we get all excited. All right, cool. That was awesome. So it's nice. We're in the right spot. We're doing the right things. We're seeing deer. And then from the same spot the does came out of, more rustling, except it's much louder this time around, as if maybe he's got some headgear going around or something like that. And we go, oh fuck, there's buck coming. There's buck coming.
Chasing these little ladies.
And at this point we got like 15 minutes before it's over, right? And not but 30 seconds later, as soon as we start hearing this thing, it's rustling, it's stopping. It's rustling, it's stopping. That's buck. It's coming. It's going to be a long night, but let's fucking take this thing. If it's got 3 points, we're taking it. And down the road, there's 2 other sets of hunters that have been down there. They decide to call it quits 15 minutes before shooting light's over. And they come hauling by in their big-ass loud diesel trucks right next to us. Part of the problem is we're in that spot. We're open. But you're a hunter. What the fuck are you doing leaving 15 minutes before shooting light, blowing out somebody else's chances?
Right.
So that was fucked.
It's
We
a
were
hunting
both,
etiquette
we
thing.
were so, we got back to the truck and we were both like shaking with anger.
Because it was a buck, you guys saw it?
No. We heard it actually after that truck went down. My brother immediately jumps up because the noise has got his cover at this point. He jumps up, runs over to the other side of the road, and he's like, you can hear him hiding behind a bush, and he's like looking, and he can just hear this thing just take off down the slope. It's gone.
It's a buck for sure.
Fuck, man. What the hell?
Yeah, that's fucked.
That was the
apex.
One other little tiny hunting story, which was funny. The first day we're out there, it was right after I got into the ridge and taken that little video of stuff, so you can go see that on our Salted Streets Instagram, which, by the way, is right fucking there. So you can go right there and do it. But like maybe 15 minutes after that, we're walking on this trail. We're getting from point A to point B, and we're getting to this heavily wooded area. My brother kind of stops and he goes, "Hey, just so you know, like getting into this place, like just be really, really quiet because this is the place they're gonna be." 10 fucking seconds later, he stops. So I stop, and this fucking doe comes like 10 feet away from it. Like, this little asshole called it like that. And this doe walks, a big body doe too, just walks right out in front of us, kind of looks at us and was like, "Hey, what's up?" And just walks down the hill. And then there ended up being like 3 or 4 more down there too. But
Is there any doe hunting allowed in this state? Is it state by state? Is it?
it's state by state how they do it. And generally, yes, there is always some does that are taken. It's a special tag that you have to get.
And it's a certain
It's like a
time,
lottery
right?
deal. Yeah, they give you time frames and certain GMUs you can go. I think for doe, it's pretty. I'm not totally sure what they call it because it's not necessarily like a doe tag you get,
Right.
but it's colloquially called a doe tag.
And you're
like,
supposed to try and make sure that it's like not pregnant and stuff, right?
oh yeah. I mean,
You
it's
told
kind of
me
like
before that's
shooting a
not-
bear with cubs.
Right.
You know,
it's
there's
not
nothing.
illegal, but it's a real dick move.
Yeah, that's an etiquette thing. Like you don't want to take out a mama bear that's got 2 cubs, and so if you're,
That's what Cody got last week.
yeah, that's fucking that thing. That's a nice mule deer.
Yeah, and he's out. He's
Good
out
amount
in-
of meat on that
I
one.
think he said
Twisp.
he was out in Twisp.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty good. The one that he got last time was about that same
Yeah,
size. He
I
got
would
one, like,
love.
2 years ago,
I
think.
would love to come across a doe tag, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
Is that a lottery type of deal too?
yeah. It's things like that you put in for every single year. You might get lucky, you might not, but I generally do put in for certain ones like deer, even though sometimes I'll just put in for what you call points, so you can apply for it, but not actually put yourself in the lottery,
Right.
so that you can get the points worth of value. It's like a weird weighted average deal. Hey, baby, welcome home
Right,
from
right.
the gym.
Because the more points you have, the more chance you have of getting that tag.
Yeah, ideally.
Right.
Even though-
I've heard that before.
Last year I drew it was like a 7-point average that gets this deer, and I had like 2 points. So
Yeah.
sometimes you get lucky, but yeah, that's basically the highlights I wanted to share with you about the hunting trip
That's
last
excellent.
weekend. It was gorgeous.
That is excellent.
And we got hosed, but we were in the right spot, doing the right
You're
things.
getting closer.
Yep, it was good.
You're
Oh
getting
man,
closer.
we got a Steve Beard jumps in the chat here. Says my rooster has gone Section 8 and will not comply. And he says, salute to your channel. My rooster does not want the COVID vaccine.
Excellent.
And I think your rooster should have the choice to not get vaccinated.
I'm not sticking my cock with
That's-
the jab.
Ayo!
There you go. That's it for that's it for that one. Thank you for joining us. So happy to have you here.
Oh my God.
I think that it's fuck HOA. Like it's wrong that you can't have a chicken in your backyard
Yeah.
for some
It kind of
eggs.
goes in line with what we talked about last episode with, like, you know, the arbitrary you can't shoot here law that
Yeah.
we have in the county. It's like, that's bullshit. That's bullshit, man. But then again, I believe every government infringement is an infringement. Every government involvement aspect. I mean, yeah, at this point, I'm a full-blown anarchist. I believe the validity of the state is a false choice that we were given once upon a time, and I think it's utter bullshit. And I think if we wanted to, we could have our own society, much like we have now, with very little difference, except there would be no authority over you at all.
Right.
The only thing that would keep you in checks is your neighbors
And I think
and your town.
I think the comparisons to like very early colonial America is a very good comparison. You know,
Yeah.
the ability to still maintain trade and not. Obviously, there are differences between fucking 1750 and now, right?
Yeah.
But
And we have a slightly more complicated system.
right. But the ability to maintain trade both domestically and internationally is very interesting.
Yeah.
You know, and it's obviously intriguing. We're only smarter and more sophisticated than we were then. We have
Yeah.
technology. We have many aids that
We could do it.
could allow us to do those same things.
Yeah.
You know, I have a hard time. I don't want to get too deep into it
Yeah.
because we're getting late in the show, but I have a hard time believing that if there's a big hypothetical, but like if the government of the United States were to disband and we were an anarchical
Stateless.
state of America, you know, I have a very hard time believing that other country would be like, well, we're not going to trade with them because they don't have an established government for us to be dealing with. You know? That's
Everybody
ridiculous.
believes in the bottom line.
No,
Everybody
If
believes
you have
in
enough
the-
money,
Yeah.
then and private companies are not going to go away if the government ceases to exist. They're
No.
going to continue to exist
Yeah.
without government regulation, but they're going to be more subject to the ideals that we were talking about. People are going to have way more choice. If you want to treat me like that, there's 1,000 other companies that I can go and work for that are not going to treat me like shit. Fuck you. Your company can go under. The government isn't here to save you. I don't give a shit.
Yep.
You know, we will go talk to the other 30 small shipping companies that are going to band together to make a coalition so that they can get shit done. I don't want to work for you anymore. It's very interesting.
It's very interesting.
very intriguing. That I think that when we do our first, we have like a little private Patreon video or something. You know, that could be a discussion on anarchism.
Yeah.
I think that would be very interesting. So, what the fuck did I want to ask you about?
So we hit shipping delays and all this. Should we talk about the bill?
Reconciliation package? Yeah.
The Build Back
And that's
Better agenda.
There's still only so much that we can talk about it because it's still up in the
ever
air.
evolving.
They set another arbitrary deadline for the end of the month, but they've still maintained, the government, the
Yeah.
Biden administration has maintained, this isn't a deadline. You know, we're just saying we would like to have it done by that, you know, because this week they're saying they want to have it done by the end of the week. It's Saturday now. We don't have a bill.
Because they're getting ready
So-
to go on break, too. I don't never
Yes.
win, but it's coming very soon.
Yeah. So there are things being continually stripped out of this bill. I just want to start, by placing our positions because I think they're both very similar.
Okay, before you do that, I just want to give you full marks. You are on the fucking mic today.
Thank
You really are. I love it. I'm so
Thank
happy.
you very much.
So,
Yes.
state your
So
position.
my position, right? I think that we talked about it, I think, when Larry was here, that there is a huge discussion for, man, it's very difficult. There's a huge discussion for social spending right now because people need help, right? For certain things happening, for a lot of changes in the government. I am not opposed to discussions on immense changes and reform in many aspects of the United States government. I think that it's far time for past that, especially now that we're ending, you know, our great eternal war in Afghanistan. I think we have a lot of discussions of redistribution of government funds. I don't mean to different people. I mean to different areas, possibly
Take
taking
some out of DOD and let's put it somewhere else.
That's what I'm saying. There's a huge discussion for that right now that isn't happening. And so I think that I'm definitely in favor of that. I am vehemently opposed to the process in which this is being done and the immense deception that it's being done underneath. You have government figures, Jen Psaki, Karine Jean-Pierre, that are actively saying this is not going to cost anybody a dime. It's paid for 100%. While at the same time, there are news stories saying the overall cost is coming down to $1.5 trillion.
Yeah.
This does not cost nobody anything. That's not how this works.
No.
They're telling you in the very beginning, it started at $3 trillion. Right? And
Each.
you can go back to our shows before, right? To when we talked about what the American Rescue Plan, to the first stimulus package. We talked about it. We might need this right now. It's probably a bigger discussion that we should have about spending this amount of money at this time, right? I think that I can't quote myself, but I feel very confident that this view of ours will be consistent. There's a discussion for these funds to be spent, but it's also a much larger discussion if we want to spend $1.5 trillion. We want to spend $4 trillion, $8 trillion. We should have talked about that. That was a bigger deal than let's just get it done, right? Especially as we talked about earlier, looking back, so how much of the funds went unspent, are still not distributed now, were spent to other things, redistributed. We obviously could have had a much more nuanced and comprehensive discussion about how much money was being spent and where it was going, because you had an entire half of our political spectrum that was still saying this isn't enough.
Yeah.
This is not enough money.
Yep.
But we still have money that is not spent.
Yep, we
right?
still have money that we've seen come out in lotteries, and I mean there was a point at which our county was offering $500 for workers that got vaccinated. That came out of that.
We gave
that
away, I think,
surplus
$6
money.
million. I think we gave away $6 million of excess COVID dollars.
Yeah, that seems like a good way to spend that money.
For people who
Doesn't
got
it?
vaccinated, just to be more specific.
Oh, yeah. There was a section of the
those
population.
were vaccine lotteries. No. 4 prizes of $250,000, one of $1 million. That's what it was. So it's only $2 million of taxpayer money that we gave to people who chose to get vaccinated. That's all.
That's all.
It's no big deal.
It's not.
So,
It's why it's
Right.
not about helping the people that need help.
I think there's obvious that this needs to be a larger discussion. And I wrote this down for last episode, right? There's been a lot of discussion from...
Ooh, Steve Beard has a hunter comment. He says, as a hunter, I always plan on 3 sides of my company to push deer or other game. So in other words, 3 people in your hunting party, you kind of box them in.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
somebody, some people
3
call it a
pushes,
deer
1 shooter.
drive.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. I
Yep,
gotcha.
Good shit.
Yes. I really want to...
We'll get you out
It's
there
just
next
not
year.
opportune, you
Yeah,
know.
we'll
It just
get you out
hasn't
there
been
next year.
opportune. But anyway, what were we talking about?
The COVID funds,
COVID funds.
misuse of funds.
Yes. Oh,
Um,
there's been a lot of talking, jawing from Jen Psaki, from the federal government, especially Democrats, right? The top line amount doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Regular people don't care about what the overall cost of the bill is. And then out of the other side of their mouth saying, well, it's not going to cost anything anyway. But
Yeah.
I don't
Why do you
buy
need to say
that
that?
at all, because most of the, I feel like so many, it's anecdotal, right? Because I don't have a percentage, I'm not taking a poll, but I feel like the overall deficit is a very consistent topic when you talk to regular people about politics. Mm-hmm. Like, well, the deficit is fucking X amount. Even if it's a partisan talking point, oh, well, Trump spent this much, or well, it doubled under Obama. You know, we heard that.
It's always there.
It's
on
it's
both
there.
sides. Yeah.
Even if you only care a little bit, when you are forced to take a step back as a regular everyday American and recognize that our GDP is about to cross over with the amount of debt that we have, that we literally don't even make enough money every year to try and fix our debt, that matters to people.
Yeah.
They don't not care. You have to wonder as an everyday American, what the fuck does that mean? What does that mean if we aren't making enough money to pay our bills? Because I can't do that.
Yeah.
I can't live that way as an American. And the government tries to spin it as like, oh, well, this isn't like regular finances. You know, it's not a big business, the federal government. You can't borrow until oblivion. It doesn't work that way. That's especially not, and we did talk about this with Larry, especially not if you expect the citizens to continue to maintain faith in the economic system.
Yeah.
If you're showing me money doesn't matter, why the fuck would I believe that money matters?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You're telling me that. You're talking about printing a coin and putting it in a deposit in another state and saying it's good to go.
$1 trillion right
we're going
there.
to be fine. You're also talking about arbitrarily raising a limit that you're saying is arbitrary anyway to a Googleplex so that you never meet it. We can spend as much money as we want and it will just never matter. It will be fine.
Yeah.
You know?
What kind of message are you sending?
That's insanity. You can't do that and then also say, but if you have more than $600 or $10,000 in your account, we're going to watch what you're doing because you're not paying your taxes.
Yeah. And
What the fuck are we doing?
And I don't want to just brush over that. Because it started
I
out
didn't
as
expect that we
$600 per. It was like $600
Because that's in the
transactions
bill.
or something like that. It is in the bill. It's one of the few things that's still in there. If you have
Oh, and
more
Nancy Pelosi
than,
says that it's staying.
of course it is. How else are they going to track everybody and come after you? Because they are. So let me just start here.
But only if you make over $400,000 a year.
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit. Because as it sits now, the rule will be if you have $10,000 or more throughout of transactions throughout the year, which is everybody
Right.
throughout the year, except for maybe the 18-year-old kid who still lives at home. If you're paying rent or mortgage, you're spending that money every year.
Oh, absolutely.
Easy. That's still in the bill. And right now, that's where their threshold is, $10,000 per year. So everybody is going to be tracked by the IRS. And it's supposedly only so that those people making over $400,000 or, the millionaires and billionaires who aren't paying their taxes, that's how we can, that's how we can, we're going to go after those guys. First of all, the argument, the statement that, these corporations don't pay anything in taxes is ludicrous, and it's an absolute lie because they pay payroll taxes every single week or every single month. They pay Social Security taxes. They do all of these things, right? Not to mention corporate tax, not to mention capital gains tax on their executives that get distributions and profit. You get taxed. You may not have necessarily an income tax, but you still get taxed, and your company gets taxed out the ass.
Right.
So it's a bald-faced lie to say that these companies don't pay anything in taxes, first of all. So it's a disingenuous argument
And that's why they
from the
qualify.
beginning.
Yeah, that's why they qualify. They paid $0 in federal income tax this year.
Yeah, they said that one little thing, and then everybody hears that and think, oh, these terrible corporations don't pay anything in taxes.
Effectively $0 in tax, they say.
It's so bad. But I guess on the whole, to kind of get back to what you were asking, my initial take on this is if we are really serious about spending multiple trillions of dollars at this point with the quote unquote hard infrastructure bill and the social infrastructure bill, which is all this Build Back Better reconciliation shit. If we're talking about spending multiple trillions of dollars, I understand that there is society as a whole is in need. Society as a whole has also helped get us to this point because they've allowed this stuff to happen. And without legislation on the books, without regulation on the books that says you have to do these things like mandates and the things that are pushing people out of the job and bringing productivity down, that's all self-inflicted at this point. If people had any moral scruples and would stand on principle, say no, unless there's a law, unless there's somebody there that's going to put a legislative gun to my head, I'm not doing this. This is ridiculous. This is going to affect the way I do business. For them to capitulate to that and put us in this position, I almost have little sympathy. I have very little sympathy for that, which helps me land on the side of, I don't think at this very particular moment, spending a few extra $1 trillion right now, probably not the best idea. I'd be good with people doing the best they can until maybe next year. Let's talk about it in 2022. Let's talk about it around the midterms.
People getting fucking jobs.
Let's make it a midterm issue. Let's not shove it through now so that people can stand on high and say, we got this passed before midterms. No.
Before
break.
Yeah.
Because at that point it's over. Then after this break, during the holiday season, stuff like when they come back, that is a year before midterms, the campaigning is starting in earnest. And nothing's going to get fucking done.
Especially in infrastructure as well, the tying of those two bills together, which we correctly predicted in the beginning, this is a mistake.
Hard, yeah.
Fucking breaking points that are like, Crystal's like, oh, that's the only thing that's keeping this bill alive right now is that they're holding. She's saying
she's an authoritarian communist.
I want Joe Biden to force a vote
yes.
on the infrastructure bill, on these bills, so people have to put their name on it.
Yeah.
And they
get rid of the filibuster, get rid of everything so we can just hammer this thing through.
Yep.
And I always like to bring up this Bernie point, right? Because Bernie Sanders was out there talking about Kirsten Sinema and
Joe Manchin.
I don't know why I want to say Joe Walsh, but yeah, Joe Manchin from West Virginia.
The 50.
It's the two. We should not be held back by two senators. 48 people should not be held back by two. Yeah, Bernie, until you remember that there's 100 people in the Senate. 50 of which already aren't on board here, dude. 50. So now you're arguing about the tyranny of the minority because you don't have two people who belong to your fucking party.
Right.
You can't convince them that this is a good idea, much less the 50 other members that don't think it's a good idea. You think you might want to rethink how you do this?
Right.
The original hard infrastructure, when the concept was first put out there in the White House fact sheets, it was basically $3 trillion each. Correct? Something along those lines? Something like that. And then McConnell and the Republicans ended up wheedling the hard infrastructure down to essentially about $1 trillion. And now we're looking at the current state of affairs. Yeah, it's 1.6 trillion dollars.
Yeah, is the high end of what I've seen now.
And if anybody can actually put a fucking number on that thing, they're lying to you because nobody understands how this is going to work and how much money this is going to cost. We're still talking about $3 fucking trillion.
Right.
Not after we just spent another 6 or 8 trillion within the last 2 years.
I was just going to say that the original stimulus package, I think we totaled out to 5, but it was increased. It could go up to 8 if more funds were necessary, which they ended up being,
Yeah. So, very long story short, I just think we should probably hit the pause button on this. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah.
Right? Let's run on that. Have every single politician that's trying to run in the midterms run on that issue of whether you're for it or against it, and let the people speak based off of who wins the midterms.
Get the infrastructure package going. Get some more people working.
Yeah.
Because that's our biggest detriment right now. Is like jobs unfilled. People not working, jobs unfilled. And I'm not going to blame anybody for one reason or another. At this point, I don't give a fuck why you're not working. You've got to be working. If you're not working and you're able to work, you've got to be fucking working.
You got to be, man.
I don't
Otherwise, somebody
sorry-
else is paying for your shit for you.
I'm sorry if there isn't a job that you really want right now. I'm sorry if you don't like it. If the hours aren't perfect. If
Sorry,
you have
not
to drive,
sorry.
I'm sorry. Like I am sorry that the job that you're looking for is not perfect. That's not how things work here.
Yep.
You should be working at a job that suits you for now till you can find a better job.
Yep.
That's what you should be doing. Whether or not you want to call that. That's my opinion. I'll
Yeah.
call it that. That's my opinion. That's what you should be doing. You should be working until you find a better job.
Yep.
I have not gone personal. I'm not trying to put myself above anybody. I'm not trying to put myself above anybody. I haven't gone a day without a job since I got my first job. Not because I've never been fired or I fucking whatever. I won't do it. There isn't a reason to not be working. There's always fucking jobs to be doing.
Yep.
Always. Especially now.
And I'll just basically add on to what you're saying because I'm right there alongside you. I would just add in the fact that if you're in a shit job or you're looking for a job that you may not like, if you get that job and spend time building something else that of your own make so that you can one day have the dream job you want, you need to be doing that as well. Obviously I understand that like it's difficult to try to build something from scratch when you're working a blue collar job or any other kind of job that you're working 40, 50 hours a week. But it can be done if you want it to be done. If you want to be a cog, go do cog things.
Yeah.
If you don't want to be a cog, it might take you acting as a cog for a certain amount of time before you can work yourself out of that position and have something that is not just doing cog shit. I'm never going to let this go. This Larry Dixon dropping the cog thing is
It's
just,
my mantra.
it's the perfect, it's a good mantra to have. If you want to be a cog, go do cog things.
I've used it to a David Goggins extent, even while I've been in the gym. Like I've been like,
Who's going to carry the boats?
I'm tired. I can't finish shoulder presses. Did shoulders yesterday, right? So doing shoulder presses to start, and I got up to I had 115.
500 pounds?
115, you know, so that's not bad as far as overhead shoulder presses.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know? So I think I was getting up to 6 reps at 115. That's not bad. So I was hitting 4. I'm like, fuck that. No cog shit. Fucking push. Push until you literally can't fucking lift the bar up. Like, that's ridiculous. No fucking don't be fucking giving up. You know what I'm saying? I have carried that forth with everything. No cog shit. If you want to be a cog, go do cog things.
Yep.
That's not what we're doing here. We're not doing cog things here. And
I refuse to accept that is the norm.
right.
I refuse that because there is a choice. The choices are difficult, but there's a choice to not
Yes.
be a cog.
It's hard.
Yeah, and I
very
don't
hard.
want you to complain about being a cog if that's what you are willing to do. If you're willing to be a cog, you're going to do cog shit, period. And unless you decide you don't want to play that game anymore and put in the effort to do that, you're always going to be a cog. And I don't want to hear you bitching about that because you're not going to put in the effort to make a better life for yourself and your family and the whole deal.
Yeah.
So
A
yeah.
cog works itself loose from the machine. That's the only way to get
Yeah,
free.
that's
the
right.
only way to get free.
You work
no one
is-
comes
God,
and
this
takes
is
the
so
gear
good.
out. No one comes and takes a gear out of the machine. No one
Nope.
takes a gear out. A cog works itself free. You work yourself out. If you want to be a cog, go do cog things. We're working ourselves free of the machine. That's what we do here.
Yep. Yeah, and I think everybody should be doing it. And, there's a lot of avenues to do it, but it just takes sacrifice, like we talked about last episode. There's a great Salty short that talks about this shit. Go check out No Cog Shit on YouTube.
That's right.
You can find that right there. Salt of the Streets YouTube. Just search us out. It'll be great. Have fun. Make sure while you're here, you like, you subscribe. Get over to the Patreon and subscribe. Extra plug this 37 minutes
There you
apparently.
go. Let's talk. Well, no, that just went off. So 5 minutes ago, we didn't talk about it, I don't think. So that's perfect segue into it. Yes. Patreon, obviously, Salt of the Streets. You're watching us here, YouTube, Salt of the Streets. We have our Facebook, Salt of the Streets. Instagram at Salt of the Streets. saltofthestreets.com for all this information. We have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Again, saltofthestreets.com for all that information. Discord, Salt of the Streets. If you need a haircut, go to swellblended.com. If you need a skateboard, go to Location Skate Shop in downtown West Bram. If you Need some cakes? Go to Leggings and Aprons on Instagram. If you want to watch some Twitch, go to Lexi Kyle on Twitch. The next 2 episodes will be during Movember. So if you want to help me raise some money for men's health and awareness, suicide prevention, testicular cancer, prostate cancer, all of these things, if you have a man in your life that you care about, go ahead and go to Movember.com and search for Donovan Phillips. You will see my face there with a mustache, previous pictures. Go ahead and donate anything that you can. $1, $2, $5, $10, anything. Anything you can. I will donate at least $25 every week of November to make sure that we're getting at least $100 to them. So with that, I think that we can move on. I think we can hit just for a second a couple of things that they're saying for now that are going to be in the bill. I don't know if you have a list there. My article timed out. So we have universal pre-K is still in as far as we know, which would be pre-K for 3 and 4-year-olds. The 2 years of college was taken out, so that's not in there anymore. Let's talk about preschool for a second, right?
Yeah, let me just run through this thing real quick.
There you go.
CNN, which when it comes to being a Biden administration shill, you can always trust CNN to shill for the Biden administration. So right now we're looking at universal pre-K, extension of the child tax credit for 1 year. We got paid leave with shorter duration of 4 weeks, triggered at $100,000.
Paid family medical leave.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got child care and home care are included in the proposal. Roughly $150 to $200 billion for housing. Tuition-free community college
For housing?
dropped.
What does that mean?
That's like probably homeless stuff like that. I would certainly imagine.
Okay.
I got a more detailed one too. We can get into one of those. Medicare expansion, Affordable Care Act funding to finance subsidies for the next 3 years, roughly $180 billion. Climate remains kind of it's just gray, but we got $300 billion for that.
So Karine Jean-Pierre on that point.
And the
right?
salt deduction is still there.
State and local tax deductions, which puts a limit on the amount of tax you can pay for both.
Yeah, basically, if you live in a city or a state like New York, you're taxed up the ass. Well, a portion of that can be deducted towards your federal taxes as well.
So the climate thing, right? That's been a huge talking point for the progressives. This whole point, no climate, no deal, has been part of their deal. So Karine Jean-Pierre in that press briefing was talking about the different options that the administration had for meeting their climate goals, even if it wasn't in this bill. So which indicates to me that they're already looking to take this money out, or at least greatly reduce it from what it was before, because they're talking about the executive orders they can do, the different administrative things they can do to try and hit their climate goals. So
next, I'm going to just interject real quick. Steve, you say you want Talk the Gear. Just expound on that a little bit more. Give me a little more info there.
what?
Go ahead. He says you want Talk the Gear. I'm like, well, what do you give me a little bit more to work
We're
with.
talking about cogs all day, baby.
That's right. Are we talking about cogs and gears? Are we talking about hunting gear? Because if that's the case, there's about to be a dedicated Discord channel to
Talking
hunting.
about plate carriers and shit.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother deal.
I ain't wearing that up in the mountains, bro. That's a lot of extra weight. You should have seen Fuck My Life Hill. 4 o'clock in the morning, hiking up this steep ass hill like this in pitch black. It was a great time.
And you just said fuck my life.
Yeah, you can call it. I dubbed it Fuck My Life Hill.
Yeah. So the progressives pushing really hard for climate. It's difficult for us to talk too much about it because it's changing so much all the time.
Yeah.
Especially around Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema, whatever they're willing to work with. So we'll see whether or not the climate is in there.
Yeah. That's been the hardest thing about trying to talk about this thing in general. Is
It
that
changes too much.
It's been ever evolving
Right.
because I haven't seen a single piece of actual
Right.
legislation yet.
We've talked about talking about it on the last 2 episodes and decided at the last minute we don't even have enough to go on yet, so let's just wait.
Yep.
And even now, we
At least
really
there's some
only-
talking points.
Right. So,
It's
I
climate.
don't know. I think the only thing that I really wanted to hit, climate is neither here nor there. I think that if we can get to a point where we're not relying on fossil fuels, I think that's great. I think that there are probably a lot of, it's a big topic. I don't want to get too far into. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's difficult for me to discuss any of this because I am abjectly opposed to the way that it's being done. I don't agree with this. This is wrong. This is morally wrong, and it's deceptive for it to be being done this way. So it's difficult for me to even pontificate on any of it. The one thing that I feel comfortable saying is that I don't think anybody should be willing to readily give their child to the federal government for 2 more years. I think that's a really bad idea.
And this is universal pre-K.
I've already said in this show that we're going to homeschool our kids. I've already said that, because and I've talked about it many times on the show before. I refuse to deprogram my child from whatever the state is putting down their fucking throats. I know what I walked out of high school thinking, right? And the way that the thought process that are instilled in you there, and it's only gotten worse. I remember being in high school saying, white people ruin everything, as like a tongue-in-cheek thing, but also feeling like I could make a very legitimate and very sophisticated argument as to why white people were the root of all problems, and I was doing it regularly in high school to other people that I was in school with. And I'm like, no, I'm telling you, if you look at all these different things, history, Christopher Columbus, Indians, blah, 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 white people ruin fucking everything. Colored people come in here and they do something, and then white people take it and they ruin it.
Hip hop.
That's not correct. That's not valid, obviously. Yep. You know what I'm saying?
It's not real.
That was 10 years ago.
Damn.
So I can only imagine
Yeah.
how much worse it's gotten now. We're seeing video evidence consistently of terrible fucking things happening in school, whether it's from a police officer choke slamming a teenage girl to the ground, or grabbing her by her fucking hair and throwing her to the ground, or this video coming out now of the teacher with a headdress on, jumping around the classroom.
God, man.
Shit
The
like that.
Sokotoa girl.
Shit like that. What I'm talking about.
Bro.
You have got me fucked up if you think I'm letting my kid go to any of that shit. You have got me fucked up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm absolutely not doing it.
And we probably won't get into it, but I mean, look at all the things that have come out of Loudoun County in Virginia.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, literally a rape case that was
Two of them.
Two of them. That's right. That is two of them. Just hidden under the rug, swept underneath the rug. There's no problem here. I don't know what you're talking about.
The superintendent denying the existence of the rape case after a second child had already been sexually assaulted by the same student.
It was the same day, I believe, they released the letter, right?
It's
There's not a
insanity.
problem in
It's
public schools.
Insanity. You cannot convince me to allow the government of my state or my country to educate my child.
Hard no.
You cannot. You cannot. And we talked about this when we were talking about student loans and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I said, I refuse to consent to the state being able to set an arbitrary designation of education that my child must have to indicate that he is ready to have a job.
Okay.
I refuse. I refuse to take part in that. And I'm not saying you're not going to get your high school diploma. We're not going to do this, but I don't acknowledge it. I don't acknowledge the state's ability to do that. You don't have the right to tell me when me or my son or anybody else is educated enough to get a job. You don't have the right. I refuse.
That would be because this program for pre-K, right? Because I want to slightly alter the landscape of the discussion, because obviously we can't have a discussion about what this will implement based off of that, right? Because honestly, we have no idea. But from the reporting that we're seeing,
system,
yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
From what we're seeing at this point, right? They're looking at universal pre-K programs for children 3 to 4 years old.
3 and 4. Dax will be 3 in January.
So that would mean that you would be looking at sending your kid to preschool next year, right? And it's hard to even, entertain this idea, but like, if there was more faith in the public school system, would that be something you would be interested in? Something, a preschool that you don't have to pay for out of pocket, that you can send because now the government is opening up that it's willing to offset the payments, however this is going to work. See, it already seems kind of utopian because we're obviously working in a world that's not real and we have no idea what it's going to look like. But
sorry, go ahead.
I see this only as, and I hate to give her the credit, but Senator Elizabeth Warren, once upon a time, wrote a book called The Two-Income Trap.
Right.
Is this not more fodder for the two-income trap? Is this not bringing more and more parents into the workforce at an earlier time just so that you can ship your 3-year-old off and not have to worry about them, so that you can go back to work and get a job and be another cog in the machine?
So
that's where my push on this is. I don't think it's a good idea because you're removing from 3 years old. 3 years old. You imagine the detriment that would do to your son not seeing his mother or his father for most of the day at 3 years old. That seems scary to me.
So I'll answer your first question and spin it to answer your second question. I would consider it if I had faith that the school system could do a better job educating my son than my wife or I could. I don't have that faith now.
Yeah.
Dax is not yet 3 years old. He's able to spell small words. He can recognize all the different letters of the alphabet.
He's reading books.
His speech is limited, partially by choice, partially because he learned sign language first. There's many reasons. We also don't force him to like say a lot of words. We just talked about that yesterday. So his speech, I think, is the only thing that's lacking because we don't force it.
But his comprehension is not.
His comprehension is off the scale.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he'll sit down and read all those books with that little machine. And like I said, he can spell small words out to us. He recognizes all the letters. He can count to 10 by himself. He has library of probably 40-ish different sign language words, that he can use. He can effectively communicate with us and with other people with very little instruction.
Yeah.
So I have a hard time believing that someone could do a far superior job educating him over the next 2 years than Jordan or I could. I have a very hard time believing that.
I just got to say this from Zeke real quick. Expect to see me at the next school board meeting creating noise. I refuse to have my daughter to be a part of this system. Fucking amen, buddy. I wonder, do you have to have a child enrolled in the public school system to have the quote-unquote right to be heard at a school board meeting?
I have no idea.
Because I feel like up-and-coming parents who are about to be able to put their kids into the system should obviously have a say in what's going on because they're about to be a part of the system. And it's supposed to be community-based, but
I have no idea.
Way to go, Zeke, man. You get in there, you make some noise. I'm not saying turn your phone on and send me the recording, but, I'm not saying that.
But we're not saying
Amen.
that. And we definitely aren't saying that we would conceal your identity at all costs and, do everything that we could.
That's right. Matt W., you pay taxes. Amen. You pay taxes. Yeah. Hard. Yeah. There it is right there. You pay taxes into the system. You go speak your piece.
So to answer your second question, I think you're partially correct. I think that the school system and the government and whoever you want to blame does a very good job convincing parents they are not able to educate their children and that the only way to do it is to send them to public school. I think they do a really good job doing that.
Oh, yeah.
I think a lot of people don't have the means because they both have to work, So I think to that extent, yes. Many parents don't have that ability. I am fortunate enough that I can, that Jordan is able to stay home, and that seems like it will be able to be the case for the foreseeable future until if Dax is gone, she doesn't have any children at home, she's probably going to want to go get a job because she's not going to want to fucking sit home all day and do nothing, She also does cakes and shit all the time, so she's probably going to be doing that. So, to a certain extent, yes. But on the other hand, I also think the government has largely convinced parents they are not able. They are inadequate. And I think that that's wrong,
And it does not help that the school board is essentially threatening these parents that are giving pushback by sending letters to the DOJ calling them domestic terrorists, which they later fucking apologize for because of all the heat they get from that shit.
And this is maybe a little bit conspiratorial,
public
but
servant, that's right.
In regards to the parents and the children, I think that if you have to educate your children at home, you also have an incentive to be more educated yourself.
Oh yeah.
And so
double perk.
By convincing you that you are inadequate to educate your child, you have little incentive to further educate yourself. You need to work. You have to provide for your family. You have to come home and make dinner. You have to do all these household chores. You have to make sure the Christmas presents are bought, and your kid goes to summer camp, and you do all these other extra things, So,
but if there's an argument that anybody can win as a parent, that is probably the one thing that you need to be out there doing.
Yes.
Because that's the most important thing. And I'm not a parent, so I can't hold on to that. But yeah, if that's what it takes for you to do all those things and be able to teach your children and make yourself educated enough to teach them, then that's what you need to do.
Yes.
And it's very possible.
It's hard to separate yourself for a lot of people from the idea that, well, this person has a degree in education, so they know better than me.
Yeah.
You don't know my child. You don't know them as intimately as I do. You don't know what is best for my child like I do.
Oh, yeah. I know what an education degree looks like. I know what it takes to get there. I'm intimately familiar.
Right.
it's not what most people would think it is, because it's not instruction on how to be an expert in a particular educational field. It is really not.
To be a substitute teacher in Kitsap County, you just need an associate's degree. It doesn't need to be in education, doesn't need to be in anything. Spencer that I work with, he worked as a substitute teacher before he worked at Bennick.
Dope. Spence the sub.
I love Spencer. Do I want Spencer being my substitute teacher for my child? No, I don't.
Just give him The Hobbit. Tell him to read it to the kids.
And he's a substitute teacher for a one class. So is the damage that he's going to do is nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I'm that concerned about that, but it just speaks to your point of the threshold of what we're really asking people for.
Yeah, what are we really
talking about? You know, be a substitute
here?
Teacher for a day. You got a degree in fucking communications. Sounds good. Let's go.
Well, here's the book.
That's
Teach
ridiculous.
Out of it. Yeah.
That's crazy.
You and I collectively probably have more to offer kids than.
So my point, right, is that we have allowed the government to convince parents that this person with an arbitrary degree knows better to do with your child than you do, which is ludicrous.
Yeah.
That's insanity, you know? But when you have convinced entire communities of that and you come together in a board meeting and the school board tells you and every other parent in this room, we know best. We all have degrees. This is our job. We're professionals. Let us do our fucking job or we're going to sick the goddamn Department of Justice on you. What are you going to do?
Not a good relationship.
You're going to say, okay, I don't, you know?
Yeah, whatever.
Because when you don't, you get thrown on the ground and arrested like homeboy in fucking Loudoun County.
Yep.
When your child is raped and you decide to bring it up at a school board meeting, you get arrested for disorderly conduct.
Yep.
So
I watched the video. I didn't see much disorderly conduct there.
The time is now. The choice is now. It's extremely difficult. This is a choice we're making. So this is one I feel very comfortable speaking on. We have the opportunity. Jordan could go back to work. We could send Dax to preschool. Not doing it. That's a terrible, terrible decision if you want to maintain freedom in your life. That's what I think.
Yeah.
That's my opinion on this particular topic. So I would be potentially in favor of the only way I could be in favor of government-funded pre-K is if it is done through a voucher program in which I can take the voucher you're giving me and I can go to Dr. Crystal's preschool in which they're teaching all kids in a barn out of a Montessori-style school where no one has to wear masks. I know I'm not going to have to vaccine mandate them. I'm not going to have to do any of that bullshit.
Yep.
That is the way in which I would consider that to be a positive. If you're telling me the only way to do it is to go through a government-sanctioned preschool, then you can go fuck yourself. I am not giving my child to your system anymore. I'm not shaping my child into a cog for your machine before he's an adult. I'm not doing it. I refuse. I don't blame my mother for doing it to me because she didn't know.
Yeah.
And when you're a single parent, you have even less choices than you do as a nuclear family. So I don't blame her. I wish that she hadn't, but I don't blame her. I do not blame her. Yep. I would blame myself if I did that to my kid. I would absolutely blame myself because
you know better.
I see the machine. I see it now. I recognize it. I refuse to form my son into a cog before he's an adult.
Amen.
I refuse.
Healthy place. And when you think about it now, I mean, like, Jordan's already homeschooling Dax.
100%.
100%.
He's doing better.
It's just going to keep going.
Than many other kids his age.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm always a big fan of school choice, and so vouchers really get me excited. Yeah, and if we're talking pre-K voucher programs, that's legit too. But listening to Crystal's breakdown, when the most authoritarian, communist progressive that I know of on the internet, that I think at least speaks. She speaks out of wholehearted belief in the system, right?
Yeah.
Somebody that truly believes this system. I trust her takes on things from that point of view. And if she is saying this is a problem, because she was talking about the whole breakdown in finances and like how basically
now it would be based off of the average
median
income of your state. So it's even going to differ state to state, which again is neither here nor there. It's a policy issue, but that could potentially possibly will incentivize people to quit their jobs to meet that threshold so that they can get free childcare, because if they don't, then they're going to be taxed for like $10,000 for childcare. It's an insane amount of money.
If you live in the city limits of Seattle, you don't qualify for that, because just the minimum amount of money you're going to pay for living space in rent is going to push you over that threshold.
Yes.
Period. Probably within 3 months with some of those costs. So
Yeah, and then quitting your job would put you at a point where your kid could go to free preschool, and then you have all this free goddamn time because you just quit your job.
Yeah. and you have to move because you can't afford your apartment
Yes.
anymore. Yeah, it's not good. Just trying to look through any of the other major issues in that bill. It's mostly boosts in existing welfare programs
Yeah.
like the SNAP program,
I can-
Medicare, Medicaid.
I can speak to this real quick.
Okay.
I've been getting the child tax credit, right? My wife and I, because only one of us are working, so we meet the threshold. Excuse me. Every dollar of the child tax credit that I have received, I have used to free myself from debt from the state. If you are not, just my personal opinion, if you're not using that government money to free yourself from the corporate machine or purchasing ammunition, then you're not using this money correctly.
Right.
Ammunition or,
Then you're propping up the same system that put you there in the beginning.
Preparing materials, you know what I'm saying? If you're not doing one of those two things, then you're spending this money incorrectly. If you need if you need the money to make ends meet, then it is what it is. I'm not judging you either way. This is my personal opinion, right? The government is giving you money that you didn't have before. If you were doing okay before, you should almost be acting as if this money doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I have paid off a credit card last week. We're down now to just the two main credit cards.
Whoop, whoop.
So if you're not using this money to pay off debt or to prepare your family, in my opinion, you're spending this government money wrong.
Yeah.
There's nothing else you should be doing with it than to be freeing yourself from the corporate machine. Free
like it.
yourself.
I
Free
like it.
yourself with free government money.
Fucking red pill, baby.
So
Free yourself.
That's where I'm at. That's free yourself from the corporate machine. That's where we're at.
Oh,
yeah.
man. Just thinking about the Matrix and stuff, it kind of reminded me of, I've been making a lot of Hunger Games references, right?
Jordan's watching the Hunger Games because you've been talking
Good.
about it.
Good. I have heard so many more Hunger Games references since we started talking about it again.
In the districts.
and like, you hear it on commentary now, you hear it on fucking Shapiro, you hear it on Crowder, like all, IRL. I'm like, where you guys at, man? I was there first, motherfuckers.
It's bad.
It's so bad.
We've been talking about it since they were doing COVID things by districts here. Like,
Yeah.
well, they're prepping for the Hunger Games because we're not even in counties anymore. We're just in districts. We're in large districts now, and they're gonna start. What do they call my? It's tribute. They're gonna start taking tributes soon. So we're done. We're done for. Yeah. No, it's bad news.
It is bad news.
It's really not good.
Is there any other things in the reconciliation, build
I think
back
that's the
better
only
stuff?
thing that I really wanted to hit
Yeah.
on. Like I said, we can't talk.
We can't do much about
I
it.
don't want to give it too much time because I don't want to waste an hour fucking talking about something that's going to
Exactly.
change next week. So
Yeah, because it could be next week,
yeah.
totally different landscape.
Especially when, like I said, we abjectly opposed to the way this is being done. You seem to be to the whole thing as it is.
Period.
And I largely to just the way that it's being done.
Yeah.
But
I like the fact we're starting to form another slight divide between us.
Yes.
I'm about to be as anti-government as they come at this point.
when we were talking about something else too the other day, I don't remember what it was, trying to force the states to do something, and I was saying that the better way to go about it might be to craft legislation similar to the
Voting?
Yeah,
Voting?
that's what it was. It was
Yeah.
voting rights, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because that conversation I had on Twitter about, because Derek Kilmer, our
Yes.
local federal representative, was shilling for Senate Bill 2747, the Freedom to Vote Act, which I'm fairly sure is the Senate's version of H.R. 1, the For the People's Act, and all
We the
this
People
stuff.
Act. Or the For the People Act, yeah.
Yeah, For the People Act. And
They would never call it the We the People Act.
no. Of course not.
No,
Of
no,
course
no,
not.
no.
But, just some top line things in that they're considering, which, as I have been told by a legal professor on Twitter, are all things that are absolutely 100% in support of the Republic and people's voting rights. Automatic voter registrations. The one thing in the bill I can get down on, a election day made into a legal public holiday. Super down with that. I think that's a great idea.
Let the people vote.
It is one section of the entire bill. We can just take that out. Let's make that its own
It's like
separate bill,
500
right?
pages.
Yeah, it's 594 pages if you turn it into a PDF.
Yeah.
We got promoting internet registration, same-day voter registration, streamlined voter registration information, access, and privacy, funding support to states for compliance. So already, they're giving the states money to come into compliance with this bullshit bill that they're pushing on people. Early voting, voting by mail, absentee for uniformed members, enhancement of enforcement. And then they have a bunch of other miscellaneous provisions. But it's just bad.
Yeah.
This is
We can go over that more next week or next episode with Creatrix. Get some of her
Yeah,
takes
I'd
on
be
that.
really-
'Cause
I'd be really
next week
interested.
We will talk about our next episode. We will talk about some topical things, but it's also going to be kind of a get to know you episode, right?
Yeah, good interview episode.
I've never met Creatrix before. What's you said her name is Brandy?
I think so, yeah.
So I've never met the Creatrix before.
I don't know if it's with an I or not.
And you've only spoke to her over text, right?
I have. You remember those after parties?
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
that's
so
where
yeah,
we've been
so
on
you've
video
Zoomed with her
chat
a
with a
little bit,
bunch of
video
people.
chat a
Yeah,
little
it's
bit.
good times.
Yeah, so I will be getting to know her. So we're going to obviously ask her a lot about herself. You guys are going to learn about us, where we're sitting. We'll talk about our political opinions, things like that. That'll be a lot of what the next episode is about,
Yep.
and whatever topical things are happening at that time. So with that, I think we can move to sports real quick,
Yep.
and then we can get the fuck out of here. So
Yeah, we're closing in
sports.
a little over 4.
Yes, exactly. That's
Let's
what
do
we're
that
gonna
one more
fuck
time
with.
because I totally nailed it.
Sports. Okay, we're out of here. So first of all, you have to set your lineup this week. You and I are playing each other.
I changed my die already.
Okay.
My one guy that's out.
So yeah,
But
I
I'm
think it
still-
was your kicker and your tight end. I think they were both on IR. You got to.
shit, I gotta check my kicker.
You change your it's your kicker. Just drop his ass and pick up a new kicker, and you'll be
Dude,
good to
no
go.
matter what, I make these moves, and I got guys with great potential numbers in there, and then every single week, just dropping massive deuces.
Yeah.
It's just dirty.
No, this is perfect. So Colin and I are playing each other in fantasy this week. It's a real dark matchup. I only got 2 points out of my kicker on Thursday, so that's unfortunate. We'll have
yeah.
to see what they say.
I'll pick
Players
up
expected to
another
play
kicker
Sunday,
tonight.
Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, blah 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 blah. So Colin and I are playing each other. It's going to be dangerous. Right now, there's a 55% probability working in my favor, but you also don't have a kicker in. So
Not yet.
That's why I'm not shitting on you again. I just mean
Yep.
I'm just stating. So it'll likely switch slightly over into your favor once you put your kicker in.
And then once
We
the
have-
game starts, those percentages will shift.
Yes, we'll see what happens.
If I get one win this year and it's against you,
Ooh, you're 0-6.
I'll be happy.
That's
It's bad,
unfortunate.
dude.
Yeah.
I cannot win to save my life this year. I don't know
Rough
what's
times.
happening.
Well, I told you in one of my leagues, I'm 1-4. In one of them, I'm 1-5, and one of them I'm 2-4. In the Bennick League, I think I'm also I'm 1-5 in the Bennick League, and
Man.
so in this league, I'm 4-2.
Tough
In
out there.
Every other league, I have a losing record. It's really bad. And in the one league that I'm only 2-5, I was, or 2-4, I was 0-4 and to start, and I looked to try and find out why, and I had the most points against in the entire league. So everybody was just having their
Ooh.
best weeks against me possible and just absolutely throttling me.
That's rough.
We have, I think, Joe maybe still is undefeated. No, he's 5-1, and Morgan took her first loss last week. So nobody has a perfect record anymore. Everyone has at least one loss, thank God. But we
I'm about
have
to get ridiculed tonight at the party, by the way.
3 people that are 5-1, one person 4-2, a bunch of people 3-3. So our league is really pretty stacked this year. It's really tough times. People are getting injured left and right. This is what the
COVID's been an
fantasy-
issue too for me.
This is what the fantasy analysts are calling the bye-pocalypse because because there are so many teams on bye this week, and they're not even just they're like important teams too. Dallas is on bye, Philadelphia is on, or Pittsburgh is on bye, Jacksonville is on bye, the Chargers are on bye. Yeah, it's
Wow.
bad. Yeah, it's a
Bye-pocalypse
lot of
all
teams.
around.
Bye-pocalypse, exactly. So.
To whoever coined that's a fucking genius.
Geniuses. I don't know if there was. I think it's a fantasy footballers. Those guys are
They're
on
man.
the cutting edge of fantasy
Yeah.
football, that's for sure. They were one of the first people on the sleeper app and all that shit. So I got the Bennick League going.
Sorry, I'm going to blame the sleeper app. It's the sleeper app's fault. I'm doing terrible.
Russell Wilson is hurt. He fucked up his finger. I think we
Yep.
talked about that when Larry was here.
And who's the backup?
Geno Smith. He's
Yeah, and
doing
he's
okay
for
you know?
backup.
Yeah,
you
for
know,
backup,
respectable.
serviceable. I would
Yeah.
call him serviceable.
Serviceable.
Yeah.
He's doing his job.
They have a lot of injuries. Chris Carson is hurt too. It's bad news. Bad news all around the league.
You know what's off the top of your head what the Hawks record is right now?
I think that the Hawks are
They've been pretty nasty.
3-3 maybe.
Yeah.
It's really not good. Oregon is playing right now. Actually, it's probably over, so we can go ahead and we can look up the score of the Oregon
Oh, you
game.
fucking Ducks fans.
I know it.
Bunch of traitors.
It's over. We beat UCLA 34-31. So there you go.
Oh, there you go.
6-1. We're still ranked number 10.
Sounds like a good game, though. 34-31.
Yes.
Win by a field goal.
Last week we almost lost to Cal, which was really bad. And because they were, we beat Cal last week 24-17, and Cal was 1-4 when we played them, and so we really almost lost to Cal. Yeah, it was really not good. So the Hawks, let's see here, Seahawks record.
Yeah, it's been kind of a NFL in general has been kind of a void in my life this year.
Yeah, we're 4th in the NFC West, so that's not good.
Yeah, that's really not great.
No.
Yeah, how many people in that level of division? Like 5 or 6
We're 2
teams?
and 4.
2
There
and 4.
are 4 teams in every division.
That's not good.
Yeah, there's the NFC and the AFC, and then there's North, South, East, West of both conferences. So 4 teams in each division and 4 divisions in each conference.
Man,
32 teams total.
so we're bottom of the barrel right now. But then 2 and 4 is
We also
not the end of the.
Well, we have the Cardinals in our division, who I think are still undefeated. The 49ers, who are playing okay, and then the Rams, who are playing retarded right now. I mean, Matt Stafford went from Detroit to L.A. and has been dominating. I think that he has only 1 game this year where he hasn't thrown 3+ touchdowns.
Damn.
He's playing insane right now.
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp is the number 1 wide receiver in the league.
Cooper Kupp?
Darrell Henderson is great when he plays. Robert Woods is a top 24 wide receiver at the very least, so he's incredible. Switch to basketball real quick. Kyrie Irving, we talked about him last time we were here.
Yeah.
Still not playing.
Still
unvaccinated. Now they're looking to trade him because he can't play in New York.
He's
can't
dirty.
practice, can't play, so they're looking like they might trade him. Seeing he's not going to get vaccinated.
What's fucked up is even in New York, they have the exemption, if you will, for people that are coming into the state to participate in
Not for
sports
sports.
events.
Not
Is
for
it not
athletes.
for sports?
No, I don't know. Not for
Okay.
athletes.
I'm just thinking because he's home base there,
Yeah, I don't know.
it doesn't work that way. But either way, it's touching all industries.
Yes.
And those,
There's people. Charles Barkley had a thing last week where he's like, you don't get vaccinated for yourself, you get vaccinated for other people, and that's selfish that he's not playing. And I just don't.
I disagree fundamentally
But
that
yes.
you getting vaccinated does not protect you.
Yeah.
Because if the line is you need everyone to be vaccinated or you as a vaccinated individual are at risk, I don't buy into that line because the basic logic does not make sense.
And I remain unconvinced until I am provided with a percentage of how many people who have received the vaccine, who are fully vaccinated, have breakthrough cases and can spread COVID. I remain unconvinced because we're hearing about more celebrities all the time. What Joe Rogan's like, I know 16 people that got COVID that have breakthrough cases.
Yep.
Anecdotal, right? So I'm not saying it's happening fucking everywhere. But
Yep.
again, when there was the breakout of my work that me, Dan, and Tyler, I'm just going to call out everybody who worked now, Rebecca, Pam, Tammy, and I think two other people were sick. So it's 9 people, between 7 and 9 people. And Dan's vaccinated, Ann is vaccinated, I think Pam is vaccinated, Rebecca is vaccinated. So at least half or over half of the people who got sick in my work with COVID were vaccinated. And either Dan or Ann were the patient 0, and they're both vaccinated.
Makes sense to me.
Yes. And Ann stayed at work the whole time. Ann never left work.
Oh.
But apparently, come back and talking about she's fucking just hacking up a lung the whole time that we're gone. Just sounded terrible, doing all this shit. Wearing a mask half the time, taking it off half the time, doing all this shit. Just talking about, there's frog in my throat. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, the
You
frog
got
in my
COVID,
throat.
bitch. Go home. You have COVID. Go home. What are you doing? I was at home for 10 days. Go home. What are you doing? I felt fine after 5. Go home. Yes. So, and Tammy, Tammy. So she was all kinds of pissed when we first got back about I was out for this long, and she was out for way longer than I was.
Oh, yeah.
Objectively, I'm not calling Tammy out, but probably I'm healthier than Tammy is,
They're a lot younger, too.
A lot younger. Yeah, she was also talking about how she was prescribed ivermectin, and when she was first talking to her regular doctor, her regular doctor was like, "Oh, we can't do anything for you. There's nothing we can do for you. Just go to the hospital. If you can't breathe." She ended up going to a holistic doctor who then prescribed her ivermectin and these other things that helped her. She said she thought she was going to die. She said that she was literally lining up her bills and giving them to her husband and being like, "This is how you do this one and this one and this one."
That's not a good place to be, man.
And then she went to the other doctor who said, these doctors need to get their head out of their asses because this is what's happening.
They're being political, man.
I told you when I got sick, they didn't even tell me you can take some more vitamin D or take this or take nothing. They didn't even say Sudafed works best or Mucinex works best. Nothing.
Yep.
Let us know if it gets really bad. Why? We talked about this. My doctor's in the hospital, in one of the biggest hospitals in the area.
Yep.
Why was I not given any instruction on what to do for COVID?
Yeah, no therapeutics.
None.
No instruction on what to do.
Come in if you can't breathe. That's what we're going to tell you to do. But if you're going to go to a holistic doctor, they're going to say, take some ivermectin.
Yeah, take some of this, take some of that.
At the very least, it will not hurt you.
Yeah. Imagine that.
Yeah. Tim was on fucking remdesivir. He got the antibodies. He got all the shit. He got it real bad.
Oh, yeah. I was worried about him there for a minute.
Nothing until you're there. That's insanity. I don't know how you can say that.
I don't know what else we treat like that.
Sports, but yeah, I don't know how you claim that you're taking it more seriously than anything else when you're not even giving anybody anything they can do that's over the counter. You know, I could have gone to Walgreens that day and got more Mucinex. I did because that's what I was going to do anyway. But if I didn't, if I was.
Did you use the liquid Mucinex?
No, I was doing the pills. I like the big horse pills.
The big horse pills? Oh, man. Yeah, when we had it, it was that Mucinex extra strength liquid shit. Oh, man. That was the only thing that and I smoked a lot of weed just because I didn't want to feel what I was feeling at the time.
I did blaze a lot. I dabbed the whole time.
You kind of have
Straight
to, man.
up.
Even for the sanity portion, man.
Dabbed.
Once you lose, if you're one of those unfortunate people, if you lose your taste and your smell, it is the hardest thing to just try to get through a day, dude, because you don't have any understanding how important the taste of food is and the smell of food is throughout your day until it's gone.
That was my biggest hurdle. Yeah,
it was so rough.
I told you, especially since I've been working. I think I probably eat probably around 3,000 calories a day, just with the amount of just shit that I have to intake to feel normal.
Oh yeah, and you're out there lifting.
Yep, and when I was at home, I was maybe consuming 1,000 calories a day, maybe, because I couldn't convince myself to eat. It was disgusting.
No.
The texture of anything that wasn't crunchy was disgusting. And crunchy shit is all processed, fried shit that I wasn't trying to eat,
Yep.
So
I ate a lot of nuts and shit because that was just something that was different.
Nothing. I had protein bars. That was protein bars. It was like the only thing that got me through that. You know, was because there was some texture to it of the oats or like something, you know?
Nutrient packed, which is nice too.
I tried to eat pasta once. Disgusting. I can't do this. This is fucking horrible. Yeah. Anything that was soft was disgusting.
It's not good.
No.
It's not good.
It's horrible. So obviously we don't recommend anybody getting COVID. If the vaccine is the right thing, how the fuck do we do this? If the vaccine is the right thing for you, then go and get the vaccine. If it's not the right thing for you, don't do it. This is America. Don't be a cog. If you want to be a cog, go do cog things. We don't do that here. Welcome to Salt of the Streets.
Amen.
That's it. We're happy to have you guys. I think that's pretty much it for this episode.
It's been real.
We hit the socials one more time, obviously. You've been watching us on YouTube. Thank you,
shout out to
everybody.
the chat, man. We had a great chat today.
You guys have been great today.
Perfect.
Thank you for everybody who showed up. You guys are fantastic. Obviously, let everybody know. Let everyone that you know about us have them come and watch us. Tell your friends. Freedom is the way to go. Freedom is the way to be. The government doesn't give you your rights. Your rights are inherent within you.
Yep.
Whoever your creator is, if you're atheist, if you're whatever, your rights are inherent within you. No one can take them away from you. The government has no choice but to respect your rights and defend them. And if they're not doing that, then they're tyrannical.
Yep.
And that's it.
Full stop.
So, again, with that, Salt of the Streets on YouTube. You guys have been absolutely amazing. We have our Instagram at Salt of the Streets. You can go there and watch the shorts. The shorts are also on YouTube. Collins puts them out Monday through Thursday. He's doing a fantastic job. Round of applause for Colin. Yeah.
Yay.
Instagram, Salt of the Streets. Yeah, there you go.
With my little cardigan.
Facebook.
I'm pissed. I'm looking at the video. I got this jet black cardigan thing on. It looks navy blue in the vid.
Oh,
boo.
boo! Facebook, fuck Facebook at Salt of the Streets. We have our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all of this on saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. If you want to help us make more and better content, go there, become a patron. We have our first newsletter coming out on Halloween, so that's really funny.
Later, Will. Thanks for hanging out, brother.
Thank you very much. Discord, Salt of the Streets. You can also access some special things from there through our Patreon. If you need a haircut, go to Swell Blended, sign up there, and he can hook you up. If you need a skateboard, go to Location Skate Shop. If you need a cake, go to Leggings and Aprons on Twitter. If you want to watch some Twitch streaming, go to Lexi Kyle on Twitch. Creatrix will be on the next episode. She's also a Twitch streamer. Go and check out her stuff before she comes on here. Movember is going to be the next 2 episodes because that will be November, obviously. I'm going to grow my mustache. Movember Foundation is a great foundation for men's health, for prostate cancer, to help fight against prostate cancer, testicular cancer, men's health in general, and
suicide's way up this
general,
yeah.
and suicide awareness. If you guys don't know, men commit suicide at a disproportionate rate to women. So
particularly this year, it's been very, very
especially
heavy.
in this year, it's a bad deal. And as somebody who comes from a background of depression, it's very important for people to be heard. It's very important for people to get help when they need it. So obviously we want to do everything that we can to help anybody who needs it. So Movember.com will be /Donovan Phillips. You can look for Donovan Phillips, DONAVANPHILLIPS. I think that's everything. SaltofTheStreets.com one more time just for good measure. And our closing line. This is the closing line that we do every week. If you can identify where this line came from and tell me, we will send you a free t-shirt. We'll put some of these note cards in there. We'll put some stickers. Whatever. We'll
have some fun. You'll get some swaggy.
Exactly. It'll be wrapped in some paper for my work. It'll be great. So with that, Colin, do you have anything else that you want to rack in here?
No, I'm just trying to get prepped for the line here. Okay. I always get nervous.
All right. Well, happy Halloween, everybody. We'll see you in 2 weeks, and this is it. I, too, have an announcement to make. At our wedding, I will be performing one of my famous magical illusions that once your eyes have beholden it, you will put no God before me because it is spectacularly.
No God before you. Thank God I'm an atheist. All right, bye everybody.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you